Alrighty. Are we live? Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day number 2. After yesterday was the worst day in years, depending on what index you are looking at, we are waking up with a little bit of calm. The United Kingdom, they had inflation data that came in better than expected, so that kind of cooled the nerves. The bonds are a little bit more clapped today, but people were feeling kind of good off that. You had decent earnings. Lift was an error. That's why we went up from up 60 to back down to up 20 still, which isn't bad, but all in all, we're kind of getting off of this foot of being in a hangover of yesterday, waiting on more data. You had PPI, the final data of December, that came out. It came in lower, didn't really cause too much of a reaction. We have more data on Friday, but now we're waiting to see, do we get this follow-up from yesterday? What happens with bond yields? What happens with the dollar? And is this inflation narrative destroyed or not? So, Chattadonia, I hope you're ready for it. Welcome to the middle of February. Happy Valentine's Day, baby. And good morning. How are you, baby? What's going on? What's up, Zach Perez? Full Cycle, Najee Wolf, baby. Jim Levy, The Watcher, Manny, Tim Whitman, Humble Soul, Alaskan Assassin, Battleboard, Laurie, Jerry, baby, CYB, Enzo, Full Cycle, Smars, Last One, Arthur, Hobby Life, Jurassic, Arturo, Burrito Lion, baby. Good morning, El Trapato, CYB, John Cotton, baby, Skinny FX, Tim Whitman again, Little Abyss, or Light Abyss. Little Abyss. Mark J, good morning. What up, Marcus Hanlon? What up, Carissa Hines? Good morning, Mavis. Good morning, Danny. How you living, Jane? What's going on, Canella? Victor, Ty, Me Not You, Wandering, Winning Loser, Christina, Chiggity Chaz, Tim Gonzalez, Ivan, Wrecking Bill, baby. What up, Bill? How you doing? Authentic, Me Not You, Skirm, baby. Carl, Tim Gonzalez, Tez Bosley, Jesus Garcia, Nathan Evans, Jazzy, Keith Shaitlin, is it Shaitlin, Josh Oxley, good morning, Oscar Galeas, Agent of Chaos, I was, Carissa, Echo, Ego, man, it's the chat dude, it just keeps like skipping, I don't know, y'all woke up today, ready to go. What up, Esco, Apostle, Michael, Daniel, Sarah, Ivan, James, Mark Sanders, B. Dizzle, Hamza. What about the Twitch, baby? Bruce McCotter, Big Curly, Sencal Hustle, Sober, Slizzin, Pinelander, Mr. Belvedere, Hailstone, AC Dolphin Punch, Josh Segovia, 12 Jimin, Blowing Doe, Braxton, S. Jones Jex, Matt Bailey, Josh Segovia, Ibex, Destroyer, Ryan A, Hailstone, 8012, Mr. Belvedere, T-Toxie, Charlie and the Tree, Cooler Vortex, and KJ Lemur and Robo Handtech, and OG, and Most Dope, and Blazing Bob, baby. Good morning. Good morning, yes. And like the video. Get those likes up, baby. Oh, yeah, you could say good morning. You could hit the like button. I hope you're ready for a wild one today. I don't know if today's going to be wild or calm, because we were on the heels of a wild one yesterday. But Chattadonia, let's get into the news. Stock futures reclaim solid ground after CPI miss. U.S. equity futures signaled a rebound from Tuesday's Wall Street slump triggered by hotter-than-expected inflation data that fueled bets that the Federal Reserve may not cut interest rates as soon as expected. Contracts on the S&P 500 climbed by 0.5 after the worst inflationary data for the day dropped the index since September 2022. Benchmark Treasury yields held near 4.3 as traders trim bets for an early Fed rate cut. The American CPI data came as a disappointment for investors, pushing U.S. stocks to a record and European peers just to short of one on the morning on mounting hopes of imminent rate cuts. Fed swap shifted full pricing of rate cuts to July from June after the data, and global bonds erased the last remnants of a rally that started in December. Still, it was not enough to deter bull riding bets on an eventual Fed pivot to easier policy. BlackRock portfolio manager Russ Kostrick sets the backdrop and sees it as temporary, with potential for further upside to U.S. stocks of 6 to 8% this year, possibly 4 rate cuts until the offing. Despite yesterday's action in the stock market, it's probably going to be a decent year for U.S. equities, Kostrick said in an interview. The reason to stay long equities, I don't think the narrative changes. We still think the Fed will begin cutting later this spring or summer. We still think there'll be 3, maybe 4 cuts are likely. There's better news for Wednesday for UK traders looking forward to policy easing by the Bank of England. Inflation in Britain came in lower than forecast in January, with underlying price pressures not rising as much as the markets and the Bank of England feared. The pound reversed earlier data of gains, with the UK bonds rallying. Inflation data triggered a repricing of Bank of England rate bets, with traders assuming wagers on 3/4-point reductions this year. Oil ticked higher after mixed U.S. inventory report, with prices lingering in the upper end that have occupied this year. Gold was locked in a narrow range after plunging below 2,000 an ounce for the first time in 2 months, while Bitcoin traded near the 50,000 mark. Lyft gained pre-market on Wednesday even after the ride-sharing company corrected its outlook to earnings margin in 24. A typo helped initially send the stock up as much as 67.7% in aftermarket trading on Tuesday. ASML said the semiconductor market has reached its nadir and they are now seeing signs of a rebound. Vizio slid pre-market, ceding some of the previous day's 25% surge, triggered by a Wall Street Journal report that Walmart is in talks to buy the TV maker for more than $2 billion. Heineken shares slumped after the world's second biggest brewer warned that persistent inflation and economic worries will weigh on beer demand in 2024. ABN AMRO Bank rallied after it unveiled a fresh share buyback, with the Deutsche State participating as part of its planned sell down in the lender. Robinhood jumped in pre-market after online brokerage reported fourth quarter net revenue that beat estimates, and then Airbnb declined after the home rental company reported its fourth quarter results. Key events this week: Andrew Bailey on Wednesday today, Chicago Fed President Austin Goolsbee, Fed Vice Chair Supervision Michael Barr, and then tomorrow, Japan GDP, industrial production, U.S. Empire Fed manufacturing, initial jobless claims, industrial production, retail sales and business inventories, ECB Christine Lagarde on Thursday, Atlanta Fed Bostic on Thursday, Waller on Thursday, Philip Lane on Thursday, and then all of the other data on Friday. Tentative comeback. Markets are showing small signs of a comeback on Wednesday after sharp drops triggered by yesterday's CPI print. Contracts on the S&P ticked higher after the worst inflation day drop for the index in September 2022. While benchmark treasury yields retracting some of the previous day's surge, the stock market's fear gauge, the VIX, paired just over a third of yesterday's move, while bets on Fed rate cuts recovered, with the first move now priced in for June rather than July. UK boost. The better tone was helped by data out of the UK showing inflation unexpectedly held steady in January, allaying fears of an increase set against the context of hotter US numbers. The relatively minor surprise sparked a major relief rally, pushing the UK stocks and sending 2-year gilts towards their best day since mid-December for households. The best bit of news was the statisticians, who said food prices are falling down after more than 2 years of unbroken prices. Bond round. Much of the damage from hotter than expected U.S. CPI print may prove more lasting. The data has wiped out the last remnants of a global bond rally that started in December when Jerome Powell sparked hopes that the Fed had finally pivoted to favor interest rate cuts. A Bloomberg index of global debt has dropped to 3.5 this year, erasing all the gains since December 12th, the day before Powell's pivot. Ride-hailing app Lyft has been on quite the journey since yesterday's close. They saw the stock rose 67% in after hours after releasing results that showed projected earnings jumped by 11%, and that included a prediction that margins were set to expand this year by an eye-watering 500 basis points. But less than an hour later, CFO Aaron Brewer said the company is actually expecting margins to expand by 50 basis points, with the company spokesperson later attributing the mistake to a clerical error. By the time pre-market trading opened on Wednesday, the gain had paired to about 17%. Then mortgage applications and revisions to PPI today. You already got that one. S&P futures are up by 0.5 on Wednesday morning. after U.S. equities sold off sharply on Tuesday, with the S&P falling below 5,000 and Russell 2,000 down nearly 4%, biggest down day since June 2022 collectively. Lower quality factors underperform while big tech and other crowded longs held up better. Treasuries unchanged to firmer after the short end follows curve steepening on Tuesday's build yield back up. Dollar down by 0.1 with some weakness on the yen cross. Gold is down by 0.1, Bitcoin up by 4.7, and WTI is up by 0.5. Markets trying to bounce following CPI sell-off on Tuesday fits with the thoughts of broader disinflation narrative remaining intact, and January effect may have been partially responsible for the hotter CPI print. In addition, UK inflation out earlier today came in cooler than expected. Orderly nature of the drag down, no signs of panic selling, may also suggest markets still focus on favorable combination of Fed pivot, albeit less aggressive, and resilient U.S. growth backdrop, along with stable 24 consensus earnings, IDD percentage growth. However, sell-off has been exacerbated the focus on bearish talking points surrounding valuation, positioning, sentiment, breadth concentration, and AI hype bubble. Also, still concerns about lagged effects of Fed tightening and the recession signaling from inverted yield curve, along with multiple premature dovish pivots this cycle. Annual PPI revisions saw December headline and core revised slightly lower. However, market much less concerned within last Friday's CPI revisions, which saw December come down only off headline. A bit of Fed speak coming in from Fed Goolsbee, set to speak at 9:30, and Fed Vice Chair at 4 p.m. Eastern. Fed speak set to attract even more scrutiny, given the emphasis officials have put on needing to further see signs of disinflation traction. Retail sales, Empire Manufacturing, Philly Fed Manufacturing, initial claims, import prices, IP housing market index on tap for Thursday. Amid concerns about too hot data, some previews have flagged downside risk to retail sales from unfavorable seasonal adjustments and weather early in the month, though not indicative of any shift in broader consumer resilience theme. PPI housing starts and preliminary Michigan consumer sentiment close out the week on Friday. Airbnb hit by softer Q1 N&E guide and potential margin compression, though street positive on strong travel demand backdrop and buybacks. ACAM posted mixed results and guidance against high bar. GoDaddy takeaways fairly positive, some scrutiny on Q1 EBITDA guide. Zillow beat with takeaways positive on super app strategy momentum. Hood boosted by stronger Q4 results, deposit trends, and expense guidance. DVA beat and guided above with some takeaways flagging better operating leverage and cost saving. Cart a laggard despite volume reacceleration and capital return commitment. Lift up big on improved marketplace trends and GB guide. MODG beat Q1 guide light though. The street not surprised. Upstart down big on worsening outlook for borrower delinquency trends. And that's about it. I think that's about it. We still got a little more. I did see Uber buyback $7 billion. I think their previous one was at $3 billion. So Uber and Airbnb, they're like doubling up and tripling up their buybacks. Still got some more news. Mike Gallagher, head of U.S.-China Committee, will visit Taipei next week with a group of lawmakers to show support for Lai Ching-te ahead of his May inauguration as president of Taiwan. The hawkish Wisconsin Republican will arrive in Taiwan on February 21st, according to 3 people familiar with his plan, including 2 Taiwanese officials who expect him to lead a delegation of 7 U.S. lawmakers. The yen weakened to pass 150 for the first time since November. China blasts Taiwan for causing Chinese fishing boat casualties. Yen weakened past 150 for a dollar for the first time since November, prompting pushback from Japanese officials. The country's top exchange official, Masato Kanda, said speculative moves aren't desirable. Russian Fed President Vladimir Putin's suggestion of ceasefire in Ukraine to freeze the war was rejected by the U.S. after contacts between intermediaries. 3 Russian sources with knowledge have told Reuters. UK CPI for January modestly undershoots 5.1 on core versus 5.4 expected. A relief for markets after the U.S. reading on Tuesday. ECB requires additional evidence of inflation returning its goal before it could safely loosen policy, according to Luis de Guindos. U.S. crude inventories gained by 8.5 million barrels last week. API data is said to have showed that would be the biggest increase since mid-November. If confirmed by the EIA, distillate supplies fell for a 4th week and gasoline stockpiles also dropped. Tom Suozzi, former Democratic congressman, won a closely watched special House election on New York on Tuesday, narrowing the Republican majority in Washington and offering his party a potential playbook to run in key suburban swings in November. CIA Director William Burns concluded negotiations with top Middle Eastern officials on Tuesday without making major strides towards a deal between Israel and Hamas that would free hostages and pause fighting in the Gaza Strip, according to people familiar with the talks. And then Jeff Bezos offloaded more than $4 billion in Amazon over 4 trading days, less than 2 weeks after disclosing a plan to dispose up to 50 million shares. Bezos hasn't explained why he's selling now, but it may be hoping to save on taxes. And now I think that's it. CPI aftermath. I think that's it. Yeah, market's trying to bounce following CPI on selling on Tuesday. Fits with broader disinflation narrative. And January fact, no signs of panic selling. Heightened focus on operational efficiency. Bearish talking points still surrounding valuation, positioning, and sentiment. Also still concerns about lagged effect in inverted yield curve and collapse in money supply growth. Multiple premature dovish pivots have already been seen this cycle. So not bad. Not bad. Yeah, I think that's it. Honestly, I think the UK is saving us to start off the morning. I'll take it. And then there's a ton of pre-market movers. So Robinhood, they're up 14% on earnings. If I don't say earnings, then it's up on nothing. Uber's up 8.1, Lyft sympathy, $7 billion buyback and long-term guidance. Zillow, 6.6 off of earnings. FMS up 5.5, DVA earnings sympathy. IQV up 4.5 off of earnings. CNHI, 4.1 off of earnings. Affirm is up 3.6, Carvana 3.3, SMCI 3.2, App up 3.0, Path up 3.0, Sony 2.9, HubSpot, Sony's up off earnings. Net is up 2.6. Shopify 2.6, Unity 2.4, TTD 2.4, IoT 2.4, MDB up 2.3, DoorDash up 2.2, Toast up 2.2, DVA up 2.2 off of earnings, ALB 2.1, nothing, HBAN 2.1, UBS upgrade, Square is up 2, VRT is up 2, HPQ up 2 off of HBC upgrade, ESTC up 1.9, Mobileye up 1.9, Marvel up 1.9, Rivian 1.8, Datadog 1.8, AVTR up 1.5 off of earnings, and CME up 0.6 off of earnings. Lyft, they're up 23.7 off of earnings. ALSN is up 20.9 off of earnings. Angie, 13.2 off of earnings. PSN, 11.2 off of earnings. Unit, 8.2 off of nothing. Sage, 7.6 off of earnings. Katos, 7.6 off of earnings. Sentinel 1 up 7. Open up 4.9. NVTS up 4.7. IonQ up 4.1. Upwork, 4.0. BXMT up 3.8 off of earnings. VFC up 2.9. Aligns with Engaged Capital. Appoints Carolyn Brown to board. ENGN up 63, oversubscribed 200 million private placement. COG-T up 42.4, oversubscribed private placement. CCTG up 22 off nothing. Blink up 18.3 off of guidance. LRMR up 14.3, common stock offering. BMR up 13.4 off of nothing. PLCE up 12.0, insider buy. VTGN up 10.2 off of earnings. Qubits up 9.0, Yibo 6.9, MGX 6.9, ABSI up 5.5, and Alt up 4.7. All Bitcoin stocks trading higher, renewables all trading higher, and Chinese ADRs and European financials trading lower. MGM is down 4.4 off of earnings. GPN down 4.5 off of earnings. ACAM down 3.9 off of earnings. Airbnb down 3.9 off of earnings. KHC down 2.1 off of earnings. EQT down 1.0 off of earnings. GoDaddy down 0.2 off of earnings. And AIG down 0.1 off of earnings. QDEL down 38% off of earnings. Upstart down 11.8 off of earnings. BL down 10.2 earnings. Generac down 6.8 earnings. CART down 5.0 earnings. COO resigns and workforce reduction. NAMS down 2.8 off nothing. CRK down 2.7 off of earnings. MODG down 2.5 off of earnings. TGLS down 2.2 stifle downgrade. And then ARVN down 1.7 off city downgrade. WeBuy down 21%. QRTEB down 18.6. EVA down 17.0 in preparation to file bankruptcy. NUC 15.8 down. ARBB down 12.0. OMH down 10.2. 3 million secondary pricing at 135. LICN down 9. FBLG down 8.5. And INNM down 7.4. 10 million secondary pricing at $20 a share. Wow, look at that list. That's a big list, man. So, again, not too many names trading down. A lot of random-ass names on the way up. So, not too bad, Chattadonia. I even got a couple of plays for you in the meantime. So, we'll see how all of these play out. I hope you're ready for it. I'm going to be watching Lyft, Airbnb, Uber. So, again, post-earnings or running off of sympathy in their own news. Cart, and then Twilio, Crocs, TTD. These are all pre-earnings we either have plays on or we'll be keeping an eye on depending on how everything moves pre-market. So not too bad of a list. I don't think there's going to be much. I will be keeping an eye on bonds as well too. But that being said, Chatadonia, you haven't heard the people on TV yet. I don't know if there's a commercial or not. I haven't checked. So I don't know. We could go commercial break or we could go with plays. I think we're going to go with plays. Or no, we're going to go with commercial break.
The deck or the shareholder letter
we'll use the time.
stated
So give me a sec. You
you
got to listen, and then you better have plays. And I hope you like the video, baby. You're here right now. So God bless you.
50 basis points. An analyst calls them out on it and says, what's going on, and they acknowledge that it's a clerical error, that the press release was incorrect. But what's astonishing about it is if you look at the pre-market gains, and Dan Ives pointed to this, it was a strong quarter. Ridership in the quarter gone was slightly below, but the gross bookings outlook for this quarter is strong, even at the low end of the range, kind of meeting consensus. And so Lyft still demonstrated that in the wake of the post-pandemic era, rider growth is there, and they're being competitive just against a bigger peer in Uber that has a much more diversified business. I can't get over the pre-market gains because it's just a weird situation.
It is, but I suppose maybe now is the day that we have 24 hours to reflect and we look a little bit deeper into what is the business. Although Wedbush Securities were scathing in the least about what went before. Mandeep, good morning to you. So here we are. I'm an investor. I'm long of this stock, and suddenly I'm 65% in the money, and it's visceral. It turns around. I traded on this information pre-market. What is my retribution?
Well, so in this case, you have to put it in context. I think it wasn't intentional to begin with, and they fixed the mistake pretty quickly on the call. So, look, the management team is new, both the CEO and the CFO, and it does hurt credibility, I would say, given it was in the press release. And Lyft does have a history of, surprising investors about their margins. So if you go back in time, their gross margins actually collapsed a couple of years back from mid 50% to mid 30%, and that happened because of insurance reserves. So it's a little surprising that it happened in
that thing hit $20. Hit $20 and then sold off. That was absolutely amazing. So Chatadonia, you're here right now. They're talking about Lyft. You got a couple of earnings, not as hot as the last couple of days, but at least the market's holding up after a freak out yesterday. So we'll see. You have Goolsby right when the bell opens, so I'll try to get him on there. We'll see what's happening. But tell me, Chatadonia, what's the first play of the day? You're here right now. You're here right now. I hope you like the video, too. If you like plays, you better drop that like on the video. We have 666 likes. No, like the video quickly and drop your play. Palantir, 24.5 put. Hood, Toast 24, watching NGZN, ARM call, watching Lyft and ZI, Twilio calls, CLSK calls, NVIDIA, Myrna calls, Spy call, Coin calls, Bank of America, Sony, Mara Forever, staying in SPX, CogT, ARM, Hood 12 calls, DraftKings, ARM calls, Airbnb, adding in the long term, Mara call, Tesla, I changed the TLT, SMCI, SoFi, Koi calls, locking the game, Spy, Rumble, ES, Gapfill, Next, CF, ARM puts, FSLY, DraftKings, watching XOM, Spy puts, Cisco, QBTS, QQQ, Basha calls, NVIDIA, ACAM calls, ANET calls, selling QQ, SMCI puts, Genrac, DraftKings 44, Rivian calls, Celsius calls, Coin, Cisco both ways, AMAC calls, Hood calls, Yeti straddle, DraftKings, IWM puts, Mara and Coin, Yeti straddle, Spine calls, Palantir, Amazon calls, ACAM puts, Spy calls, GameStop, MGAM puts, Jesus calls, Yeti straddle, Mara calls, Riot, Yeti, Marriott, UVXY, Spotify calls, Rolls Royce to the long term, NVIDIA put, ACAM puts, calls on likes, Chad calls in the final plays. PHILO calls, MGIH, Lyft and Uber, and UVXY after 30 minutes. Wow. Wow, Chatadonia. It's a lot of plays, So I already told you mine. I'm going to be watching Lyft, Airbnb, Uber, and Cart. Those are all the post earnings. They keep an eye on Twilio, Crocs, and TTD. Also watching gold And the bonds, too. I don't know with the bonds, though. The markets are definitely up way more. We want to see if that continues or not. Other than that, though, should be pretty straightforward. We got 1 minute. 1 minute, man. What do you got for me? Any questions? And then we got Goolsby starting here in a second, too. Austin B. Goolsby. McConnell. Is it there? Yeah, I'll have it up when it comes live. We'll have it there. Any questions, insights? I thought Airbnb was good. So some places reported that it was good, but they just went down. And then some people said that there was an assumption that next quarter won't be as hot. But I kind of got the other reading. I think typical Wall Street. But at that point, we're just going to have to wait till analysts upgrade it or downgrade it. But I'm going to be swinging those on some flip shares there. Did I ever find the right flowers? I didn't. I'm very ashamed by it, unfortunately. But she's not going to get the flowers I wanted. But it's okay. She got me flowers. I thought that was kind of weird. She got me like a what's it called? The ones that you put in the kitchen. You know, I need to get an edible arrangement. I really, really do. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it don't matter about Valentine's Day. That's just a holiday. It's just a random holiday. You know what I'm saying? It don't matter. A lot of things don't matter when you weigh it against the backdrop of the most important people who have ever made a sacrifice. And here at the Cult, before we do anything, we must pay homage to that group of people. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even the families. Thank you for your service and commitment. Thank you for doing what a lot of people haven't done. Whether you agreed with it or not, you held it down for something bigger than yourself. So God bless you and thank you. And big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities. All the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the garbage men, the coaches. You're making your community run. That's where it all starts, baby. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Say the digits! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or no, let's go. Oh, Chattadonia. My brethren, I hope you're feeling good. Oh, man, I want to tell you Merry Christmas, but it's the beginning of the year. Happy Valentine's Day. Happy Market Day. Happy post-CPI day. Oh, my goodness. So, Chad, we got 1:46. You're going to have Goolsby right at the bell, too. So, remember, we are up right now on UK optimism. The United Kingdom had good inflation numbers. Everybody was just freaking out about inflation yesterday. So, that helped out a little bit. Nothing crazy on the PPI revision front. That didn't really affect us. We still got a little bit more data on the week. Otherwise, this is kind of day 2 of yesterday and see if we could actually recover some of that bigger sell-off and see where the market ends up. So, Chattadonia, get ready for it all. Let's see. We got about, 1 minute? 1 minute to like the video, to make sure you're subscribed. You have any questions, you let me know. We do need 1,000. Look at that. We're almost at 1,000 likes. Y'all holding it down. That's what I'm talking about. They said, no, don't hide the place. They said, we in the game, Josh. We ready to go. That's it. We need a couple more likes before the bell, and then we're going to be at 1,000. Look, it's easy. It's easy. No, y'all killed it on 1,000 likes. Let's go. Oh, happy Wednesday. Happy co-real estate day. That's what I'm talking about. So I'm already in an Airbnb play. I do think Airbnb, I think that's going to move around a little bit. So I'm down like $4 on the shares, but watch for those options. The options are going to get killed in the morning, and then it's either going to take off or it'll go 1 leg down, 2 legs down, and then it'll be able to bounce. So we'll find out. Other than that, Watch any of the other post earnings. We'll see where Lyft opens up at. And there's a couple names like QDEL and other ones on the downside. So let's see how it plays out, my friends. Get ready. You've already liked the video. You got 5 seconds. And here it is. You signed up on Monday. You should be getting the stream alerts. Send the email. Round 1. Fight. But yeah, Jacob, send an email if you haven't got them. Shouldn't take longer than a day. Alrighty. How did they kill the Airbnb? Yeah, all the Airbnb contracts are dead. So again, my shares, I'm still down. They came up, literally, I've recovered half of the loss on that first candle there. Fed Goolsby's statements are out. Authorities say 3 police have been shot in Washington. And then Fed Goolsby, same low inflation prints, likely to too stringent a bar, doesn't support waiting until inflation at 2% for a cut. So he's mad bullish. Again, bonds are even getting a little bit of a bid off of that. But Goolsby's pretty much saying that we shouldn't watch inflation and that he's down to cut right away. He says even if inflation comes in a bit higher, still consistent over on our path to target.
Thank you. Just a reminder that
so
the
this
One
is
Foreign Relations meeting is on.
Robinhood on the way up. Lyft. Where'd the Lyft contracts go? Did those even go up after yesterday? Oh, the Lyfts went up. You got 100% on the Lyft. Not bad, but again, we had this talk yesterday about how all of these will play out. Airbnb came back down. Let's see. Uber and Zillow running. I forgot. Uber could be a really good. Again, Uber came out with buybacks and guidance. Uber's just up a ton. That's the only part that sucks. Oh, shit. I grabbed 2 of those. All right. I didn't mean to. And then Goolsby's live. I'll put that one on in a second. We already got, I think it looks like there's pre-written statements, and then there's going to be a conversation. Arm is drilling. DTSS, I saw that one pre-market. They had earnings. That's what got him up there. And then Uber came down a little bit. Yeah, Airbnb selling off 3.9. Again, I think down to 140 would put them into what was priced in yesterday. So they have a little bit more downside, but we'll see how that plays out. Zillow ripping. I'll check that in a second. I did just make a play, so not a recommendation. You will lose money. Shout out the 1,000 likes. I did an Airbnb 165 call for next week. I grabbed 2 of them for 20 cents. I was only supposed to grab 1, and then I got double filled. I thought I canceled my order, but I ended up grabbing 2 for 20 cents at the 165. Goolsby, I expect improvements in housing service. Damn, Zillow's up 12. Did those hit? Zillow's, you're up 57%. It's just a wide spread on those. So Zillow's are kind of up. And again, the lifts are up a little bit too. The lifts are up 111%. You just got a lot of time on that one. MP Disney. Oh, I forgot about Disney. TMO. Airbnb still going down. Ball on the high. Yeah, Disney's at 111. They're coming down here a little bit. Goolsby. All right, let me see. Mr. Goolsby. It looks like he's answering questions.
Dual mandate terms, 2023, it was a very good year for the dual mandate. and we can still get into why are the vibes different, or why do people feel differently.
And bonds are lower.
The particularity, let's call it, of 2023.
Disney got a big candle
which
down.
Flies in the face of 50, 100 years of central bank history, which said to significantly get inflation down more than 3%, let's say, you have to have a deep recession. That is kind of, as you say, the Phillips curve is sort of floating around in there. I started saying, in a way, I will admit the error. I was not alone, but at the team transitory, I was thinking that the supply shocks of that moment would make the inflation transitory, and that was wrong. And there was a lot of soul searching trying to figure out why was it wrong, for that 6 months. How could it be so off? And I feel like as part of that study process of figuring out why it was wrong is what led me to last year. I was saying, I was calling it the golden
LXRX
path,
up 200
that there were particular things happening that were going to allow for a potentially unusual year where you could get inflation down without the unemployment rate going way up or having a bad recession. And the first component
those
of that,
CME contracts have a bid.
was the supply shock would unwind. We had this negative supply shock from COVID.
We have what, a CME 220?
The most obvious of which
yeah,
was
CME's
about
coming
the
up,
supply
and those
chain.
contracts have a bid
But
now.
Equally important, maybe more important, was the labor supply.
Yeah, CME went up
shock,
122,
and that
surprisingly.
has been unwinding too.
Lift
so
plays are
see
coming up.
Record labor force
Israel PM declines to send
participation
Israel
well higher
delegation to
than where it
Egypt
was expected.
for more hostage
and
talks.
it's one of
Airbnb
these
another low.
Things where, yes, it's
CME
down
starting to
from
break
15
out. That
years ago,
contract's
but
up.
Everyone knew it would be down because the population
MGM's
is
getting
aging.
cucked. They had good earnings.
It's actually well above where they predicted it was going to be at this time, and that's been a benefit. And then the third part is, I think, the Fed's credibility, that when it said we will get inflation back to 2%, the world, the market, the public believed that. And if you look at measures of inflation expectations,
Lift
they did
16,
not
that one's still climbing.
unhinge at all. They remained anchored at 2%. Even as actual inflation got up above 9, unlike previous episodes, there wasn't the expectations didn't go with the inflation. Inflation went up, expectations stayed. Yeah, they're probably going to get it back, and because of those three combinations, that's what I think happened. I don't think the Phillips curve idea is dead going in the future, but I think if you have that in your mind, the fact that the group of people who was correct at the moment that inflation started, that the economy was too hot, the fact that they were right kind of bred a complacency in them that has, I think, led them to be wrong for the next 18 months. And so you saw a lot of economists I respect that we work with, like Larry Summers, saying unemployment would have to go to 6% for 5 straight years to get inflation down. That's the mentality that fundamentally what this was all about was overheating. And I don't think that's quite accurate.
Well, I wanted to get to Larry because the Fed came under a lot of criticism, including by Larry, former colleague and close friend of ours, for starting too late in terms of raising the rates. And I remember Larry saying a year or so ago that the chances of a soft landing when you start so late and inflation's already so high is not zero, but pretty
Close
low.
to it, yes.
Now everyone's talking about a soft landing. We'll get to inflation in a minute, but it appears that a soft landing is in the offing. You guys feel pretty good about yourself now?
I wasn't there when the critique of that the Fed messed up. I wasn't on the Fed then.
AMAT's moving up. Those contracts kind of held.
is just
Another
on
low
this
on
dual
Airbnb.
mandate. And
Goolsby's
like I say,
talking bullish.
2023
It hasn't
was an
real. I'm surprised
excellent
bonds
year
haven't
for the
gone up
dual
on
mandate.
this.
Now, part of the job, as you know, of central bankers to be paranoid about everything. So if you say, like, are you worried about, aren't you worried about this other? Yes, worried about all of those. So it can definitely be derailed. Harder soft landings, yes.
Yeah,
More difficult
Celsius is
soft
ripping.
landings than this
Even
one have
Uber
been
too. Those
derailed by
old free
external
contracts at
shocks.
Uber. Those are coming up.
But there's a possibility of this golden path that if you had in mind,
Yeah, the Zillow plays up
if
too.
you came from the world,
You got a couple of random hitters here today.
and that fundamentally this was
Again,
all
even
about
that
demand
CME,
overheating,
that one's 20
you
cents,
missed
30 cents to
a
90
very
right now.
important fact or
Airbnb, I got a
summary, something
165 call
about
for
the
next week for
conditions
20
that
cents.
it's
Those
a
already
good
got
thing
murdered.
We didn't apply the straight.
Surprisingly, the ask
jacket
is the same, but
well, this is
that
what
bid
always
got
happened
knocked.
in the past because it would have led to an over tightening in 23. It would have said what actually happened in 23 was impossible. So we
Dude, the
shouldn't be
AMAT
trying
plays
to
surprisingly up. It's down 50,
Yeah,
but
no, that's
still
the
pretty good
lesson of this.
considering.
So yesterday, we had news about inflation that was
And then the
somewhat
lift,
higher than
$20 into
expectations.
69.
Markets reacted. I gather the inflation was mostly in the services and the housing
housing. Yep.
less so in goods.
That
or a
DTSS
decline
is
in
going
prices
crazy.
of goods.
That was the
What
runner. They
measures
had
of
earnings this
inflation
morning.
Are the most do you focus on in particular? Which one? There's so many different measures.
There are
And
many
how do you
measures,
interpret what
and
happened?
we can go. I can go as deep as you want about price indices. I assume you don't want me to. But the Fed has a 2% inflation target. That is on PCE inflation, not CPI.
Right.
There's a little. We can go through the differences. The major differences, it turns out, right now center on the very categories where things are acting weird. So there has been a bit of a gap between CPI and PCE inflation. As I always say especially about inflation, 1 month is no months. So let's not get amped up when you get 1 month of CPI that was higher than what you expected it to be. Just like in a previous month, we had a period where the inflation rate is coming in at
NVIDIA surpasses
1.5%.
Alphabet
So actually,
in
below
market
the
value to become the third most valuable U.S.
you want
company.
to measure in 3 month, 6 month, 12 month increments. If you do that, it's totally clear that inflation is coming down. We've had 6-7 months in a row of the new flow rate of inflation has been very close to target or approaching the target. And the thing about
Bonds are
core
starting to move a
inflation,
little
so
bit.
the Fed tends not to look at energy.
Apple's
and
on
food
the low,
prices.
SPY at
Drives
VWAP,
my mom
GE.
crazy.
That's
She's
day
like, "What do
number
you mean?
3
You
of
don't
just
look at
holding
energy
up.
and food prices. Those are my only prices. But it's because they're so variable that we feel like the better measure of what the trajectory is to look at this core inflation of PCE, and that's 3 parts: services, housing, goods. Before COVID, we were at 2%, even a little below 2%. for an
Coin running
extended
up
period.
too.
And that wasn't 2% inflation in each of the categories. It's important to remember that. Goods inflation was minus 1% deflation, if it's minus deflation.
Minus
But
1%.
1% deflation. Housing was 3 to 4%, and services 2 to 3% on a steady basis. And those combined is how we got to 2. What we've seen now coming out of it, goods inflation back to deflation. Services we thought was going to be extremely persistent has actually come down. And the puzzle is that housing inflation has not come down as we expected yet. Now, we still think it's going to, because if you look at the market, it's a slow moving compilation of actual market rents. And if you go look at the market rents data, that inflation is down. But this last, was it yesterday, 2 days ago, yesterday, the housing number was surprisingly large. And so we still face that puzzle. And I can only speak for anybody else on the committee, but I watch that housing quite a lot because that's the kind of the puzzle piece to get us, if we're going to go back to what the composition of inflation was before, the part that's the most out of whack now is still the housing.
As I understand it, the 2% came from the great economic power of New Zealand.
Yes.
Right.
Some
New
guy sitting in
Zealand
his
central
bathtub
bank
was
governor
like 2% sounds good.
in the 90s said 2% should be the goal, and everyone said, sure.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. What is magical about 2%, or is it only because the Fed has stated that historically that it has to maintain it?
I think it's because we said 2% is our goal. Okay. Once we say that, the essence of the credit, so then there was some argument among folks who did not believe that we could have a golden path type year. So convinced were they that the last mile would be impossible that you'll recall they said we should just change the target.
Go to 3.
Yeah, just declare a 3,
right?
and then we won. You can't do that. You got to do your job before you start looking for a new job. Okay, so that we said 2% means we have to get it to 2%. I think that 2% commitment was a heavy part of why the expectations never got unanchored when actual inflation went up to 9. Because
and then CME still
like,
going.
well,
Cards
the
down though,
Fed
now
said
6.
They're going to get it to 2. So
they were holding up a little better.
But
they're slipping.
SPY
SPY at VWAP booking, Amazon,
You don't
NVIDIA
want it
on
to
the
be
high.
0.
SPY
I don't
right at
think,
open, and bonds are
because
trying to play along.
We will all remember how uncomfortable.
And I
the
grabbed a
zero
play.
lower bound
I made a
was.
move on Crocs.
And if you're aiming
So
for
Crocs, I
inflation
went both
that's too
ways.
low,
I did
you're
the
gonna
2
be
standard
more-
deviation.
It's going to be much more
They report
frequent
here
that
on
you're
Thursday.
bouncing to the zero
So I
lower
spent
bound,
$70
where interest
both
rates
ways. I
are
grabbed,
zero and
which
you have
one?
no capacity to cut when stuff
I
goes
grabbed
wrong.
a 135 call for
and
February for 30 cents.
Wages tend to be
And then I grabbed
sticky,
a 87
so when
put
you get into periods of
for
adjustment,
45
having
cents.
a little
Not a
2%
recommendation. You will
cushion
lose money.
Is
I'm
a
still in
decent way
PDD.
to-
Those are up like
to
80 or
operate
50%,
on a
I think.
flow basis.
It's up a little bit.
But I don't think that I might be
And
wrong.
then CME, you got 30 cents to $1.30 to $1.70. That one's actually flowing.
And my only qualm expressed before I was ever in the Fed system about 2% is it in a way connotes too much precision. That if you said, well, shouldn't the target be 2? What if we made it 2.1? There would be a knockdown argument. No, it must be 2.0, not 2.1. Inflation's extremely variable, so how would you know if you were at 2.1 versus 2.0? I mean, I think there's some practical considerations, but it's mostly from a person's pondering in a bathtub in New Zealand, that they got 2%.
Great image. So if 2023 was the year of the golden path,
Yeah.
in 2024, what keeps you up at night? What do you see as the biggest risks to this benign outcome?
I guess still external shocks, and we're at the Council on Foreign Relations, so for sure, geopolitical events. We know that if you drove up the price of oil or commodities, that's a negative
Upstart still
supply
on the
shock.
low.
We know very well.
Amazon climbing,
what
so
would
is
happen.
coin.
It feels like I should be asking you.
You got
what's
free
happening
Ubers
in
that might
China.
go crazy. Uber is getting another
I'm about
candle
to
there.
ask you that in a minute,
Oh, you're
so-
gonna ask me
75.41.
Just a warning.
Lyft
There
still
is a
holding up
sense
30.
in
That
which
Alibaba now on the high.
There's always a
Alibaba and
mechanical
Pinduoduo
view
waking
of
up.
the U.S. economy that's predominantly a domestic-driven economy, so the rest of the world doesn't matter in some mechanical sense. Hey, exports, let's say the trade is 15% of GDP, let's say, and China's a third of our trade. And if it went down by 20% of
Apple's on the low.
30% of
China plays are
15%
going.
is not
Qualcomm,
enough to do anything.
they're on the high too. DTSS, that one's
it's
still ripping.
unrealistic that if the second biggest economy had a huge recession, that wouldn't be a risk of recession for the U.S. If only because
SMCI is still up. And Coinbase, again, they have earnings on Thursday.
Investment would go down.
They're up 12. Coinbase is damn. They're killing it. Yeah, coin is going nuts.
People's confidence would be shaken. So
let me push you on that.
So I view that as a threat.
So China at one point was accounting for about 1/3 of global growth.
Yes.
And as you said, we're not as dependent on trade as our European partners, our Southeast Asian partners, and others. China's having all these problems. Seems to be on a low growth path for them for the foreseeable future. Yes, your mandate is to look at the U.S., but we're not unaffected by Europe going into recession or other parts of the world being affected by commodity prices and other issues. How worried are you?
Again, China
about
plays are
China's
waking up
impact
right
on
now.
the rest of the world, and how that could have a blowback impact here?
Worried, yeah. I'm still worried. And the same mechanical worldview would say of Europe. Hey, it's all basically comes from trade isn't that important to the U.S. I don't accept the mechanical view. And the analogy I'll give, if you're old enough to remember the 2001 recession, we now remember it was all about the internet and the internet bubble popping. But if you go look mechanically, the internet was this big. So there's absolutely no way that the internet bubble popping from a mechanical perspective was big enough to cause a recession. And yet it did, because of the freak out channel. And people were like, whoa, pull back on investment.
That's an economics term? Is that I don't remember Alan Blinder teaching that to me.
But if business confidence collapses and there's an investment pullback, that engineers a business cycle. And there's a whole separate riff which we could go through of how strange the COVID recession
All right,
was,
I sold one of the Celsiuses
because
at 75. That was the play
the
from
7th
yesterday.
district, which is basically the heart of the Midwest.
So later, y'all like the video in the morning. Y'all got that play. Y'all all
Wisconsin,
got that
Michigan,
play.
Indiana, Illinois,
So
Iowa.
32 cents from
Heavy
yesterday, sold out at 75. Now we have
tends to
one
be tip
contract
of the spear of the
free
business
for
cycle
earnings on
usually,
Celsius.
But this time, all of that durable goods manufacturing actually went up. People bought more TVs. They bought more durable goods because that's all they could spend their money on. And the recession was driven by recession-proof things like going to the dentist.
Yeah, CME's killing it. That one's $2 to $2.25. And that's from 30 cents.
I still think the freak out business confidence and investment channel is real. And if China slowed more, such that they were in their direct impact was a big negative, their indirect impact through Europe or other trading partners was a big negative, we would probably want to look at more than just the trade impact. We'd want to look at the investment impact.
You may have noticed we're in a political year this year. There are elections here and elsewhere. China is an issue. Is it in our interest that China get out of this funk and grow again? Or there's a lot of argument about how this is an opportunity for the U.S. to gain competitiveness.
Spy still holding up again. Coin is going nuts.
I'm always
Airbnb starting to turn up. I don't know where the contracts are at though.
My thing is, I'm a Fed man now, so if that's
they're right
not
around the
dual
same price,
mandate,
surprisingly.
it's not my business, And so in a little bit, I kind of feel like that. I think it's worth thinking long term. And look, we've been having this discussion for more than a decade now. I still think that
Lyft is still climbing.
In the economic relationship,
dollar's barely
US
down,
China,
but I don't know. Dollar wants to wreck still.
Are naturally going to lessen over time, because if you look at the Chinese economy as they're getting rich, I think their economy.
Again, he's been talking bullish. If anything, I'm surprised the market hasn't gone a little bit more crazier off him.
Three or four spaces that they're way lower are healthcare, education, leisure and entertainment, a bunch of services. Right. They'll likely shift more into that, and that is naturally more domestically driven And so as that happens, in a way, it becomes a little less fraught. Maybe I'm just being hopeful, but I kind of feel like if we come back in 20 years, maybe the economies would be in a different place, that it wouldn't be as tense.
We are at the Council on Foreign Relations. Love to ask you about how you see the evolving geopolitics affecting the U.S. economy. We've got wars in Europe and the Middle East.
We got the world experts sitting right here. What are you asking me? Just write down your opinion. Give the opinion.
Tension with North Korea.
We got tension all over. Many sources of tension, many of the locations of sources of tension, like North Korea, is irrelevant to the world economy unless it breaks out in an act of hostilities or something. Others, like the Middle East, as I say, just in a purely economic
Thank
perspective,
you for the place. Thank you, my
haven't
friend.
had
God
the
bless
impact that they could have
Way to show some
because
love.
hasn't spiraled into a commodity price story. But that's kind of where my head is.
He does work for the Fed. He's probably one of the most bullish Fed members as of late.
If we get
He's only been there for about a year now.
Escalating
He just started last year. But Goolsby, Mr. Golden Path Goolsby.
Show what the negative implications were for the U.S. economy, and that could be back too. So that's one I think about, but only indirectly. The impact on dual mandate, inflation, unemployment.
Yeah, Uber's up 9 still. They're killing it again. So is Lyft.
But it's not.
And then
as
Coinbase
big
and
as
Mara, they've
some
been
of the,
taking
as
over.
some of the other stuff.
Clean
Does
Spark
the
from
imposition
earlier
of
in the week.
tariffs help or hurt your dual mandate?
ZG's been coming down. MGM got worked. Airbnb came up a little bit, but they got worked too.
Chicago. So nobody's going to out free trade me. I think it increased prices. So that part of the dual mandate, inflation was higher because of the trade war.
We were talking in the green room before that we've launched a new initiative here on reimagining American international economic leadership. One pillar of that is around the economic security questions, and particularly the role of the dollar, how use of sanctions.
Carr keeps selling off. That's from yesterday.
Russia's
That's getting murked.
reserve assets.
Yeah, right.
How that
Qualcomm's still going, and bookings on the high now too.
The dollar has as the reserve currency of the world, and the benefit that we get from that. Potentially, that's at least the argument.
As the French describe, our exorbitant privilege.
Our exorbitant privilege. Yeah. So how worried are you about the role of the dollar in the world? And do you see any alternative currency or basket of currencies playing a significant role to replace it?
I kind of don't see much of an alternative. I definitely do not see cryptocurrency as an alternative. We could go into a whole riff about that. The thing to remember is the dollar, for all the discussion about the dollar
Dash on the low now,
reserve currency, if
Car,
you just back
PayPal,
up and say, okay, over the last
interesting
15
Dash
years,
is trading
how
lower.
much has market share fallen for the dollar? Hasn't. It actually went up. And there's important work done by Gita Gopinath and others that shows that a really surprisingly large amount of international trade in the world, not involving the United States, is also conducted in dollars between two other countries. They'll use dollars because they consider it safe and stable. And that share of non-U.S. related trade that uses dollars is not going down. It's, if anything, going up. So the job is to be paranoid about everything. I am worried about it, but it's not in my top, that's not in my top 5 worries.
So related to that, is the deficit and the increasing debt in your top 5 worries? And everyone says it's ultimately unsustainable, the path that we're on, as long as you don't pick a level or a time. So it's, and so maybe you can tell us today what level, what time it's going to be unsustainable.
The thing is,
how worried are you about it?
Back to the dual mandate, and I say it's like our Midwest motto in Chicago is, there is no bad weather, there is only bad clothing, and Well, you tell me, you give us the conditions, and our job is to react to what the conditions are. So I'm not going to weigh in on any fiscal policy, whatever. Congress got to decide that. It doesn't seem like a sustainable path. That said, to the argument, is the U.S. Greece, which was kind of the
Greece is doing pretty well.
Yeah, no, Greece is
right?
doing pretty well. I kind of think that misunderstands the
TSM, more chips coming up.
The problem
again,
of
Uber's
debt
still ripping,
and deficits.
BNB going lower still. CME fell from the high a little bit. Those contracts still up.
Crisis. It is that you have to pay back the money, and so it will displace future.
We sold those
generations
Celsius
will
good
have
too.
a higher share of their lifetime income that they'll pay in taxes than the people born in whatever 1960 had to pay.
Meta is waking up. Meta's up too.
Bro,
Uber's tweaking out. Spy going higher. Abivai on the high as well too.
Is below that.
So Spy getting near the higher end of where we open.
Countries as a share of GDP.
So again, you're right below 5,000. You're at 4984.
Countries already have.
You fill the gap at 5,023.
U.S. rates. They already have 20% national VATs that are in place. Their demographics are
Airbnb
worse
lower.
than the U.S.
Eli Lilly's up too. Yeah, damn.
When the market looks
again,
at a situation like
TSM
that,
from
they
the bottom,
say,
Netflix going up
what
too.
Is plan A, not what is plan B. And the curse, it's a cursed blessing or a blessed curse or something that we get to choose our own path on that. And we could do it with spending cuts, and we could do it with revenue, or we could do it with some combination. And so far, everybody's like, yeah, you're right. Let's wait and see.
We're the prettiest house on an ugly block.
Prettiest house on an ugly block, man. Yeah.
Great.
Those AMATs are still holding, surprisingly.
To questions. Yes, this woman in the red. I think it's red. I'm colorblind.
Robin Meredith, Bank of New York Mellon. Thanks for being here.
Okay, so these aren't
I wanted to
pre-scripted.
ask you about productivity. Ed Yardeni
Bonds
has been
coming
talking
down
about
now.
how it's been increasing in
That's
sort of,
unfortunate
in his
as far
argument,
as the speech is
beginning
concerned.
of a long glide, positive, which I just was wondering how you think about it.
There's nothing more important than the productivity growth rate. And we have had, really for a year, shockingly good productivity growth. And that's absolutely allowed.
I'm still holding that one.
Golden path.
I'm not making any more plays on it, just letting it do its thing.
How could wages be growing?
It's going to fluctuate within this range.
And
I'm expecting some like Airbnb,
well,
maybe even Cart, to kind of have this little sell-off and then pull back up. But we're going to kind of need the market to guide it there.
What we don't know is this a sustained thing?
Bonds low of the day, back to break even.
For a while at the beginning of COVID, and now it's been faster than trend for a year. If it continues at faster than trend, long-term trend, it will definitely change our thinking.
Uber it's pricing in a lot. Those old plays that we have, we made them free, but they're up 100% right now. So again, Uber just came out with big news, and then Lyft is running. There's just going to be a lot of excitement. It should stop at like 75, but then again, everyone's going to be eyeing $5 at a time.
Crossed that continues, but you got to take the real possibility that it went down. Now it's rebounded rapidly. It may just settle back into what it was before. But in a way, that's okay. I mean, when it was going down, there were a lot of people concluding we were in for permanently lower productivity growth. So if we go back to productivity growth, what it was pre-COVID, in a way, that'd be a big success.
The gentleman right next door.
Thank you very much, Paul Sheard. I'd like to ask you about the lessons learned from the Fed's inflation
Hood on the low now.
Era.
Inflation forecasting era.
So 2023 was a great year for the Fed's dual mandate. But 2021 and 2022, and the Fed was not alone, but was a terrible year for inflation forecasting. So my question, Austin, is what kind of process of reflection, debate has been going on within the Federal Reserve System And what sort of lessons
Disney's
have been
still
learned
back
from
above
that period?
111.
And what, if anything, has changed in the way the Fed thinks and does inflation forecasting?
This important
Yeah, Upstart
area,
didn't do too good. People were worried about delinquencies.
I don't speak for anybody else on the committee, and I don't speak for the staff and the FERBA's model builders and maintainers that are at the Board of Governors. I went through a very intense period of soul searching. How could I have gotten that 6 months, that first 6 months?
Airbnb new low, 142 now.
I did.
So yeah, those options are going to fail, and then the shares are getting murked.
And I appreciate
Eli
that
Lilly
you
new
started the
52-week
question by
high. That
saying
one's going up still.
The Fed were not the only ones who got it wrong. To me, the
Uber
puzzle
52-week
was,
high, higher than pre-market.
yes, there's a big increase in stimulus and increase in demand, and that was the motive for the people who were saying they predicted inflation. It was based on that. The part that I could not wrap my head around is in the traditional Phillips curve, inflation is not supposed to skyrocket when the unemployment rate is above 6%. And that is what happened. So to me, that looked like prima facie evidence. No, that look, something's going wrong on the supply side. And you looked at labor supply and you looked at the supply chain. And that is why Team Transitory, if they had called themselves Team Supply Shock, it would have been okay. It was that we added this thing of, if it's a supply shock, it's going to
really, my guy Uber calls going up now. I thought I had 10 Uber calls that went up.
I will admit also that in a way we got fortunate in 2023. You didn't emphasize there was actually an error in the forecasting too. The actual inflation's been far better than we forecast it was going to be in 23. Where that we is the Fed as a whole. My own forecasts were a little more accurate than the average for 23 because I think of this reflection period of going back and looking. So I think the major lesson
this is Goolsby.
Is the cautionary danger of relying on historical precedent.
Literally, Uber's already gone $1 through the latest
really
high.
Historically unprecedented.
Just at 76, now it's at 77.20.
So it might not have any bearing on what the inflation forecast should be in 2026, but the fact that the golden path was possible in 23 comes out of looking hard at the supply side and how long does it take the supply side to heal and how long does it take demand to shift back from, we went from services to goods, we're going back from goods to services. There's no historical precedent. So everybody was guessing. And some of those guesses were right and some of those guesses were wrong, but I kind of think we're going to have to digest that still a little bit. And hopefully, if we ever face the similar types of supply shocks,
lift break now, arm
transformations.
SPY just holding up right at open. ARM is going up.
That we can update on.
And then AMD, all the other chip makers, Uber another high. Lyft is going up, 1662.
We'll take our next question from Lawrence Meyer. Mr. Meyer, please accept the unmute now button. So we're having some technical.
Meta's going up too.
I'd like to ask you, this is Larry Meyer.
Yeah, hey Larry.
Two interrelated questions that affect your views of monetary policy. So the first is, you talk about supply and demand. I'm the anti-Larry Summers. From the beginning, I say it's all supply, not demand. Demand got us from 0 to 2. Okay, how do we get above 2? It has nothing to do with the Phillips curve as we understood it before. It's about those supply shocks that affected prices in core. That's important because do you agree with the chairman that the way to get back to 2% requires a period of below trend growth to raise the unemployment rate and increase back? Okay, second, you didn't answer the question about whether the Fed was too late. They were too late. Of course they were. They were too late because they were required to be too late by the new guidance.
Okay, I sold my Uber for 31.
Form of a question.
I don't think
I bought those at
that
10
wasn't a
cents.
question.
Didn't raise
Or
rates
11. We
until
already
they
made them
got to
free.
the max of employment. Didn't
But I'll
matter
take it. I
whether
guess it's only
inflation was 3,
Tuesday,
4,
but
5%.
still.
That's what the forward guidance
Bonds
said.
new low.
Okay, now wait a minute. Was that a question? That wasn't a question. Okay, so the first one. So
feel free to comment.
Thank you for asking, Larry. I tend to always agree with the chairman. You know that was one of the questions. Do you agree with the chairman? Yes, but what you attributed to the chairman, I don't know I didn't take that as his public comment that we would. We passed the point where they said Phillips curve-esque, there must be pain to get inflation down. That was the thing that your insight about supply, whether it's 100% or 75% or something, the supply curve, the fact that output is strong and prices are coming down, if they're going in opposite ways, if price and quantities are going in opposite ways, that's strongly suggests something's happening with supply. When you have overheated demand, you're getting inflation's going up and the quantity numbers are strong. So it's why I've been saying in moments of where supply is moving, be extremely careful concluding from quantity data something about the overheating of the economy, because you kind of can't do that. And so if you find yourself, the GDP number comes in surprisingly strong, there is one worldview that says that means that there's a danger that inflation is about to reignite. Be super careful about that at a moment like this, where we've kind of reflected on what's been happening. If supply is moving, which it really feels like supply is moving. You look at labor supply, you look at the supply chain healing. You can't do that. You can't look at GDP growth rates and say that's a sign of overheating. So I think that puts me 75% in your same camp, Larry, which is supply is a major driver, and I think we want to be careful with the Phillips curve type argument that we must have pain in the quantity side to see inflation come down. You definitely did not in 2023 need to have that. GDP growth was very strong. The job market, it's worth remembering, it's not that long ago that people said full employment, the minimum that the unemployment rate can get to is 4%. We brought inflation down, rivaling the biggest drop in inflation in 50 years, with the unemployment rate staying at 3.7%. So something is very unusual for this moment than in previous moments.
Michelle.
Thank you. Thanks for doing this, Austin. Hello. Michelle Caruso Cabrera, longtime journalist. There's someone running for president, if we could dig down into tariffs a little bit more, who says that if elected, he's going to raise tariffs on everything, on all imports by 10%, and everything from China by 60%.
There's somebody running for president who is proposing
that
this.
would be inflationary, but has the Fed modeled out in any way what kind of impact that would have on GDP and what to be done about that?
Viking Global files a 13G on 5.9.
Look, as I say, we put on jackets.
I'm thinking Five Below.
I'm not weighing in any fiscal, foreign policy, presidential campaign. We got a dual mandate. Has nothing to do with it. It's about inflation. If we see inflation, we will get inflation back to 2%.
Fiven might move off of that. Keep an eye on it.
That I can guarantee you. I also do not speak for what the Fed has modeled. We have some fabulous international economists at the Chicago Fed, and there's been a lot of public research and by the NBR and others about what the impact of increasing tariffs have on inflation. The level versus the changes, it's worth thinking that through a little bit of if you maintain tariffs at the level they're at, that shouldn't contribute to the inflation rate because the inflation rate is a change.
I'm tempted to have chairman's prerogative here of, we've been talking about inflation, that is obviously your mandate, but the difference between inflation and cost of living. And people are feeling like things are expensive.
And the vibes and whatever. And look, they are expensive.
You said goods are coming down a little bit last month.
Yes.
But this gap between how people are feeling based on the cost of living versus the inflation rate.
I kind of think two things about this. First, and I just keep saying over and over, we got the dual mandate. The dual mandate is about the actual numbers. So on one sense, if I say 2023 was a good year for the dual mandate, there is a natural thing that my mom or others would be like, how can you say it's a good year?
Still spending a lot for eggs.
It still costs a lot. Yeah. Okay. People can have any vibe they want. Our job is to get the inflation rate down to 2% and maintain maximum employment in the actual numbers. Now, we do think about vibes because historically, the vibes, consumer sentiment and business sentiment, have been good predictors of consumer spending and business investment. So we always paid attention to that. And the only thing I'll observe is that the predictive power of those variables has degraded substantially over time. So there are a lot of people now
SMCI still running.
Who say they think the economy is bad and they're spending a lot. And in the old days, if you said you thought the economy was bad, you stopped spending. That's why we paid attention to it. So it's predictive.
Bro,
Spy
hasn't moved for like 30 minutes while he's been speaking.
Attuned to it. And the past would tell you the vibes tend to lag the actual conditions. So I don't know what that 23, the conditions improved. That might start getting reflected in the vibes as you go into 24. I don't know. But I do know our thing is about the actual unemployment rate and the actual inflation rate. And we don't have a price level target. It's important to remember that. We're not trying to get the price level back to what it was in 2019 or some previous period because, of course, to do that,
they've been saying that a lot lately.
Very substantial deflation.
We ain't going back,
and you would likely,
ain't going back.
Deflation has a bunch of other problems associated with it. You'd probably have to tank the economy to do it. So that's not our mandate is to get the inflation rate back to 2%, and we're gonna. And we have. If you look at the last 7 months, we've been at 2%. Okay, so we're likely to. We need to be on a path to 2%.
We'll talk efficient market hypothesis after this is over,
so
sir.
The Fed puts out the summary of economic projections,
but I don't really believe in
it. Once a quarter. And that's not decided on by the committee. They go to each individual. You don't know what the other people are going to submit, and you make a kind of a projection. I hesitate to call it a true forecast, but it's sort of a forecast. What do you think's inflation going to be? What is the rate going to be? What do you see the unemployment rate going to be over this year, next year, the year after? The median SEP, the last time it came out, said that inflation for 24 was projected to be 2.4% and that there would be 3 rate cuts in this year. Now note, 2.4% is higher than what we've been having for the last 6 months. Okay, so if you see inflation go up a little bit, that doesn't, I'm gonna have too many negatives in this. If you see that it goes up, that doesn't mean that we're not on the target to get to 2%. It's there's a gradual, we can still be on the path.
QDell's still flushing. Intel, more chips are going up. Not even Snap's going up. And then PHILO.
So let's not get too freaked out.
PHILO is earnings.
See, inflation yesterday was higher than what we thought. I'm of two minds on that because there's one aspect, hey, don't make too much out of 1 month. But the other is there's something fundamentally healthy about when the market moves. If it's moving based on data, that's better than if what's driving the market is moving just because of statements from Fed officials. Like my dream world is the market.
All right, you're breaking out now. First new high of the day. We are approaching back to 5,000.
When the data come out,
so you're at 49.85 now. Futures, ES futures are already at 5,000. Bonds trying to bounce too.
It's not conveying.
If anything, the rally started with Europe. We just didn't get really any bad follow-up news after yesterday.
Rates, even if it's at 2.4%.
Yeah, the median SEP says there are going to be multiple rate cuts with inflation at 2.4%.
Rory McFarquhar.
Yeah, SPY going. Again, even bonds playing along. I think the dollar might still be down again. Fivin, someone took a 13G on them.
About the effects
yeah, dollar's still barely down though.
Have had, and the extent to which you're concerned that the resilience, in fact, the very impressive growth that we saw in 2023 might start to be affected, maybe even suddenly affected by the increase in real interest rates that we're facing with lower inflation.
Fair. So this is an important question. Let's call it, how restrictive are we right now? And what's the lag
double dip
of the
if I didn't go with 2 in the
policy?
beginning,
so to raise rates,
but give it a little till like everything starts running, but they're kind of cheap there. I still like the general idea. I think Airbnb is going to move around a little bit.
I mean, it's a very rapid tightening.
EIA crude numbers in 10
right now. To be at 5%, if you just look at the real rate of Fed funds rate minus inflation or short run expected inflation, it's around +3, and that's very high by historic standards in recent memory. I mean, in the pre-COVID times, we're negative. We got rates at 0 and inflation around 2%. So in my view, you must
Booking,
get
Amazon,
Twilio,
Meta, a lot of big tech is leading right now. Nasdaq's up almost 1%.
In as efficient a way as
Gold
possible,
already broke
and not
2,000
more. You don't want to be
trying to make it on the
overly
upside now.
And I've been saying since I got to the Fed, cautioning people of overinterpreting data like wage growth. There's an argument that if wage growth is at some level, that's not consistent with 2% inflation. And so we must see wage growth come down before we can get inflation down. And that I think there's a mistake in that logic, which is wages are stickier than prices. So when things happen, prices tend to move first and then wages. So wages are not a leading indicator of price inflation. In the long run, steady state, yes, wages got to be consistent with inflation, but you want to be super careful making predictions like, 3 months from now, inflation cannot come down because wage growth this quarter was whatever it was. That's the long way to say you don't want to remain this historically restrictive for too long. If you do, you're going to have to start thinking about the employment side of the mandate. So far, we've mostly just been thinking about the inflation side of the mandate because the employment side is looking great. If you're too restrictive for too long, you're gonna definitely need to think about that.
Let's go to another question from our virtual audience, please.
We'll take our next question from Fred Hochberg.
Hello, Austin. Hello,
hey,
Michael.
Fred.
You talk about things you worry about. We seem to still have a housing shortage, particularly amongst affordable housing. And then we have an energy transition that's expensive as we transition to more renewable. We have climate change that's impacting food production. There seems to be less globalization, less immigration. Are these things not worrisome on your list of things you worry about to impact the economy and inflation?
Yeah, look, Fred, I told you, worry about everything. Yes, I'm worried about everything on that list.
But they seem low on your list.
Well, we got to prioritize the threats of doom. For short run, medium run, longer run, okay? In the short run fight against inflation, some of those are more immediately pressing and some are longer run in nature.
Yeah, again, bonds started moving here. He's saying don't get flipped out about yesterday's data.
Supply,
he's bullish as hell.
If not fully solved,
he's funny though.
Dramatic
I like listening to Goolsby.
If you just look at the
he's like overtly like just the biggest bull
expansion
but like I like listening to him. He's like always excited about what he's talking about. I like he's very animated.
Very low. It has now rebounded on a flow basis to be close to what it was before. It's still not enough to refill the hole, but that one strongly rebounded, and I do think that will have beneficial spillover effects on inflation. The issues of climate, energy transition, and stuff like that might influence longer run price levels.
He does
policy.
Remind me of a high school gym teacher.
That's
but like he's just very excited. He's very passionate about the Pacer test. You know what I'm saying? Every time he talks, he's just so adamant on being very bullish. But then he's like, he has so much evidence that he always is like this. And I won't even trip about yesterday. Nah, we got to worry about small, big, middle, little, big, little, big, big, little.
The broad.
We worry about all of it, but it's all good.
At a broad level, productivity growth rates, overall investment rates, and the productive capacity of the economy, of which all of the things he described are quite tied to those long-run growth rates. They dominate everything, even though in the next 3 months they dominate very little. And so we will have to think about it.
All right, bonds are going again. His comments reassuring that yesterday you shouldn't freak out. The bonds have liked that, and then SPY got second lift off of that.
Question about New York Community Bank and the flashbacks that maybe it's
NYCB question.
Markets over the last couple of weeks. What's the Fed doing to sort of monitor the situation, and what are any potential kind of red flags, any deposit movement so far?
Obviously, I'm at the Chicago Fed. I'm not going to speak to any individual institution or anything like that. On the broader question of commercial real estate or what are the impacts, when we came out of Silicon Valley Bank, there's still a question mark to be sorted out. How much are people going back to the office? How much are people going to be attracted to the big metro areas versus the medium-sized metro areas? And
bonds keep breaking out here.
Are still up in the air. I mean, you don't know what the profile is going to be of commercial real estate on the office side. There's a lot of commercial real estate that remains quite robust. Commercial real estate is not one thing; it's a whole bunch of things. So I would say the particular question was, what does the Fed monitor? I don't know about the Fed. The Chicago Fed, we have real expertise on commercial real estate. We have banking supervision of our institutions, and not all the commercial real estate, even the segment of commercial real estate where there's problems.
Tons of companies, Viking Global 13G coming out
due in 1 year. So these broader questions of what is going to be our level of restrictiveness and what are going to be the interest rates 2 years, 5 years, 8 years from now become quite relevant to questions of what are the implicit losses, and stuff like that.
Last question, Joe.
Last question.
All the pressure's on. Yeah.
Thank you very much for being here. Joseph Gasparo, Royal Bank of Canada. In 2020, you co-authored and co-edited a fantastic book called Innovation and Public Policy, where you
I sold RG&X
to increase innovation.
Remember that was the biotech I moved from EYPT. It was like my liquid bio play of the year. I got out of it. It was like less than 10% profit, but like $400.
AI regulation, funding for electric vehicles, immigration reform, R&D credits. Thank you.
Okay, so you said top of mind. Top of mind, The dual mandate. That's what's
right.
top of mind.
He's on message.
That's what I think
else,
about.
Right?
But this issue.
1 minute oil numbers.
We talked about of the productivity growth rate, and is productivity growth, at least in a temporary period, going to be higher than trend? That's absolutely top of mind. That should be top of mind for all of us. Of what is happening. If that's what's happening, it's going to be amazing. I'm skeptical that that could be happening from AI because it's not big enough yet to have that aggregate impact of this magnitude. But that said, if AI could raise the productivity growth rate of service sector industries, that would be so fundamentally
Amazon and big tech keeps running
important
USO on the wall.
that it's at least
So
worth
oil numbers,
going down that
12
flight
million.
of fancy to
Estimate was
think what it could
3.3
be.
million.
And so I guess I'd put that.
Yeah,
one
that's
on
a
the
big,
long
big
run,
drop,
top
big,
of
big
mind.
increase.
Awesome. Thanks so much for spending
Cushing
time with
oil
us. And I think we've
710
gotten
versus
some very
negative
clear messages here
33,000
about
last.
the dual mandate.
Gasoline
We've also
inventories
looked at
negative
important
3.6
economic
million.
terms like
Estimate was
Ppi,
negative
index,
1.5.
The freak
my
out
news
channel.
channel's
Freak
not up.
out
channel. So thank you for sharing that with us. Please join me in thanking.
Well, thank you, Goolsby. That's it. That was all. Again, literally, his pre-ran comments when he touched upon that final factor there about not freaking out about yesterday. Markets really, really took it good. There you go. There, yeah. USO's dropping big. Oil fell from 78.77 to 77.80. So oil's already fell about $1 right there off of those numbers. Uber's climbing back again. Amazon, but literally, SPY and bonds. Goolsby was very bullish. I don't think there's any other way. I mean, if you want to add on to today's optimism, you just got a relief rally out of the United Kingdom after their inflation wasn't too hot. But your first Fed speaker of the day, he is a voter. I mean, that was very good. Gold, I talked about it on the watch list yesterday. I think gold is going to fluctuate around these prices. I do like gold. I don't think it's going to go too much lower, but it could still drop. But I do think it's going to fluctuate between $2,000 here and there. Yesterday the rate cut odds did hurt it a little bit, but for the most part, I do think, just don't forget, gold was trading higher before everything else. I don't know if GLD would accurately show it, but even without the rate cut stuff, gold was already at these prices. Beginning of last year, debt ceiling, the SVB stuff, gold was already holding up. So the debt stuff or the rate cut stuff helped it out, but I still think it's there. Oh, my gosh. And you know what else helped out? Bradley Frizzle and the Peach. Ladies and gentlemen, it's here. Peach Nation, get your ass up. Happy Wednesday. Or not. Oh, Chatadonia, Bradley Frizzle. How you feeling, baby? Good morning. They call him Big Peach, baby. They don't know. Some people know, some people don't. That's amazing, though. That's amazing. I'll take it, baby. Good morning. We love you, Bradley Frizzle. Wow, that's amazing. It's here, baby. It's here. And y'all ran it up on the likes. So a couple of sells were good today, but the purchases weren't bad. Remember Celsius? That was from yesterday. We got out of that one with 100%. We have the Peach now. A couple plays from yesterday are up. Lyft and CME. So not too much of a dud. And then Airbnb, not so much. My goodness. Celsius, I think is high for the long term. I mean, we have our little earnings play, but I don't know if I would be adding that one to the long term per se. What am I missing on Sony and KHC puts not being up? I haven't looked yet, but they probably only moved one standard deviation. So Sony's moving $5. KHC, they're down 190, but I think 5%. These are probably within one standard deviation. So if you played two standard deviations and it didn't move outside of what was priced in, you are going to lose money. That's literally the disclaimer we give on every single earnings session, because literally we are going for double what was priced in. So if they move what was in the middle, then there you go. It's not going to move as much. Shout out to my wife Lorena, Lexi, Liana, and Lori, baby. Hey, man, I heard we got some young leaders on this squad. Young business leaders, baby. Amen. Good morning to him. But does that make sense? Does that make sense, mindset? So, like, we have to go back to yesterday's video. We could go back to the preview, but go see what we came up with. But, like, was Sony pricing in $6? That sounds about right. Let me actually see if I could check. Let me see if I have the earnings preview. Because it changes by the time we check, but we could still use these as a guide. Oh, it doesn't tell me what Sony. What about Kraft? Yeah, so Kraft is a good example. I hope all of you are paying attention to this. Because Kraft, they're down 5.2%. So if you go to the earnings preview, they were pricing in 4.3%. So they moved 1% more than what was priced in. So does that mean your 2 standard deviation plays should go green? No. Hopefully this makes sense. Why? Because we bought plays that were pricing in an 8% move. So you bought an option that said, hey, my break even would be 8% stock move. So you bought a play that was insinuating 8% stock move was going to happen. So if the stock only moves 5.3 and was pricing in 4.3, it moved a little bit more than what was expected, but that's all borderline, still within 1 standard deviation. It's a little bit out there. It didn't move unexpected to the point where it moved 8% where you could get paid out on those plays. So if you grabbed a 1 standard deviation play, you would have made 1% a little bit outside of that. That play probably would have hit, but for a small margin. But anything, above 4%, anything outside of 1 standard deviation, 2 standard deviation, 3, they shouldn't gain a value because the stock moved as was expected. So I'm sure Sony was the same as well. So usually those plays, if it just moves what was priced in and nothing outsized happens, then we don't end up making money on that one. So like CME, this one's interesting because this one's up 5%. Yesterday they were pricing in 3.0. So right now we're almost 6% would be double. That's why our contract is up 500% right now. You're 1% away from moving double what was priced in. And then that's why those plays that were 2 standard deviations, double what was priced in, that's why they're holding a value right now. So that's why any of these earnings plays, if you go for the ones further outside of the money and the play just moves what was priced in, you're going to lose money. The only way we make money is if an outsized surprise reaction occurs. Israel Netanyahu, no new proposal from Hamas and Cairo on hostage deal. Only a change in its position will allow progress. Penn, I might want. They had news the other day. Uber's going up again. Damn, so Uber's still ripping up there. Uber 77.5. My goodness. I don't know. SMC Chad saying they got to upgrade. I think all the chip makers went off today. Bro, even that LSCC, I'm surprised that one didn't come up. They moved another 6% today. They just didn't get crazy earnings move. The calls came up a little bit, but you're still overall down. No news today, just the Fed speakers there. We got a little bit of a boost, and then UK inflation, that helped us out. PPI final was revised lower, but it didn't really cause a reaction. And then we have more PPI data on Friday. I already got rid of the Uber play. You can roll it. I mean, the long-term option play, we can roll that over easily. But as well as even the other, like we had a little free play. I just got out of that with like a 200-300% profit. It was small, though. Would I play Boeing at 200? I mean, maybe if I was like fiending a trade, you know what I'm saying? If you want some movement, either bounces or drops $10 around that price, I mean, I'd be down to play it. But I think they're still kind of dealing with that story from both earnings and the door flying off. They're just going to be dancing around. Sony getting bodied. But it's moving within expectations, I'm pretty sure. So much hope for Airbnb. I did too. They did good, though. That's why. But again, it's just we're reminded of how you need Wall Street. Again, Booking, they're the only ones that ended up holding up out of the travel space again. I'm in Lyft. We were up like, what, 100%, 140 on the contracts. So not bad. Bonds are coming up now. SPY came down a little bit. We got, what, another hour till Euro close. So first hour in, a little bit of relief. 15 million in volume is not bad. And again, bonds are actually coming up here. U.S. House Johnson says LNG export pause jeopardizes U.S. jobs. Trading Economics has a lot of the data there. It's a great spot. That's where I get a lot of my data from. Tesla coming down. Is Amazon and Apple dropping now too? Right. At least the bonds are holding up, so very interesting. Mike Johnson. But bonds are lagging behind SPY. NASDAQ was up about 1%, came down. Russell was up 1.5%. Thoughts on NVIDIA hitting 1,000? I think anything's possible at this point, but NVIDIA doesn't have the best. If anything, I feel like NVIDIA will go up leading into earnings. Maybe it'll have a good earnings, and then like a week or two or a month later, it'll make its move. But lately, I mean, it's not like NVIDIA earnings have made it go crazy, if that makes any sense. Raul, a little bit. You're coming right back down to opening price, back to VWAP again. We were like kind of melting up today. A lot of the names that we're holding are up there. But again, it's still just like, it's just a relief from yesterday. That's all it really is here. Again, a mix of what happened in the UK. Goolsby had some nice comments there. You have 357 names green on the SPY, 144 in the red. Dow Jones, 10 in the red, 20 in the green. And then NASDAQ 100, you have 26 red, 73 names in the green. So you have a lot of room to both go down or, if the momentum continues, keep lifting us up here. I think any of the earnings, even if they did good, if nothing was exciting, you got sold off. I'm surprised MGM, they did the same thing. They're down 7 against Sony. I think their earnings wasn't actually good. CME, theirs wasn't too exciting, but they went up. IWM. Well, remember yesterday it had a real big sell-off. I just think today's just a lot of relief. So again, like we could have woken up with bad news overseas, PPI stuff. We may wait till Friday, but for the most part, today just seems like a little bit of relief in the midst of what you have to deal with yesterday. Israel won't submit to delusional demands of Hamas. Prime Minister's office. Bro, Uber's still holding up. Amazon, again, SPY right at VWAP, right at opening. Bonds chilling out a little bit. All right. So again, bonds are more matched up with the Dow than anything, but that's their red candle off the top. SPY's been selling off for like 10, 20 minutes already. MGM puts didn't go up. I thought that one would have hit, though. It was only pricing in like 4 or 5, I think. Michael Myers dollar. Yeah, well, he's barely down today, but he's just ready to start attacking everybody. Israel changing Hamas position will allow progress in talks. Bailey says steady reserve level will be higher. Bank of England Bailey doesn't see any evidence of a problem in gilt market due to B of E sales. Bro, Uber still keeps climbing. Again, Lyft is coming down now. And then Amazon was a leader here on the day. Google, Meta, all of them, I think, except Apple. Apple is the only one that's down. And then China plays are doing decent, but they did come down a little bit. But still in the green. Mark, we're at 0.57 on SPY, 0.74 on Dow or NASDAQ, 0.21 on the Dow, and then 1.2 on the Russell. NVIDIA. Yeah, the Goolsby second win. Markets faded it first. Again, the bonds reacted. If you know, like SPY, they liked what Goolsby was saying, but we didn't do much. But it was like right when the bonds finally reacted to him just saying, you know, don't freak out about yesterday. That helped out a lot. But bonds are still the culprit on the day. You know, everything got relief. Even England bonds got a relief. But U.S. bonds are still kind of weak. Very weak. Uber CO bonus includes stock price staying above 60. Hey, I'll take it, Uber man. I'll take it. Tesla. Airbnb still low. We already have Uber. Where's Disney? Disney was outpacing and then it came down. Is what Powell rate is he going to change? Just the pretty much the overnight rate, the short-term rate. So technically the 3-month bond. Yeah, Disney went from 111 down to right above 111 to 110 now. They sold off quite a bit. Bro, Uber's killing it. Uber 12% on a day into the high. So, again, we had free contracts. I sold out of those, but I'm sure those are still holding up. And then, again, Lyft is still up on the contracts, even though they came down. And, again, AMAT, you're only down 50%. I say only down because usually those plays would die right away. And then, again, Celsius, you have 79% on the Celsius from yesterday, but we sold out for a little bit more than 100. Car has already dropped a lot. Again, car's already, that's like a 2-3 standard deviations. So anything going lower after that, I think it's going to depend on all the other factors. Netflix losing steam up 3. They were doing very good. They had a breakout. So a couple of the stocks in their own little world, they kind of moved today. I think Netflix was one of them. Netflix holding up great. Watching semis. Yeah, we did have a big chip day today. I mean, SMH is up 179. Again, Uber's still climbing towards the high. I think only plays we made was take profits and then Airbnb today. Sold out of RGNX, sold to Uber, sold to Celsius. Oh, yeah, Crocs. Now, I think Crocs calls went up, puts went down. Yeah, moved about the same. Spreads are weird. Yeah, the CME calls are doing great. They were up a little bit more. I'm still holding into those. I'm still holding the Lyft as well, too. And then SPY just right above VWAP, right at open. Bonds caught back up. They're trying to make another attempt at another high. Again, I think bonds recovering will help ease up any pressure we have. Until then, it's just still kind of awkward. Yeah, Euro close little bit less than an hour. SMCI. I think SMCI is helping out the Russell too, no? NVIDIA. All the big tech is kind of coming down here, though. Yeah, SMCI, they're still up 9, though. That's crazy. Where's ARM? Was it ARM up a lot? They're up 7 today. These things are just like gapping up and then just chilling out the whole intraday. Then the move happens on the gap. Lyft, CME, they're still holding up. Where's Zillow? Zillow came down. Those are good for a little bit. MO is coming up. Still at 40. They've been down the last couple of days. At BNB, just holding. Same with the Netflix. And SPY right at VWAP. 4982. So again, we're right below 5,000. And I'm pretty sure ES futures are above 5. They're literally right at 5,000. Yeah, Bitcoin's holding on great. I'm surprised. Bitcoin, again, was just at 50,000. I think it's still there. Yeah, 52,000. That's insane. This is the highest Bitcoin's been in like 2 years. So a little bit more red here at the VWAP. Again, it's 10.50. So you got Euro close in a little bit. I'm sure if we make a bigger move ahead there, wait till Euro close. That'll be definitely interesting. Because, again, if we're already going towards the lows now again, I wonder how that's going to play out. But you're doing lows after gapping up. So you still have a lot of cushion here. You feel bad missing out on the miners, like gold miners or oil? Well, I think it just depends on which one. NVO 120. Oh, don't we have NVOs? Or they expire this week? Yeah, we have the NVO 130s. Damn, we're going to be out the money. We went too cheap on that. Oh, the chip miners, like Bitcoin mining. I guess I wasn't even thinking about that. I'm still in the CME, yeah. Yeah, bro, that sucks. Our Novo, we're like right outside the money unless we get lucky and it hits 130. But even then, I remember going cheap on that. I only paid $15 for it. But I got $10 further out the money. No one could have hit. Where's Toyota? They came down from yesterday. KHC, I don't know. KHC, again, it needs to go down another 5% would be 2 standard deviations or another like 4. NVO still climbing. Again, bonds holding. So now bonds held up a lot better in the last 30 minutes than the SPY. The Fastly, we rolled that one over. I forgot about that. Those came down, but the first one was good. And then where's TTD? I remember the TTD plays. Those were up yesterday. Those came down, though. Wow. So, again, another pre-earnings crush, low-key. My plan on CME, either sell out or hold. So, again, using the same logic we've said on all the other plays. Once I pass you the ball, I hope you figure out what you want to do. So, I didn't even think that one was going to hit. So, I'm pretty much holding it now till around 1,000%, maybe give or take. But we have till next week. But at that point, you could sell out right now, take 400%. You could have had 700% a couple minutes ago. But let your account, your recent performance, how you need the money, let all of that dictate where you go from there. Tech got to be getting... Tech is actually holding up pretty good, I'm pretty sure. And then Uber is just leading. Bro, Uber's up 12.8. That's helping out SPY and the NASDAQ. Yeah, Apple is on the low, though. I think that's the only one out of all of those. Bro, Uber again, $78 now, right below. How are we going to do that? Because we do have that 70 covered call now. It's 2300. Yeah, we can only roll to the 77s. So we might need more time to come out. New contracts or the price to chill out. Yeah, it's about to hit 78 right now. Yeah, Lyft still killing it. Apple flushing through the low. So NVO still on the high. Again, Apple now, out of any of the big tech, they're down 1%. But SPY, Apple, Bonds, Amazon, they're all taking a little candle on that. PGR on the high. That was from yesterday. They've moved within line. I plan on Lyft. Same exact plan, sir. That one has a lot more time. Check out the watch list from 2 days ago. Again, we talked about what to do when you have profits and how to go about them, but that is my plan. But don't look for me to tell you when to sell them. Again, especially if they hit, I'm here to tell you the prices, but once you have them, it's literally, if you get a hit, it's totally up to you on what you're going to do with it. Assume all plays are going to lose, and when they win, you got to make up your mind on if you want to push it or not. Double dip on the VIXY play. So Russell's slowly selling off here again. We have 30 minutes till Euro close. Next CPI is going to be ahead of March 11th. I want to say first week of March. And then Fed meetings the second week. Either bounce or knife. Yeah, Euro close will be very interesting. Because, again, today's just all relief off of yesterday. It's not like anything changed. Europe just didn't get worse. And then, again, the PPI data just didn't get in the way for now. Well, I think we could go either way. Making your dip on ARM. They're still at like 130 though, right? Yeah, 126. NVIDIA even selling off. Again, SMCI. Everything's getting a red candle. A lot of tech. Again, tech is giving up 0.5% now. It's getting a little closer to the SPY when it was almost doubling it at one point. PayPal not flinching. Is already down. Again, some names more than others. Again, Disney was leading in the morning. They came right back down. The Dow's about to go down to 0.09. So now bonds are outpacing the Dow. If anything, SPY may be catching up to that quarter point. ARM 125, that's on the low ticker. Even Tesla 185. SPY now to the first low candle of the day. Everything was a lot higher, though, when we got down here. So last time we were at 49.70. Again, Russell, Dow, and NASDAQ were all just doing a lot better. So coming back down. And CAR 110 will 10x if CAR closes under 120. All right, man. Thank you. Now stop pumping the put. So Ryan says CAR 110 put is the best play. He's telling you it's going to 10x. So there you go. You can make the play if you'd like. So thank you, Ryan. Yeah, UVXY is a lot calmer. Ironically enough, even on the way down, the UVXY, it's not popping like it was yesterday. Again, yesterday was absolutely insane. Apple, I don't know. It could be international stuff, or again, just remember, it's not like their earnings were the best, but hard to say. Bond's getting a hype up there. At least he posts in the plays. Some people only post the gains. I know the duality of posting, right? You get the ones who will like post the play and then keep pumping it, and then you'll have the others who just flex the gains. So try to find a middle ground. The duality of the posts. the bonds inversing. Yes and no, because it's just like when you look at the broader trend, like on the short term, like right here, it looks like they've kind of been doing stuff, but when it's all said and done, just look at the beginning of the year, stocks are up and yields are higher. So TLT lower, yields up, but literally yields up, market up in a broad sense, just even on the year, that right there is not showing any signs of inverse correlation at all. All right, you're flushing off a little bit more now. We'll see it. Let's wait for the first bounce here to decide. But if you start running real deep before, like even then the first bounce is minuscule because you've dropped so much, then that relief will start to fade. But we'll see after around Euro close where we get up to. Again, people thought we were going to fill the gap to the upside. Again, 5,000 on ES futures is now sold off. Again, Russell gave up 0.5%. NASDAQ is almost down 0.75% now. So we are selling into this. All right, yeah, low tickers picking up. High tickers stop moving. Remember, more names are green than not. So you have a lot more pressure that could be added to the downside here. So now Dow is the first one to go red. Bonds are holding up. So if anything now, bonds and SPY, they are starting to match up here. And then NASDAQ and Russell still outperforming. PayPal going lower. Square. Again, some names still up 2% though. Again, Amazon's only up 0.25. Now Google's red. Meta was up 2. Meta's up 1.4. And then Nvidia is still up by 0.9. UVXY until it starts again above 15, it might go crazy. Downsizing hedge fund element aims to run mostly internal cash. Fed Waller, one lesson from 2020 is that forward guidance should be more flexible. Fed Waller forward guidance perhaps should also signal possible path of rates. So hold on, you have Fed Waller talking now. I think he's kind of getting in the way here. Where is it? I have Michael Barr. I didn't know Fed Waller was on the calendar today. Well, Waller's usually bullish too. These dips ain't loyal. I'm seeing for Fed Waller. Again, I don't have anything on the Fed website. Yeah, I only had that one comment, which seemed kind of bullish, but again, you have another Fed speaker now. So remember, Goolsby came in. He was good. And then now you have the Waller, generally good for now, but market hasn't been too jumpy. Again, it did like some of Waller's comments.
Into
Democrat. He's the white card is what the board proposes. He's telling you to not vote what the board recommends. Some of you are like, what you just say? Yeah, he said vote for the blue. Yeah, come on. Are you ready tripping out? Relax. Come on, Disney. Here's Baba, baby, baby, Baba Arger. It's a good name. It's fun to say. Anyways. Yeah, you got Euro close. 8 minutes. 8 minutes. A little relief today. But then that relief, Started in that relief, huh? Well, yeah, I just made my votes on Disney. I got the email, and then if you go to like Fidelity, you'll get like a message. It'll say you have proxy because Disney's soliciting the vote now. So Disney sends out this company to ask for your vote early. And then again, if you don't vote, I'm pretty sure you forfeit your voting shares to whatever the board is recommending. So that's why a lot of times if you just don't vote, the company gets your vote. This is like a weird AMC situation. I think a little less scammy regardless, but I'm down with Nelson. I'm down. I would love to. I like everything he's saying. He sees the value in Disney. He said we just got to get these people out who don't get paid off of the performance. Make it where they, benefit off of it. You don't see it on. Go to proxy materials. That's what it should be under, or they should have sent. You should have got an email with it. I got an email for TD Ameritrade, and then for Fidelity, it said, what's it called? It just said proxy materials in the notifications. Doesn't need activist investors. The Chad, baby, staying solvent with that long term. Amen. We could just support the activist investors to support the long term. Horna. God bless you, Oscar. Good morning. How you feeling? Went to shareholders' actions and don't see it. I don't think I have any shares on Disney on E-Trade. Search proxy materials. On the search. Let me see. And then SPY coming up here again. You got 5 minutes till Euro close. That was on CNBC, that interview. I mean, we've heard Nelson a couple of times. So literally, like he was saying, when the stock was in the low 70s, they came out with their little board activist stuff. But he's been in this topic for like a couple of months now. He's been advocating to get rid of a lot of those guys, or at least just get rid of a couple and throw him on the board. Have you ever tried to sell your shareholder voting rights? No. So withhold is against? Yeah. On at least withhold, and then you nominate and then vote for the people that they say not to go for. And then you have to go for or against on all the other proposals. So I literally just did the opposite of whatever they were suggesting. E-Trade, you got the email Monday night around 9 p.m. E-Trade from Morgan Stanley. So some of you got emailed about it. CME came up a little bit. Uber coming down. Airbnb just looked like a computer today. IBM on the low. They're just what they were just suggesting, their board people they want. Disney, they have their recommendations, and we just listen to Nelson Peltz kind of talk about it more in depth. And I was just reminded I got the vote. So I said, you know what, I'm gonna vote with Nelson here. I think a small percentage of shareholders vote, but then usually a small percentage of shareholders have more voting rights. So it's like all of us together, we can make a little dent in it, but there's probably one guy in the world who owns more shares than all of us combined. But thankfully, a lot of the board, they don't own shares. So that's where I think Nelson is kind of trying to come in, because if anybody with big money, any of the big money holders or everybody in there, they're able to do their thing. Because, again, you don't have competition from a board of directors that owns the voting rights. So, again, little pop here right below VWAP. Euro close in 3 minutes. Let's see what happens. He sounded legit. Yeah, I mean, I like some of his points. I mean, again, he has a good history. But all in all, I mean, I think everything he's saying about Disney is really true. Again, nobody on that board owns any, they don't own any stock. So if that stock underperforms, they're not really paying for it. They're not getting compensation from there. And then above all else, like you own this big brand and you're losing. Like how are you losing on one of the biggest brands in the world right now? Uber. They're holding. Lyft came down below 16. Those contracts still up a little bit. 125. Those CMEs, they're back up to like 600%. We need a little bit more on there. Again, we're like $1.50 from the money. Lyft might go back. They said something about buyers, or again, they'll pick up the phone if somebody wants to buy them. And then the CFO apologized, but they said she's not getting fired. So it was just 1-0, one extra zero. Imagine if Powell did that. Imagine if Powell was like, we're going to cut 500 basis points. Oh, I meant to say 50, but I waited 30 minutes to tell you. Sorry about that. I meant to say 50 basis points, if not 500. I know 500. My bad. My bad. You probably thought, yeah, no, don't worry. It happens. It happens. That would be great. Powell's done pretty good. The only other time, I mean, back earlier when Powell cared more about it, he would like kind of misspeak, but then he would just come in as a hawk the next day. Iran gas pipelines explode in act of sabotage, officials say. Wall Street Journal. All right, Euro close in about 1 minute. I'm here because you sound like Tony Statavoci. Dude, I don't know how to say his last name, but I love that dude. So thank you. That's an honor. That's an honor. Coin was up 12.5 earlier. I don't know if this one's still up 11.5. And then again, SPY here. Russell came back up. So last time where Russell was up 1.415, SPY and NASDAQ were both a lot higher, and the Dow. So Russell's still kind of holding on here. Well, my goodness. Bro, and then LSCC, that one ended up running, but those plays never came up back again. They're in TLT shares, what will cause a move. PPI on Friday in consumer sentiment. Between now and tomorrow, it may just be some of this like fear or a little bit of relief that helps us. But above all that, I'm sure the next big bond move will be on data. But then again, we don't know if it's like maybe weak data will help out the bonds. But the last time we've gotten weak data, I mean, it's all been very short-lived. So we'll have to really see how that all plays out. But Chattadonia, great timing. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. But Chad, it is Euro close. You've been here for 2.5 hours. You have 4.5 hours left to go. There is about 21 million in volume. My goodness. Rourke is said to weigh IPO of Dunkin' and Arby's owner Inspire Brands. Dunkin' Donuts might have an IPO. But Chad, you've been here for 2.5 hours. You got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get her knees, do a push-up, plank the worm, anything. But get the body moving. Then, optometrist recommendations. Stare at object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Go bling, 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 blink. Bling, 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 blink. Oh, relax those pretty little eyeballs. Oh, feel good. Volume's not that low. It's a little bit better than the last couple of days. Yesterday was just high volume. But Chad, that volume in your shoulders is high. You know what I'm saying? You're holding a lot of trauma and pressure in your shoulders. If you could do me a favor right now and just drop your shoulders, it would be good for your body, your longevity, and probably your overall vibe. But just drop the shoulders, man. Relax the shoulders. Chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. You know what I'm saying? Relax a little bit. Get that good posture on. Start sitting up straight. There you go, baby. You looking good. You looking good. Then relax the jog. Breathe in really deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. There it is, man. There it is. There it is. All righty. All righty. Let me get this in here. The day is still young. Very young. It's weird. I'm doing the resistance, but I feel much more loose today. I need to do a better set. All right, let me get one more in here. Hello, I'm doing the wall stretch. I don't know if you could hear me. Can you hear me now? Oh, there it is. There it is. All right, man. Euro close. 1.45 on the Russell. Oh, I need a balance. I forgot. We got to get our balancing in. All right, 07. DraftKings has to miss. And the audio's here. I just want to do my wall stretch. You know, we're doing our hourly body movement, getting out there, making some moves. Why am I going after MSTR or Mara? Just they're up a lot. Again, I love Bitcoin. It's great to see it go up, but after missing the 18,000 to 50,000 move, I'm not really like a chaser of it. So although there has been a couple of pullbacks there, I'm not really like excited about Bitcoin in that sense. So if it does ever like come down, I do think the halving here in April is going to be very big, but until those prices come down, I mean, I'm not really like, you know, it's kind of like NVIDIA. You watch it, you marvel at it. You're like, wow, that's cool. It's great. But it's like, I don't really, I don't have the need to participate as much, if that makes any sense. All right, bond's still going up. SPY's still holding. Sideline forever. Well, I mean, I still got some of the OG Bitcoin from back in the day, but I don't necessarily think it's sideline forever. You know, the beauty about having like a long-term plan, and I think you guys have seen it, you know, we've been here for years, and you kind of see with some of the other plays, it's just like you have time on your side. So especially if you like plan on, you know, if you really plan on holding, you know, if I'm not going to sell for 10 years, you know, I have a lot of time to get in and get out. Sometimes you're going to miss stuff, you know what I'm saying? Like, and then sometimes you may get the opportunity for things to go down a lot more, and you could benefit off of a once-in-a-lifetime drop if that's the case. I'm not betting on it, but at the end of the day, it's just like, you know, if I whether I bought it now or later, it's like I plan on holding it, so I might as well try to get the best price I can. But that is the one that I have. I think that's the one that got away. I think you could have got very, very good Bitcoin levels just not too long ago. Alrighty. SPY. Alright, Russell's at the same price. Alright, I'm doing something. I feel bad because I could have done this better, but it's time. I still think we have a little bit more upside, but I'm going to start working around this over the next couple of weeks. Maybe I just got out at the worst time. I sold out of my Russell plays. So I took $6,000 in profit. I had 15 or 12 at one point, so I'm taking way less than what I had. And then I still have an ES that I'm negative on, but I'm closing out of the Russell plays. So I sold my RTY and my M2K. So you think we have downside in the next few weeks? Potentially, or I think enough where it might come down where my ES could come down a little bit more. I could get some profits on that, and then I could just double dip the Russell depending on the next data. But I do think seasonality now after yesterday. Today was a little of relief because Russell was down 4. I was still up on those trades, but then, you see how quickly those could drop. I'm still down on an ES, but the way I'm looking at it, we may get a little bit more downside. So, or I don't think we're going to get, maybe, let me put it this way. I just don't think we're going to get as much of that monster upside above 5,000 anymore. Does that make sense? Or you know how like we kind of have these days and then we just start running up, going crazy? You know what I'm saying? But then like it just, no matter what good or bad news, the market just melts up 100 points. I don't know. I don't know if we're going to like see that happen for a little bit. Good time to sell call credit spreads. It could be because, like I'm saying, I just think the upside now is going to be limited until the data. That's the thing, though. I could get clapped on the what's it called, the PPI data. So, but then again, I still have bonds. So the way I'm looking at it, to balance out the ES, I'm still down on the bonds too, but I'll be able to balance those. I might even double dip on bonds. That's what we all said at 400. Kind of, I mean, above 400 though, we were coming off the rally. I think 4,800, 4,900 people thought it would have topped out, but 5,000 might be there. And again, you have seasonality in play. We have seasonality on our side. The data is not really there. Then the market has made a 16-week run. So I could be wrong. I'm just going to leave upside out of the equation. I'll miss out on upside and then I'll get hit on the ES. But for the most part, I feel pretty comfortable. I wanted to do it in the morning. I thought we were going to go up. I wanted the Russell to climb a little harder. Mm. 10-year dump in. It came, bonds got a bid. But then again, the market is still, I feel like, trying to find its balance between where the bonds are at and then SPY. SPY and bonds have matched up. Downside even in NVIDIA. Well, I just think less upside. Maybe that's the better way to put it. So, like I'm saying, I don't know if I'm already getting worked on one short, but I don't think it'll hurt too much. And then, like I'm saying, I do think if we get any pullbacks there, I could recoup some of that, and then we could also reposition to the upside too. Nice. Look at this thing. Up 1.94, 219 to 222. Last 3 earnings, the video sold off 10 to 22% in the 4 to 8 weeks afterwards. It's almost certainly going to sell off again. I don't know if it'd be a certainty, but that's what I was saying there earlier today where, somebody asked if it'll hit 1,000. Said it'll probably do it after earnings if all things are good, but even if they have a monster beat, it's not like the thing goes crazy. Why sell when 10-year dumping and dollar retreating? Because the dollar's still very high, and 10-year is still very high as well, too. I mean, again, though, if anything, markets are higher than all of those other factors. So there is a scenario where dollar and bonds move very minimal and the SPY catches up to them rather than vice versa, of bonds having to have a multi-trillion-dollar rally, and then same thing with the dollar. Qualcomm, all the chips came down from earlier. Chips were leading a lot today, though. You have that VKTX still? I know, I sold out of that early, bro. I wish I held that. I had a decent position size, too. I got out of RGNX today, too. That was another bio. So I have no more liquid biotech or a liquid plays from the beginning of this year. So that's good. Crocs, we went both ways on that. We'll cover that when we get to the previews, but I think they report on Thursday. I went early, but like lately they've been getting clout. I sold Viking early. I got a nice gain on Viking, but I would have had 200% on shares. Tesla, okay, a little cheek lay on the SPY there. We're about, 15 minutes post-earnings? Putin says Russia is close to creating cancer vaccines. I see that too. Interesting. You bought another 100 when they announced the GLP-1 drug yesterday? Nice. Yeah, they had a couple of setbacks, but they have been holding up good. They've been fighting in that space. Fighting to stay alive. Uber, Zillow, where did the CME come down? Come on, Habibi. Yeti, if they have earnings, we will. We have a couple of earnings to go over today. And then Thursday, that has the bigger ones. Solar and EV going up. Putin says Russia's close to creating vaccines. That's coming out again. CRISPR's been going. There was a couple of things. CRISPR had people buying in. I even want to say they had a data release too. Yeti's tomorrow morning, so we'll cover that today then. Tesla coming down. I have 2 Teslas. Where's B&B? Airbnb kind of came back up on the shares, but those options, it's moving too slow now. Bro, GE has been like 3 days in a row. My goodness. Dash, I will check the plays, but I don't know. I think Dash is going to do very well, and I'm only speaking from personal. I don't know if it'll be good or bad, but all I know is that DoorDash fees have gone up. I stopped using DoorDash as much, but because it's gone up so much. But like literally it has actually been like going up a lot. So they're either going to make a lot of money off of it or they're going to lose gross volume off of it. But DoorDash, I mean, they're at an interesting price. They've moved interesting. I'm sure it's going to be pricing in a lot, but I do think DoorDash, I think they have made, they've definitely made price changes that I think will have some sort of effect. Did I see Mark Zuckerberg? I did not. He sits on a couch?
All right, guys. So
this is weird. I'm used to him like sitting on a, what's it called? Like I'm used to him like, it's like, have you ever seen like a puppy sitting upright? I don't think I've ever seen him sit down without like a congressional desk in front of him.
I finally tried Apple's Vision Pro. And, I have to say that before this, I expected that Quest would be the better value for most people since it's really good and it's like 7 times less expensive. But after using it, I don't just think that Quest is the better value. I think that Quest is the better product, period. And, the different companies made different design decisions for the headsets. They have different strengths. But overall, Quest is better for the vast majority of things that people use mixed reality for. Now, my friend Kenny is actually capturing this video on Quest's high-resolution mixed reality pass-through right now. We're just here in my living room, and you can
Why are
see
you
his
sitting with
browser
somebody?
windows.
Why are
and,
you sitting
know,
with the
whatever
guy
else
with
he's
the
got
headset
running up
on?
here.
Fucking weirdo.
Quest 3 does high-quality pass-through with
Fucking
big
where'd Kenny come
screens,
from?
Just like Vision Pro.
Yeah, you
But
fucking
we
Kenny
also
out of
designed it
nowhere.
to be great for
Like,
a
and this
lot
is
of
Kenny.
other things. Moving around,
He
playing
sits next to me. I
games,
pay him
hanging out
every
with friends
day.
and socializing, working out, and more. Quest, I think is just a lot more comfortable. We designed it to weigh 120 grams less.
I don't know.
which
This
makes
video
a
is
really
just
big
giving.
difference on your
Mark
face.
Zuckerberg kind of reminds
There's no
me of
wires that get in the
Portnoy.
way when you move
Is that
around.
weird to say?
It's a big deal. Our field of view is
This is like
wider,
if
and I find our
Portnoy went
screen
to
be
Harvard
brighter also.
and then just was like
I
more
also noticed
refined.
that Apple's headset has this motion.
You know what I'm
blur
saying?
as
If you
move
like,
around,
for some
which,
reason, this gives me
Quest is just a lot crisper.
Dave
Now,
Zuckerberg
Apple's
Portnoy
screen
vibes.
does have a higher resolution, and that's
Like if
really nice.
Dave Portnoy
But
drank
I
a
was
bunch of soy
surprised by
lent
how
every
many
day.
trade-offs they had to make to the quality of the device and the comfort and ergonomics and other aspects of the display and artifacts in order to get to that. Now, for input, Quest supports precision controllers that are great for games. Both headsets support hand tracking, but I found ours to be a little more accurate. Apple's eye tracking is really nice. We actually had those sensors back in Quest Pro. We took them out for Quest 3, and we're going to bring them back in the future. It's a nice interface. It's not perfect for everything, though. For typing or complex tasks, you're going to want things like hands or a keyboard or controllers or eventually a neural interface for those kind of inputs. Quest's immersive content library is a lot deeper. We've been working with studios building virtual and mixed reality games and other content for a long time now.
Yeah, he's trashing
And
Apple.
if
That's
you wanna
good, though.
watch
When was the
YouTube or
last
play
time you've heard
Xbox
Mark
on
Zuckerberg
a big screen anywhere
like
you go,
fight back against
that's
the
only
product?
available on Quest for now. So,
'Cause there has
when I
been a
look
lot
around,
of people
it
saying
seems
they're
like there are a lot of people
they're
just
returning their
assumed
Apple Visions.
that Vision Pro would be
That was a headline
higher quality
yesterday.
because it's Apple and it costs $3,000 more. But honestly, I'm pretty surprised that Quest is so much better for the vast majority of things that people use these headsets for with that price differential. Now, look, I know that some fanboys get upset whenever anyone dares to question if Apple's going to be the leader in a new category. But the reality is that every generation of computing has an open and a closed model. And yeah, in mobile, Apple's closed model won. But it's not always that way. If you go back to the PC era, Microsoft's open model was the winner. And in this next generation, Meta is going to be the open model, and I really want to make sure that the open model wins out again. The future is not yet written. So, I want to take a moment to just thank everyone who's been building with us for more than a decade. That goes for both Quest and the Ray-Ban Meta glasses, which are doing way better than I even hoped that they would. As the old saying goes, the best way to predict the future is to invent it. So I'll see you all out there.
Wow. Inspiring. Mark Zuckerberg, no way. Clapping back against Apple a little bit. Who would have thought? I think he's kind of right, though. I feel like Apple is the closed-end version of it all, but then again, I don't have any of them. I'm still not in the headset game at all. I've been slacking. The Great Lizard. That was weird. You can't even stream YouTube? Like, what do you mean? Like, you can't, go live or you can't watch it? I thought you can watch YouTube. Apple Vision at the gym. I feel like that'd be creepy if I went to the gym and somebody was wearing the goggles. I'd be like, are you looking at me or not? Stop looking at me with the goggles in the direction that I'm in. And then is there headphones or do you need other headphones for the Vision? Because it says Apple Vision, not Apple Auditory. So do you need new headphones or does it have or do you just play your audio out loud so people know how edgy you are? There's special headphones. You could stream YouTube. You're doing it now. That was you who sent me that. I remember that fishing, but that was on the Quest 3. That was cool, but that wasn't on the Apple Vision. They're going to have filters so you can alter people's appearance in front of your eyes. That's awful. You telling me you want a real life filter? You like, oh no, this girl catfished me. Hold on. New Apple Vision Pro. your catfish is no longer a catfish. Make them look good to you. What? That'd be crazy. Hey man, it's a maybe though. Maybe. Doesn't it have to stay attached to a battery? I don't know, man. I be asking random Apple Vision questions like I'm a boomer every day. Like I said, the only thing I saw yesterday was a bunch of people saying they were returning it, but they said it was too heavy, and they said, I'll wait for the next generation. I think Meta has a shot. Again, there's Apple and then there's Android. And I think when it comes down to the headset space, I think Meta has they have the Android version of it. I think Apple's going to make it popular, and we'll see how long this trend really lasts, but other than that, I don't know if I'd buy one. I mean, I'd buy a Quest, but I've had years to buy the Quest and I never have. I just don't like wearing, I barely got into glasses, you know what I'm saying? But I couldn't see myself wearing a TV 2 inches from my eyes. Something about it just doesn't vibe. Something about the whole headset thing, I just don't vibe with it at all. I think that is the weirdest shit ever. So maybe again, I am kind of sold on okay, maybe for go to the airport, you're flying on a plane, you could watch your own little movie, go take a dump. You could have a movie theater while you're taking a shit. I've always wanted to shit in a movie theater, you know what I'm saying? All right, I have some use cases, but other than that, I don't see myself as just actively doing I wouldn't want to play 2K with a headset on. I don't know. I like the joystick. I like the controller, you know. You could put your prescription in the Apple so it could help your eyesight, but then again, the whole screen thing might still get in the way. And then bonds keep climbing. So now bonds are outpacing everything but the Russell. Very interesting dynamic today. So you did get a little bit. You still have relief on all indexes. Now the bonds a little too. That wasn't like that in the morning. I'm still in my gold, yes. I'm down $30 on my gold play. You have to use it. You can't explain it without using it. But it has too many bugs. I'm sure I'll use it. I mean, I used the Oculus before, the Vision. I've used that before, but it was cool. I boxed. I was really good at boxing. I don't know if I was a really good fighter or if the game was on easy mode, but I fucked up that virtual reality boxing. But and then I did the movie theater thing on the Oculus. That was cool. I remember you could sit down, your whole room turns into a giant screen. Your spatial awareness, it feels like you're in there, and then that's it. But I'll have to get my hands on Apple Vision. It'll be the norm when they turn them into glasses instead of big screen. I could see that. That's why I think a lot of people are waiting on the next version, and when it gets slimmed down and all of that. DraftKings, I don't have an earnings play yet. We have shares, but I'd be down to. Or contacts. Oh, that's great. I can never put contacts in, though. Yeah, it's nuts. TLT, new high, and SPY going down a little bit. So, again, I know some of you are going to ask, oh, my gosh, bonds up, SPY down. Well, technically, both of them are up now. And like I've been saying, the overall trend of the year so far, equities up and bond yields are up, too. So they're not moving opposite if you really think about it. That's the crazy part. So keep that in mind, but bonds are getting a bid here. It'll never be the norm. It might. I don't know. Just don't underestimate, it's just younger people. These 10-year-olds, these 14-year-olds from a couple of years ago, they're now adults. And now some of them have jobs. Most of them I think do, but like they like these are voters now. These are consumers. Like the more and more time goes on, and like people grew up with iPads and all of this, it's like it's gonna be the thing they're around. So I don't know. I think it might maybe down the road, maybe in 20, 30 years, but you know, there's still a wide base out there. Yeah, pretty much a 14-year-old during COVID is now a voter. You know what I'm saying? They were 14. They were just at the back end of the Fortnite era, and then now 4 years later, now they're in the you know, what is it? Fake Pokemon OnlyFans era? I don't know what to call it. Well, then think about it. If you were like 14 in 2016, you're like 22 now, 23. Like you're old. Like I'm not trying to call you old. You probably have a hairline still. I shouldn't be talking, but you know what I'm saying? Like you're a grown ass individual. You're in the middle of where culture is at. You know what I'm saying? You're on the younger end. You buy what's cool. You're into certain things, you know? So yeah, don't call me. I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying. The point. I think to most of the older people, we don't see the point. It's just like your phone, just easier. But again, it's like more things get developed or they like it now. It's just probably if it's cool or not, and if they like it, and then if it's just pretty much a phone on their eyes, that's really all it is. It's 22 old. I don't think 22 is old, but like. You old enough, you know what I'm saying, dog? You a grown-ass man. You've been a grown-ass man for 4 years. You could have graduated college again, is all I'm saying. You at 22 years old, man. You were a grown-ass man. You know that? I told you. It was like when that one kid on 2K, he was getting really mad, and he was throwing a hissy fit on 2K, and I trolled him, and I asked him, and I said, how old are you? And he said, I'm 24. And I was like, okay, act like it. Why are you still throwing a hissy fit? And he flipped out on me. But like I was like, you're too old. Like some of y'all too old to be having a hissy fit. You know what I'm saying? Like you are like a full-blown grown-ass individual. You cannot be getting mad about certain things. I know toxic masculinity. No, I'm just saying you a old individual now. In turn, you should have more maturity on this side of life. But yeah. What's that? Renault to propose 2023 dividend of $185 a share. You've realized your wife is only 32? I thought she was 40? Bro, what? I've never heard anybody say that. What do you mean? Did you tell her that? I hope you didn't tell her that. You're like, I just found out you only 30 this whole time. I thought you was like 40, 45 easy or something, man. That's crazy. Mm-hmm. Yeah, man, don't tell her that. You'll get slapped. Her beat in and said the number this morning. I was like, what the F? You're like, where did time go? You got kids and stuff too, though. That's good, though. You know, you've gone through it. And you're like, hell yeah. He's 32. That's still young. That's very young. Essilor Luxottica. Sounds like, I don't know what this company is. I feel like I do. I can't say it. U.S. Porsche, Bentley, and Audi imports held up over Chinese import. Interesting. Watch autos. Literally, Bentley, Porsche, and Audi are held up. Cars are being held up to import because of banned Chinese auto parts. You're kind of in an arranged marriage. My girlfriend and I were introduced by families talking. It's okay, man. You could admit it. That definitely sounds like an arranged marriage. He's like, I think our families met when we were very, very little, and then they just signed an informal agreement. You know. Nah, it's good, man. I'm just joking. It doesn't sound like it's arranged. That's just the foreign way. Yeah, that BNB is a scam. Nothing on the auto names, though. Let's keep Uber up here. Airbnb tried to come up a little bit. You're working NBA All-Star Saturday night. You're going to be amazed at the video bulk. Are you actually like working on the All-Star game? That's hype. Giving us the plug, BA. Yeah, again, someone was asking if I played at 200. Like I said, if you're fiending for a play, that might be it. VIX is running up again. VIX might go green now. It was down earlier, but you got another VIX pop. You built the court? No way. Send me some pictures of that, bro. That sounds awesome. What a job. Let's say hi to Luca. Yeah, do they let you watch the game? Anyway, one, allow only pictures until I have for the event. All right, I'll have to show me the behind the scenes when you're allowed to. That's dope, though, bro. Good shit. Everybody playing show and tell. Well, the first open face was just like, oh, my wife's a lot younger than I thought. And the next guy was like, I'm in an arranged marriage, kind of. It's hard to explain. And then he's like, I'm working on the NBA All-Star core. So I'm like, I don't know if we're going to top this one, but that's a good place, though. We've gotten a lot there. I picked up the RTY and M2K ahead of Powell. So we were early. I even took another like $6 or $7 grand in realized profits on that before. I had way more unrealized, but I figured it's time to get out now. I'm down to double dip. I still like the Russell. I was going to hold that until March, but I do think seasonality in the last couple of days here, I just think the upside might be limited. So I'd hate for that one to go negative on me after having green so much. So walked away with a good gain. I'm still in the yen. That one was doing good not too long ago, but it recently just got clobbered with everything else. Dow's red. Yeah, Dow's down by 0.18. And the NASDAQ. Now bonds are outperforming SPY and NASDAQ. So we'll see if we somehow end red today and bonds hold up. Maybe the bonds give it up. We'll find out. Hugh been talking on the... I've been seeing Hugh post a little bit more now. I think he's back from the little hiatus. So it's good, but I didn't see what he said on the yen. Apple's coming down still, 1.3. Quickly, get to the bonds, hurry. No. 494. Bonds are starting to come down here a little bit again. I think dollar came down, but even the dollar is still elevated. Apple, there's Tesla, a little bit more red, and then the bonds coming down too. We're back at yesterday's close. Slightly, we haven't filled the gap yet. It's crazy because it looked like we were going to fill the gap to the upside this morning, but now it looks like we're just going to fill 5 points away from filling yesterday's gap at the low. People giving him a lot of heat about TLT. I don't know why. I mean, again, I think I think he was very clear with it. And like, again, like even when I had the interview, like you literally had an interview of him talking about it and then me giving you the other side of the coin with it. Like, I don't know. I think Hugh is still right about a lot of things. I just think it's easy to, like I said, like the stock world is pretty intense, especially if you're not used to it. But I think a lot of people, he was so vocal about some things that it's just easy to go after him and just talk a bunch of shit and just bombard him with it. And then again, there is some people like there's the easy money chasers who I'm sure rode on it in the beginning and then they weren't really quite listening and then got clapped. Twilio, yeah, they're today. They already ran up a little bit. We'll go over those earnings. I think he's probably right, but the timing is off. Yeah, I think he was just a little early on some of the things. I have the interview with him. The one thing that I asked it the day that he did it, I just said, why not go bonds? Like, why not go buy the futures or go buy the actual bond instead of necessarily a time on the option? That's the only thing I think is like would put his theories into question, is just that he put it on a 2025 time limit. But then again, he still might hit. But it just sucks that you have to take a drawdown in the meantime. We are going to go over Cisco too. Yeah, we have one of those plays already as well. SPY a little bit. We've sold off, like, what, 30 minutes since Euro close? Maybe this will be our first little bounce. Yeah, TLT is the real deal, but people get entitled to the gains, act like it has to be perfectly. It's somewhat of that. There is a culture towards, oh, this is the easy play. We're just going to buy it, and it's just going to do this. But then at the same time, it's like Powell. Your friend Powell is a difficult man. What the Fed going back and forth, we're not going to cut higher for longer. Okay, we're going to cut, and then the market running in ahead of it. It's like Powell just doesn't want you to know. The other TLTs, Powell was, he was hidden behind the veil of obscurity. But nowadays, everyone's just so hyper-focused on his moves, it's easy to cause a lot of this back and forth. ECB Nagel says German's economy may have contracted in Q1. ECB Nagel, there's a lot of room to do on German's economy. Powell's doing a good job. He is. He's doing a good job, but I don't think he's doing a good job of communicating. But the lack of communication is what is letting him do a good job, where he's still saying enough of what he needs to say, leaving you there. But again, why Powell flip-flopped from bullish last year or bearish to bullish and financial conditions, again, that was kind of part of it. But he just stepped away from commenting on every little move more or less. On ChargePoint. No, I'd like ChargePoint, but I don't think I'd ever really buy one of those chargers. But I know ChargePoint, they're used by a lot. I've used them myself. Didn't they have good news the other day? I think if your portfolio is built out and you want a little risk on the cheaper ones, you could do it, but I'm not really the biggest fan. Hugh hit 2008. Yeah, that's where Hugh has a very big claim to fame. But Ray, you ask me about the Hugh interviews all the time. How do you not know this? That means you didn't watch the first interview. Because that's how I opened up my first interview with Hugh, is just realizing kind of the impact that he's had. A lot of people don't really know it. That's why I was shocked. He's kind of a little Michael Burry in his own right. Hue and tilts. All right, bonds came down, SPY came up, but we're still a little lower than Euro close. Again, now, if anything, you're just matching up more. Now NASDAQ's above the 30-year. Where's the 10-year at? And then SPY 2. Yeah, you're right in line. It's about the same. GD still going. Oh, they're dying. General Dynamics down 1.4. It looks bigger than 1.4. But they are slipping there. I legged into one earnings play of Crocs, but I don't know. Last couple days, early earnings plays have not been the move. Bonds slow and boring. Hey, man, it's good for now, though. But, yeah, you're saying those who hated on TLT did not get shares and went too big. Well, there was I mean, you guys don't remember. It was like 1 year of us going over this. It wasn't up until, like, end of last year where Powell opened up the floodgates. But, you know, that's what I was saying. Like, there's different ways to play the bonds, but there was just a lot of excitement at one point. But then again, it's just like you could have went for it while not exposing yourself in the same way. So, like, the move of just moving into bonds beginning of last year, playing some of those, like, the actual bonds and benefiting off of that, those are some great ideas still. Again, you didn't really miss out on much. But, you know, I think the real loser, there's only one real loser, I'd say, on even the bond options. Even though the other ones may be down in value, I haven't looked at TLT options, but there's one loser that exists, one real big loser. And this highlights the point of kind of risking on bond derivatives rather than grabbing something that actually operates like a fixed income. Who was it? Who was the real loser? If you got excited on TLT and tried to FOMO into it, even if people gave you ideas and you were like, no, this is going to happen, there's one area that really, really lost. Do you know what it is? Let's see. Let's see if that's not rhetorical. I'm asking if anybody knows. Well, not necessarily the short-term calls. You're kind of close, but not really short-term. No, not real estate. Not banks. The government, no. See, so it depends on where you got the calls. That's the crazy part. Well, options, yeah, but what about the options? So again, like your 2025s, $100 TLTs, these are going for like what, $1,500 to $1,100. At one point late last year when they started dumping, went down 7 to 3. They shot up to 8. Now you're back at 3. Yeah. 2025 is still holding, but I think the real area that got clapped with no recourse, it was the January 24 options. You see what I'm saying? So imagine you started off the year, right, and then you see the bonds low and then high and then SVB even, right? And you're like, oh, okay, I'm hearing all of this stuff. Oh, yeah, this is going to happen. And then you were like, okay, no, I'm going to go with the 2024. All of those contracts expired. So you don't even have any little premium you could salvage or anything. It just legit, those plays now. You made a play on a bond, lost all of the principal, all of the money you put in for the bond is gone now, and then you don't even own anything else on the back end. You don't own the equity. You don't own the actual bond. You don't get a coupon, nothing. That is where you had to pay. So again, if that happens for another year, then same thing in 25. But like that's where I was saying some of these moments, you know, I was talking about buying the 2-year just because it's like if you really wanted to play the TLT, the rate cut and all of that, is like if you went after the actual bond, is like if anything took too long, at the very least, you would have made back 4.5, 4.7, 5% at the time on your money. And then if once there was an actual rate cut, you would profit off of the value of the bond. So, but like that's the area. Otherwise, 2025 is still in play. So you may be looking at it, yeah, it's taking a loss, but those 2025s, I mean, if something really does, we still got a whole nother year, right? Depending on how that plays out, those could be in play. But anything with less time, the moment you play time on a bond and then you've run out of time, now you get the worst of both worlds. You don't get the gain and you don't get a yield, and you lost out all your money. So that right there is the trickiness when playing bonds. You got to realize that there's a lot of people out there who play bonds, right? So think about what mother effers are doing. They're thinking about it in this sense, but they're just not leveraging the same way. So, if you really have a conviction on the bonds, once you know the timing, then you go in for the options, but the risk is that, it could move around in time. You may be wrong on your time. So at that point, though, if you still feel the same way, just go clip the coupon and you'll be good to go. But very interesting scenario comparing last year to this year. And then again, bonds are just kind of doing it again. Your new TLT seems to be the yen. I think it will be, but I also think whenever, a bond shift happens, I don't think we'll get caught off guard. So again, I mean, December when Powell switched it up there, I mean, we caught everything. We caught the Russell, we caught gold, we caught bonds. That's kind of the beauty, is that if we get the shift and we're here, we're going to be able to work our way into that quite nice. But like, I still think TLT is always going to be there. But the moment I'm down to like, okay, I'm going to hold this, like, okay, I need to hold this, I'm probably going to buy the actual bond. Or again, maybe go with the future, but I'd rather collect the yield than not. The Celsius, I think they went down. I sold out of one of them for 100% today. So they're up 97% now. So they're up a little. Yesterday, you would have been able to make them free. Because remember, I got the ones a little further out of the money. Because again, yesterday was a crash course in that. We talked about it, how you could be pricing in $10 on a stock, but if the stock moves $20 ahead of earnings and then still prices that in, where it's at is going to change a lot. Democratic sources familiar with threats say NBC is a serious issue that could lead to a destabilizing situation in national security, a potential foreign threat, but not say where. What? What's that in regards to? Have you seen the Nikkei? It's back to where it was in 1990. Or go to new all-time highs. Yeah, we actually have talked about it a couple of weeks ago. So it's part of the yen trade. I've even said it. If you wanted to buy the yen and hold long, you could hedge it by just buying the Nikkei. So pretty much the Nikkei is breaking out because the yen is weakening. So pretty much the Japanese stock market will rally until their currency strengthens. That's kind of the simple nature of it. But that's why you could hedge the two, where you buy the yen, buy the yen and then buy the Nikkei. So if the yen goes down, the Nikkei will rip, and then once the Nikkei starts going down, the yen should start ripping. I just held CART from the beginning. So after CART fell after their IPO, I just started noticing how some other names were going up. I wanted to go for the underperformer. So I bought them at like $27. I thought they were just going to make their little IPO run, and I just held it through earnings, but I didn't buy anything yesterday new. I think it's, is it /NK? NKD, that's the Nikkei futures. It's pronounced Nikkei. You get the idea. Nikkei, Abivi, Nikkei. I call yuan, yen. So many names. CRISPR still going. Bonds catching a bid and SPY holding up from the bottom. NASDAQ 0.42, SPY 0.28, Dow barely red, and then Russell 1.33. You've never tried CRISPR? Or NKD? Oh, NKD. I was like, you've never done gene editing? That's good, I guess. You're down on NKD short and yen long. Well, that's pretty much just double shorting the yen at that point. So that's why it's like I wish I grabbed the NK to the high side. EWJ better than FXI. Well, yeah, Japan has, again, a lot of demand that's not even going to China. It is going to Japan, but yeah, they're pretty good. We need to talk about Blink. Someone just asked me about ChargePoint. I think be careful with those companies if you really want to dabble with some of them. If your portfolio is balanced out, do your thing. But, I mean, I think solar and energy has been getting a lot of upside lately, but for the most part, I'm not really I don't get excited about those EV chargers. RX having a day. Yeah, they've been killing it. VKTX. I sold out of RGNX earlier. Lilly had dividend. Yeah, that's happened lately. Remember, Abivi, they went up after dividend. Eli Lilly ex dividend having an upside. Today could have been payout. But I have seen that happen a couple of times. No, yeah, Eli's ex-dividend was yesterday. So, yeah, they are up after ex-divvy. That's crazy. So, they don't always go down. I'm mad my NVOs, bro. I wish if I grabbed the 120s, we would have been in the money. Palantir. I think Palantir is just going to depend on small caps and, shorted names holding up. Again, they are riding off of a good earnings in AI. I just think you need overall optimism. But even today, they had the little bit of relief. They bounced up good. Why not JEPI? It doesn't have the same, history. I don't know what JEPI yields, but, it's only been a new type of ETF for a couple of years. It's kind of near the highs of 23. I'd consider it at a lower price, but lately you have so many other plays that are, yielding. I'd rather get MO low-key. But it's not bad. I don't think JEPI's the worst, but I have, it just doesn't, I don't have too much familiarity with it. Just in, America is currently facing an unidentified serious national security threat. So Troy just said that earlier. I don't know what it is. So literally, Democratic sources, serious threat. They say a potential foreign threat. We could not say where the threat is coming from. And then National Security Advisor Sullivan says he's scheduled meeting with lawmakers on Thursday. Dude, what is this? What does this mean? This makes no sense. I'm seeing it in 2 or 3 places now. We're facing an unidentified threat. That is the headline. Are they talking about it now?
Amendments that are being considered.
But the goal would be to start with a temporary pause and see what we can.
Question on the Middle East, but just a quick follow-up on what Congressman Turner said. Is there anything you can say to characterize what this threat is or what country it involves? I mean,
when it comes to some of the capabilities that the United States has that other countries don't have, we need the drawdown authority and resources to go with it so that we can replenish our stocks, so that we can give things that we have that others don't have. So when you put it all together, there just is no substitute for the United States coming forward with this funding.
I went back.
As far as how long Ukraine can hold on, I mean, you're talking about a brave, resilient, courageous, determined people who are defending their homeland. They're going to keep fighting. But they're going to fight from a less strong position if they do not get the replenishment of ammunition, air defense interceptors, and other capabilities that they need to be able both to withstand Russian advances and to take territory back that the Russians are currently occupying. So I can't put a timetable on it. All I can say is that each passing day, each passing week, the cost of inaction from the United States that's being borne on the front lines by brave Ukrainians is rising, and that's why we so urgently need to pass this bill. Yeah.
I have a question on the Middle East, but just a quick follow-up on what Congressman Turner said. Is there anything you can say to characterize what this threat is or what country it involves? I mean, should the public be alarmed at this point, since he has said this publicly?
I'm not in a position to say anything further today. Like I said, I look forward to the discussion with him, and obviously from there we will determine how to proceed. But standing here at the podium today, I can't share anything further.
And my question on the situation in the Middle East. As you were pushing for this,
length yesterday afternoon, secure on a range of issues. He is very much in the saddle, doing his job, doing it as with the same level of effectiveness and capacity that he always has. And of course, there is protocol, but that protocol has existed for a long time. It's the delegation of authority to the deputy secretary who takes on the duties of an acting secretary. That happened a few weeks ago. It happened again yesterday. And that's all built into longstanding department protocols that ensure the sanctity of the chain of command. That's how we intend to continue to proceed.
Yeah. I want to ask you about Israel in a second, but just a quick follow-up just to put this to rest. Obviously, the House Intelligence Chair speaking out about a imminent, or he doesn't say imminent, serious national security threat. The lack of your ability to say anything has the potential to raise distress for some Americans. In the simplest of terms, can you tell Americans that there's nothing they have to worry about right now in terms of what he describes as a national security threat?
Look, I think in a way that question is impossible to answer with a straight yes, right? Because Americans understand that there are a range of threats and challenges in the world that we're dealing with every single day. And those threats and challenges range from terrorism to state actors.
What is Homeboy talking about out of nowhere?
And we have to contend with them, and we have to contend with them in a way where we ensure the ultimate security of the American people. I am confident that President Biden, in the decisions that he is taking, is going to ensure the security of the American people going forward. And I will stand here at this podium and assert that, look you in the eye with confidence, that we believe that we can and will and are protecting the national security of the United States and the American people.
Perfect. Thank you for your answer. I just want to ask you then about Israel, which is my primary question here, which is that the White House has said it would like to have from Israel a credible plan in terms of what it's going to do in Rafah to avoid civilian casualties there. What does the White House believe that plan needs to look like, and what is the consequence for Israel if it doesn't meet that desire of the United States?
So I'm not going to lay out all of the details standing here at the podium, because those are intensive conversations we're having with the Israeli government right now in detail. But broadly speaking, it means being able to deal with three realities. One reality, you've got more than 1 million people in a very small area, and those people have to have a place to go that is safe. A second reality is that the aid that Palestinian civilians rely upon comes in through Rafah. And so if military operations either disrupt the crossings, Kerem Shalom and Rafah crossing coming in, or disrupt the distribution points, that will make it more difficult to move aid around. So we need answers to the question, not only where do people go, but how do they get a sustained level of aid, food, medicine, water, shelter. And then the third reality is that this is pressed right up against the Egyptian border. And you've heard directly from the Egyptians their concern about what that could potentially mean on that border, and there needs to be a clear answer to that question as well. Those are the kinds of things we are talking about with the Israeli government, and the president has been clear, as he said in his remarks on Monday, we need to see that credible and implementable plan.
And the consequence if they don't meet that?
So I'm not going to speculate here today on the if-then hypothetical. I will just say that our position on the question of Rafah is clear, and we are pressing very hard on this basic issue that you've got exposed, vulnerable civilians in Rafah. They need to be protected.
Thank you, Jake.
Yeah, thanks, Jake. What is your response to this idea pushed by Donald Trump that foreign aid should be to other countries should be treated
as a loan. It's an idea, a concept that appears to have picked up steam with some Republicans, Senator Lindsey Graham citing that as the reason he voted against the supplemental funding package.
Look, there can be a place for loans and foreign assistance. There have been for a long time, but there's a number of categories of foreign assistance where that makes no sense. Try telling a Palestinian mother in Gaza that, to get a piece of medicine, they have to take out a loan. Humanitarian assistance in the best traditions, bipartisan traditions of the United States, has never been a loan. It's been something we provide to people in desperate need in conflict situations. So that's one
Start
category
failing
where
right
I
now.
think
And then
the loan
SPY getting
concept
around to
just
where I sold
has
out
never
earlier,
applied and makes no
right
sense to
below
apply.
VWAP
Second is
bonds
when you're
back to
dealing
the
with
high.
a country that is fighting
They've
for
gone
its
away
life,
from the mysterious
like
threat
Ukraine,
question.
that needs an economy to remain basically afloat, basically intact, to not collapse and have the entire weight of the country collapse with it. Talking about loans as opposed to providing the necessary infusion of cash is only going to make the economic problems of that country worse at a time we are trying to make them better, because a stronger, more stable, more secure Ukraine is in the fundamental national security interests of the United States. So there's another place where it wouldn't make sense. And then, of course, you have the funding for Israel in the supplemental, including money designed to ensure Israel's security. I would ask the question, is Donald Trump and is Lindsey Graham saying that we should only be providing that money on a loan basis, or that the memorandum of understanding that has been supported on a bipartisan basis over the course of the decade should be converted into a loan? I think you would probably find them taking a different approach on that question. So from our perspective, we look at every element of U.S. foreign assistance through the lens of, does it help solve a problem, and does it help advance the security and values of the United States? And we believe that we can answer that question, yes, for what we're putting forward in the supplemental, and we believe we can put it forward for what's in our base budget as well.
And then on another topic, are you able to confirm a Wall Street Journal report today that the U.S. is investigating the potential use of white phosphorus by Israel on a recent attack in Lebanon?
I mean, we look at reports that happen in all conflict situations all around the world. That's part of what we do to ensure our own compliance with international obligations, but I can't confirm any particular formal review of the kind that you're referring to. Yeah.
Thanks, Jake. I wanted to ask, there was an Axios report on a shipment of flour being blocked by Israel getting into Gaza. Can you confirm that this aid hasn't been able to come through? And if there's already issues right now getting aid like flour in to Palestinian people, then when an operation does happen in Rafah, how can you guarantee that that aid will still be able to come through?
Well, that's why we're asking the question on the aid coming through. And you're right, that aid, that flour has not moved the way that we had expected it would move, and we expect that Israel will follow through on its commitment to get that flour into Gaza. But we are asking the question, how do you do something like Rafah and make sure all those innocent people not only are protected physically but can have access to aid? That is precisely the point that we are pressing on quite actively as we speak.
About the Munich Security Conference really quick. The VP obviously headed there today. The president said when he went 3 years ago that America is back, the transatlantic alliance is back. But there are some concerns from European allies about that. So what message can the VP send when she heads there today?
Well, look, one thing she can say is that the NATO alliance is bigger, stronger, and more vital than it has been in 75 years, having just added Finland and about to add Sweden. That since President Biden took office, we've gone from 9 NATO allies who were hitting their 2% threshold to 18. We have doubled that number in 3 years. You've got NATO countries stepping up now with implementable plans for the defense and deterrence of the East and the South in a way that you never did before. And you have unity among the NATO alliance in a way that has really been pretty unprecedented in modern memory. So she's going to go with a story to tell, not just about that, but about how the U.S. and Europe are aligned on some of the challenges we see from the People's Republic of China,
Michael
how we're
Burry
aligned
steak?
on thinking about a clean energy transition,
No
how we're
shit.
aligned on sanctions against
went
Russia
long
and
on
standing
Oracle?
up for Ukraine. But she's also going to say, we're at an important moment here. And it is a time for choosing, and President Biden is making clear where he stands on these issues, and he thinks the American people are with him in standing strong for NATO and for transatlantic unity. Yeah.
There has been rocket fire exchange between Hezbollah and Israel today. Do you think that can slip into some kind of escalation? And on Gaza, President Abbas has asked Hamas to compromise and conclude the hostage deal. Would the United States put more pressure on Netanyahu to compromise as well? And you know there's only one functioning hospital in Gaza for 1.5 million people. Many paramedics and doctors have been killed, as you know very well. What can you do? Is this acceptable for the U.S.? What can you do apart from the humanitarian aid that actually there is functioning hospitals for so many people who've been injured?
So we do remain concerned about the possibility of escalation along Israel's northern border between Israel and Hezbollah. Hezbollah has been firing deeper and deeper into Israel, including in recent days. This is a matter of concern for us. It's something that we are in very close contact with the Israeli military, the Israeli intelligence services, and the political leadership about, and we will continue to work to try to generate an outcome in which Israel's security is guaranteed, their people can return to their homes, and the terror threat from Hezbollah is not the kind of acute threat that it has.
Yeah, I went with the Oracle.
Closer and closer.
Not a recommendation. You will lose money.
So we will. Keep
I went with two
with respect
of
to
the next week 122s for 15
President
cents.
Biden spoke with
so
Prime
spent $30
over the weekend.
Michael Burry news, but then also
strong
sympathy to Cisco.
He strongly.
So that's the only thing there. Made sure I got a little time, but kept it small. $30
to get this deal done. And
I don't have too much confidence in that one. We either get lucky on Michael Burry pump, or again you get earnings pump. But $30
for the need
max
to
risk.
get a hostage deal, to get those innocent people home, and also to get a sustained pause that can help us move a lot more humanitarian assistance in. And frankly, in that context, also deal with some of the urgent medical needs that your last question
15
raised.
Cents. I grabbed two of them, so pretty much if it does run up, we can make one free.
Opens the door to being able to alleviate a significant amount of the suffering, including the medical suffering of the people, the Palestinian people. It's interesting what Abbas said. I'd just make one more point about Rafah. You know, we have been unequivocal, as I have from this podium today, about the need for a credible and implementable plan to protect civilians. I would also point out that Hamas has to account for itself as well. Hamas is hiding among civilians, embedding itself among civilians in ways that also put those civilians at risk. And so some of the international community's questions and pressure should be on Hamas. And Abbas coming forward to do that today is kind of unusual because there hasn't been enough of that from enough voices in the international community.
Yeah. Can I follow up on Gaza on deal, because the Israeli Prime Minister has decided
Oracle,
not to
they have
send
earnings on the
a delegation
7th.
to Cairo for
They only get
talks.
Cisco.
So what does this say about the prospect of this hostage deal? Do you believe can be reached? And I have another question on Venezuela, but can I ask?
We believe that there can be a deal, there should be a deal, and everyone should keep working hard to get that deal. I can't speak to the specific tactics of a meeting on any given day, but the direction of travel has got to be everybody doing everything they can, including the government of Israel, to try to reach a deal that is good for Israel, that is good for regional security.
Venezuela, very quickly, because the administration, do you believe the administration misread Maduro's intention? Do you think the elections in Venezuela can be fair? And another question very quickly about Brazil, because recently President Biden and President Lula exchanged letters related defending democracy. Last week, the Brazilian Federal Police seized the passport of former President Bolsonaro as part of an investigation of attempted coup in Brazil after the election. And do you think the U.S. can learn something related to this from Brazil and work
Michael
together?
Burry bought it a little cheaper
So
than
on
where
your
it's
first
at now.
question, the structure of the understanding between the United States,
Baba,
the
JD,
Maduro
HCA,
regime, and the opposition was
Baba
not
and JD
built
are
on
biggest, and then
some
he fully
kind
got
of
out of the Sox put.
enduring faith in the implementation of the agreement. It was built on verification. So what did we do? We
New
did
Holdings,
a
MGM,
6-month
HCA,
license
Oracle City,
for certain sanctions
CVS,
alleviation.
Square, and Big.
That 6 months is up in April. We will see at that point where we are with respect to the Maduro regime following through on its commitments, and then we'll make our determinations about how we proceed from there. So embedded in the structure of the deal was the very kind of verification to see whether or not they were prepared to do the things they said they were going to do. We weren't going to prejudge whether they were or they weren't. We were going to design an outcome where if they did, okay, we can move forward, and if they didn't, all right, we would take a different course. And that's exactly how we intend to proceed. So we laid out up front what we were going to do, and that's how things will transpire from here. And I'm afraid I don't have any comment on
working its way
the
up
particulars of the case in Brazil. That's become a matter for the Brazilian courts to decide, and it probably wouldn't be appropriate for me to opine on from this podium. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Jake. Two questions on the Middle East. In Gaza, in recent weeks, there have been two 17-year-old U.S. citizens killed by Israeli Defense Forces, and there are at least 3 more U.S. citizens who have been detained.
And Netflix is expensive, though.
In the West Bank.
Gotta watch out. Yelling Americans starting to feel better. He said something about gas. The price of gas, eggs, and cars have declined.
American citizens
so inflation is coming back to normal
and the
levels.
West Bank right now, and then I have a follow-up.
So first on that, in these cases, when we see reports like this or we get outreach from families, we engage with the Israeli government on it. There are investigations pending in the cases that you described, and we'll continue to work that aggressively. And we have made clear from the start that the United States is focused on the welfare and well-being of American citizens wherever they are, whether it's in the West Bank or Gaza or Israel or any other country in the region or indeed in the world. That remains the commitment of the president, and that's what he will continue to do.
On a broader political question on this conflict and these relations with the Israeli government, Prime Minister Netanyahu has had in the past no qualms about meddling in American politics.
Yeah, I almost have all the earnings
Democratic
previews. So.
presidents.
I'm
sure you're familiar with this history. Why does the president believe that Netanyahu is operating in good faith? And is there any concern, either among the president or his advisors, that the prime minister is deliberately inflaming the situation, in part at least, because he believes doing so will inflame voters here in some constituencies, reduce support for President Biden, and possibly get him a more sympathetic president in January 2025 who would give him a free hand to do whatever he wanted?
I'm not going to characterize the motives of another political leader from another
country.
Boeing
202, they're dumping AIG. Remember, that was in earnings, too. They weren't moving as much.
President Biden
but they're starting to slip a little bit.
Relationship with Prime Minister Netanyahu. It is a direct and candid relationship.
Oh, CME came down. That
sucks. The president does when it comes to dealing with any Israeli prime minister is it's not about the leader. It is about the security of the state of Israel, the U.S.-Israel relationship, and most fundamentally, the American national security interest. That's what's going to motivate his decisions, and I'll leave it at that.
Having said that,
thank you, Jake. I've got a question about
RDY. This thing's popping. 0.5% of one candle. Volume pretty liquid.
Study preprints.
Fastly, we're going to go over that preview. I have that. We already have a play too for free.
Scientific research. After the coronavirus, of course, killed more than 1 million Americans after potentially leaking from a Wuhan lab. In this study, humanized mice were injected with the coronavirus variants, and the variants killed 100% of them, which scares people, of course, because, that's all of them. There are a lot of unknowns about this, but there are prominent scientists who are saying that this research is reckless. So I was wondering if you could say if the U.S. government is following this study, and if there's anything broader you could say about concerns about Chinese lab safety.
So we've documented in the past over many years concerns about biosafety, biosecurity practices of a number of countries, China being one of them. That's something we continue to be vigilant about because biosafety and biosecurity, particularly of hazardous biosubstances anywhere in the world, can ultimately come back and harm Americans. So it remains a significant focus of multiple agencies of the U.S. government, and we'll keep working on that.
There are a couple of significant developments recently in investigations into the president's role in his family's foreign business dealings that bear on current political debates, and I was hoping that you could help Americans digest these bits of information. On China, there was a recent revelation from impeachment inquiry testimony that the president in 2017 met with the chairman of CEFC China Energy at the Four Seasons Hotel not far from here. Yi Jianming has since gone missing in China amid corruption allegations. How should people think about that amid U.S.-China tensions? and the president's potential exposure here. And in Ukraine, according to laptop records and a former business partner, the mayor of Kiev, Vitaly Klitschko, was involved with a Burisma subsidiary that was chaired by the first son. How should Americans think about that amid the Ukraine foreign aid debate?
I got nothing for you on that. Yep.
Jack, on the NCG agreed upon by the President Biden and South Korean President Moon last year. And what is the reason for the transition of the U.S. and ROK nuclear consultative groups from the National Security Council to being led by the Ministry of Defense? What is the reason for the transition for that?
So first of all, the NSC remains fundamentally engaged in the NCG, and this is an interagency process. It involves our Department of Defense, it involves our Department of State, the NSC, our intelligence community, and the same on the other side. This was directed by our two presidents out of the summit here in Washington, in the Washington Declaration. It remains a high priority for all of us. And the work of the NCG, frankly, speaks for itself. And we will continue to be proud of that work because we believe it's enhancing the security and extended deterrence in the U.S.-ROK alliance. I'll take one more question. Yeah.
Thanks, Jay. Do you have any more information on Ukraine's claims to have blown up a Russian warship in the Black Sea? And can I also ask you what that says about Ukraine's ability to carry on operations despite the current blockage of US aid?
So I don't have anything beyond what the Ukrainians themselves have come out publicly to say. And, as I was saying earlier, it's not like Ukraine is going to lay down. They're defending their country. They're going to fight with everything they've got. And they have capabilities they're getting from other countries, capabilities that they are developing indigenously with their own defense industrial base. That will continue. The point that I was making is the gap between that and where they can and should be with American assistance backing them is a significant gap, a gap that needs to be filled for Ukraine to achieve its long-term aims in this war.
Jake,
thanks, everybody.
President, specifically, Jake.
Thanks, Jake. Thank you, Jake. Hey, Josh. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
I will say this, it's been a while. I feel like...
Hi.
Yeah, that's true. It's true. Happy Valentine's Day.
Happy Valentine's Day. Chocolate. Was it chocolate? No, it was...
Your breakup affecting your job.
Yeah. I bought it, but I don't...
Maybe Haribo?
Oh, gosh.
I'll give Simon $1,000 if he asks her about Valentine's Day.
So 2 questions.
Okay.
First,
yeah,
is the
bro,
White
the
House
pink on gray, that's a nice one.
Democratic-led Senate
It's pretty swaggy. Even the hair kind of matched too. Nah, man, they hate you.
So, look, here's what I can say. And you saw the president's statement yesterday, last night on what occurred in the House. And we've been very clear about how we feel about what's occurring on the House. I do want to just, I know we've gotten this question a couple times. I do want to say that the president did connect with Secretary Mayorkas earlier today. And you saw the president's statement last night, which said that, history will not look kindly on House Republicans for this blatant act of what we believe to be unconstitutional bipartisanship. And so we believe that what occurred last night is baseless. It's shameful. We have to remember this is a secretary who worked really hard with the Senate to try to get that bipartisan agreement with Republicans and Democrats as it relates to the border security. And we believe if that had been put into place, if it had been moved forward, it would have been the toughest, but also the fairest piece of legislation. Obviously would have been into law that would have dealt with a broken immigration system, beginning to deal with that, and obviously the challenges that we see at the border. And it's unfortunate that House Republicans prioritize politics instead of actually getting that done. I'm certainly not going to speak to the process of the Senate. The Senate is going to move forward in whatever way that they will. But we've been really, really, really clear that what we saw, that the vote coming out of House Republicans, they would rather play politics instead of doing their jobs. And we saw bipartisan support against the impeachment just last week.
Yeah, man.
And so it is unfortunate that this occurred. It is truly unfortunate.
I feel like my girlfriend wishes I could dress like
and
Jean
then secondly, Speaker Johnson has suggested that he needs a one-on-one meeting with President Biden. Given that Johnson has said he doesn't feel rushed, on foreign aid, would that one-on-one
You don't
meeting
understand.
help?
You don't understand.
I mean, look,
Josh
and I appreciate
Pierre.
the question, Josh, but the president met
Josh?
with obviously congressional leadership less than a month ago, just less than a month ago. And he made really clear how important it was to get that bipartisan negotiated legislation coming out of the Senate, how important it was to get that, to move that forward. And let's not forget, it's almost as the speaker is actually negotiating with himself, truly, because he first said he needed to see the border security in the deal, in the national security supplemental deal, right? Meaning like border security needed to be dealt with first, because obviously it was in the national security supplemental that the president put forward in October. He wanted to see that done first. We did that. The Senate delivered that. The Senate, the president, in a bipartisan way, delivered that. Then he doesn't want it. Then he doesn't want it in there, right? And so then, of course, the Senate goes back, takes it out, and presented a national security supplemental without the border. Then he's like, well, I don't want that either. So what is it? Instead he decides to choose Donald Trump. And let's not forget, there's fentanyl traffickers, right? That's what he sided with over the Border Patrol, over this president, and doing what majority of Americans wants us to do. He's the one killing this. He is. And what we believe is there is indeed bipartisan support in Congress for it. There is. And we've heard that. We've heard that there's bipartisan support. House Republicans like Andy Biggs have been explicit that it would pass the House if allowed a vote, and that should happen. Even in House Republican leadership is aligning, right? They're aligning. If you think about it, you just heard Jake Sullivan talk about how important it is to make sure we get that support to Ukraine, right? By doing what they're doing, the leadership, they're supporting Putin, right? They're siding with Putin and Tehran. You heard me say that at the top. So if the speaker would actually put this bipartisan bill to the floor that deals with our national security, it would actually pass in a bipartisan way out of the House. And that's where we are today.
But just to follow on that, you mentioned that the president did meet with leaders about a month ago. Since then, the Speaker's office says the president has declined multiple requests that they have made for this one-on-one. I guess just given what you and the president say is at stake here, why not meet with him? I mean, it seems that you're saying there's just nothing to be gained by the president getting in a room with the Speaker.
But Mayor, and I get what you're saying, but we've actually delivered multiple times, the Senate has, on what the Speaker is asking for. He first said He first said put the border security. If you're going to put border security into the national security supplemental, I want you to actually deal with it and come out with a deal that would move forward in a way that he would support. And that border security negotiated deal that came out of the Senate in a bipartisan way actually had provisions in there that he's talked about for a long time, and then he rejected that. And so then he was like, I could only move forward with a national security supplemental without border security. Then, in a bipartisan way, the Senate delivered on that. So what is there to negotiate? Really, truly, what is the one-on-one negotiation about when he's been presented with exactly what he asked for? So he's negotiating with himself. He's killing bills on his own. And if he were to put that bill that just came out of the Senate, the national security
Colorado Attorney General Phil Weiser files lawsuit to block proposed Kroger-Albertsons deal. There
it would pass in a bipartisan way. So it just doesn't make sense to us. Okay.
I thought they already blocked that.
The bill on the floor.
We're going to continue to put pressure on him. We're going to continue to answer the questions that you're asking. We're going to be very clear. The president was very clear yesterday in his statement. The National Security Advisor was very clear in his statement. We have been talking to congressional leadership and congressional members for some time. And this is not about politics. This is about national security
PHILO
needs.
for you too.
And it is critical. It is important to make sure Ukraine has what it needs. It is critical and important to make sure we continue to give what Israel needs to defend themselves against a terrorist organization. It is also critical and important to get that humanitarian assistance. You just heard from the National Security Advisor how important it is to get that humanitarian aid into Gaza. And so I think the speaker's confused. I think the speaker doesn't understand what it is that his job is. Put that bill to the floor. Put that bill to the floor. It will get bipartisan support. Yeah, Jared.
Does the White House still believe that there is an opportunity to sort of reopen the border and immigration talks, or is that basically off now?
I mean, look, we want to continue to move forward with the challenges at the border. That's what we want to do, having those conversations, getting the necessary funding, the policy, the real policy, meaningful changes. I mean, that's what was so important. We spent the last couple of months talking to the Senate in a bipartisan way. I mean, to deal with an issue that's been around, a migration system, a broken system that's been around, we've been dealing with for decades. So we're always open to have those conversations, always. But, you know, House Republicans want to do something different. They sided, again, I was very clear, they sided with Donald Trump. That's what they decided to do. They sided with fentanyl traffickers. That's what they decided to do. When you have the Border Patrol Union saying that they support a piece of legislation, that's important. That's important. When you have things in that bill that they, meaning House Republicans, have talked about endlessly for years, and now they turn their backs on it, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. Of course we want to move forward with dealing with that issue in a real way. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I have a NATO question and then a Middle East question. Starting with NATO, what does the White House make of candidate Trump's proposal for a tiered alliance at NATO, and how would you characterize the difference between the Trump and Biden foreign policy doctrines? And then just secondly, is the administration seeking to reassure allies in the wake of Donald Trump's comments on NATO?
National Security Advisor literally just answered that question moments ago, so I would refer you to what to the transcript. He did a wonderful job laying out how that all works. So I would refer you to Jake Sullivan's comment just moments ago. Look, I want to be really careful on making any comments on a 2024 election, and so you know, I'll say this more broadly: the president has restored our alliances and made stronger in the world because of what this president has been able to do. And he knows every commander-in-chief's first job, right? Their first job is to make sure that the American people are safe. That is what the president understands. And so NATO is now, because of his leadership, it's now larger, as you know, and it's also the most vital that it's been because of what this president has been able to do. And I think this president leadership speaks fully and speaks really loudly with our closest allies, and it is truly appalling what was said. It's unhinged, and it endangers our American national security and global stability when you hear that coming from a former president. So you know, we're going to continue to be steadfast. The president understands how important it is to continue to make our alliance strong with NATO, and you've seen that. You've seen that in the past 3 years. But obviously, those comments does not put our national security in the forefront. It does not help keep us safe, and it is appalling to hear those types of comments.
Comprehensive answer. Moving along to the Middle East, Iranian proxies are still targeting Red Sea shipping vessels. Why is that? Why does the U.S. seem powerless when it comes to safeguarding commercial shipping?
Sometimes she talks every day.
Quickly,
they skip it sometimes, but usually
TikTok has
they
been
try to
flooded
give you
with criticism over the U.S.'s support of Israel. How do you respond to that?
So look, I mean, our position doesn't change, right?
Out of us trade together, strategically releasing that
support for Israel to
they said that Putin won't fall.
Obviously, within the international humanitarian law, we've been very clear about that. You've heard from Jake Sullivan and my other National Security Council colleagues, and you've heard from the president directly how important it is to do that. How important it is also to make sure that we protect civilian lives in Gaza. We've been very clear. That is why we're working so hard. The president, you saw the secretary just a couple of days ago be in the region, and we're working so hard to get that humanitarian aid so that we can get American hostages home, so we get that humanitarian aid home into Gaza. And so that's always going to be what we're going to lean into, continue to make sure we deliver on, and so that's not going to change. Obviously, I can't speak to a campaign TikTok. I'm not something that I'm
Did you guys see Biden's TikTok?
But that has been our position, and we'll continue to be.
Campaign issue. These are Americans.
His first TikTok, yeah, Mama Kelsey.
Their feelings on this.
And we have said we say at all times, right? It is important we believe it's important for Americans we value
I don't want to play
we
it.
value their opinion.
It was
We
supposed
know
to
this is
make
a
him.
difficult time.
This
We
is
get
Jon
it.
Stewart's
We get
joke.
that this is an incredibly
Like it was
difficult
supposed to
time.
make him look
And we
like less of
value
a
and
boomer,
always
and then it just made him look
obviously
even
bring the
older.
space
Like it
of-
didn't come out. But I think Jon Stewart
make
said
sure there's
fire
space
everybody.
available, for folks to share their concerns.
It's good,
So
man.
that's
Jon
something that
Stewart's
we've been very
back, bro. It was awesome. It was awesome.
Secretary Blinken spoke with Paul Whelan yesterday. What prompted that phone call, and is there a new offer put up by the United States to secure his release? What can you tell us?
So and you talked Secretary Blinken. So I would obviously refer you to the State Department to get more on that particular conversation. Look, we have been very clear. We are always clear about believing and working very hard to make sure that Paul Whelan and also Evan come home. And we do everything that we can. We're having those conversations
Just
to
in
make
time
sure
for
that happens. I
political
wish
season
today,
to push
as
who
I'm
runs
standing
for
in front of
Dem.
you, I can say that there's a deal.
I don't know. Have you ever listened
and
to
that
Jon
we've made
Stewart?
progress on
Like you
that.
should
I
go
just don't
listen to
have
the one he
anything to
just
share.
came back with.
But
He
but
usually
we
just
want to
roasts
see Paul
everybody.
Whelan come home to
That's
his
why I
family
usually
and his
like him.
friends, and we want to see
So he was
Evan
just
come
talking
home.
shit about Biden and
And,
Trump
don't have
yesterday. It
anything
was
to share
hilarious.
on
Or 2
any
days ago.
deal or any further discussion.
He's
but
funny.
obviously, we have been very, very clear about that.
Deal, but can you say that there's been another offer?
I just don't have anything to share about another offer.
Bonds hitting a new
As you
high.
know, in the
Spy
past, we
trying to
have
get
put
back to VWAP.
forth offers,
Airbnb is
that has
coming
not
up
been
here.
taken
So
seriously,
I don't know if the
by
contracts went
the
up, but the
Russians,
shares are.
and we're gonna
We're down
continue
5
to
cents on the
do everything
contracts.
that we
Not too
can to
bad,
keep
but
them home, to
at
their
least he's
families,
getting
to
out of the
their
gulag here.
Jay talked about speaking with Secretary Austin yesterday. Has the president had a chance to talk to him?
Yes, I can confirm that yesterday the president spoke to Secretary Austin.
TLT's
and obviously he
rocketing.
continues,
So Steve Spy, if
to
we
his
get above
speedy
VWAP, this will be
recovery,
the
and is
highest
looking
we've been in
forward
like
to,
2 hours.
The secretary going back to the Pentagon. Obviously, the secretary is still working, is working from home, but he's looking forward for the secretary to get back to the Pentagon.
All right, there it is.
Congressman-elect Swazi last
2
night.
hour
Had a chance to
high.
talk to the Homeland Security Secretary about his impeachment.
Yeah, I think I said that at the top. Yes, I did.
Forgive
That's
me.
okay. That's all right.
I was distracted by the gummy bears.
Forgive
The
me.
candy gummy bear, the hard candy gummy
And just real
bears.
quick, we asked Jake about this earlier. It
Yeah.
seems to have really kicked up a hornet's nest. If there's anything more to know later about this alleged serious national security threat, we would all just love to be, briefed or informed in whatever way you guys can.
and-
the timetable on his meeting, for example, moves up.
Can y'all just tell us what this
I
random ass
understand. And
thread
Jay
is?
did say at this time he's not in a position to speak about this.
We don't want
I'm
you to
gonna
be
leave that
worried,
our
so we
national
brought up
security
something that will
advisor.
worry you, but by not
Obviously,
giving you
it
the
is in his
details,
lane,
we
very
hope
much in
that it
his
doesn't
lane, but
worry
I
you,
will make
even
sure
though
that I pass
it
that on.
broadly should
But
worry you.
yes, just to answer your first
You know, but
question,
we'll let you
as
know
I
at a
did
later
moments
time.
ago,
But in the
the president did
meantime, you
call
have nothing to
Secretary
worry
Mattis
about, but
earlier
there
today,
is
and they
something
had a
you should be
conversation.
worrying
I'm not
about.
gonna get into their
But we
private
want to
conversation.
assure you, you have nothing to worry about for the thing that you have to worry about.
I'll go in the back. Go ahead, way in the back.
You
Go
know?
ahead. No, right, yeah. Yeah.
All right, cool.
We've spoken here about the White House's outreach to Republicans about the Senate foreign aid bill. But, for example, Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez was on TV last night sort of saying that she was a little bit skeptical about the humanitarian provisions in that bill. What is the White House doing
This
in
was what
terms
was
of
posted
outreach to more
today. The
progressive
House
Democrats?
Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence
look,
has made available
our Office of Ledge
that President
Affairs and
declassify all
other
info
White House
relating to
officials
this
are
threat, so
in-
that
always in
Congress, the
direct
admin, and
contact,
our
continuous
allies
contact,
can openly
with
discuss.
congressional
So,
members,
so it's
obviously
classified.
Congressional leadership as well. So I can assure
Interesting.
you that we've had regular conversations. I'm not going to get into private conversation. We hear the Congresswoman's concerns.
Who
just
is
don't
Mike
have anything to
Turner?
share outside of what she said.
I want to say
This week is
Timmy
the second
Turner's
anniversary
father,
of,
but I
Russia's
don't know. I
invasion
have
of
not
Ukraine.
watched
Should we
Fairly Odd
expect
Parents
sort
in
of
a long
programming
time.
around that? He's given,
But Michael
the president's
Turner
given sort of
sounds
big
about right.
speeches about that in the
Yeah,
past.
yeah, and as you know, he went to Poland. He went to Ukraine, actually, in a war-zone country. Obviously, last year, and Poland. I just don't have anything to share about any travel or remarks. Go ahead, Annie.
Thanks. When Secretary Austin was initially hospitalized, or when the news came out about that, the White House said that there would be a hot wash about his hospitalization and why that information hadn't been shared more quickly. Can you give us an update on the status of that hot wash?
I don't have an update. I know that's something that the Department of Defense was doing. I don't have an update on that. I would refer you to them directly on that specific question.
One other question on East Palestine. Can you give us any more sense for why the president is going on Friday? Why does Friday evening make the most sense? And What can we expect to hear from him?
So we'll have certainly more to share with you. As you just stated, the president is going to go to East Palestine this coming Friday. It was at the invitation of the mayor. The president has always said when the time is right and when it made sense for him to go, he would go. And so that's what he's doing. He's going to be on the ground. He's going to get a briefing on what's happening. He's going to hear directly from the people of Palestine.
Oracle.
And
Bury
obviously
News,
this
Cisco
administration
Sympathy.
is continuing to make sure that Norfolk Southern is held accountable. And we want to make sure that we support the community as it moves forward. And they have said they do not want to be defined. The community does not want to be defined by this one event. And so the president's going to be on the ground. And we've had those key important agencies, FEMA, including DOT and others, and EPA obviously on the ground since day one, making sure that the community has what it needs. And we're going to obviously continue to call on Congress to pass the Bipartisan Railway Safety Act.
So I sold out of 2 Russell futures, and then I bought $30 in calls.
We've been there since day one, hours after the
mad at me?
derailment. We continue to
So
be
just
on
listen
the
to what I
ground.
said when I made
We
both
wanna
of
make
the
sure
plays,
that
and
the
it'll make
community
sense.
knows that we're going to do everything possible to hold accountable Norfolk Southern, and the president's looking forward to having those conversations and getting the briefing on the ground. So we'll have more. Go ahead, in the back.
A new poll found that nearly 1 in 5 Americans believe that Taylor Swift was part of a plot to help President Biden win the election. And this conspiracy is particularly resonating with voters who believe the 2020 election was stolen. Is the White House concerned at all about this conspiracy theory and the fact that so many Americans believe it?
Look, I mean, we've talked about this before. Obviously, what we saw on January 6th in 2021 spoke to that. It was an attack on our democracy, and the 2,000 plus angry mob that was there falsely believing that it was their right, or they could be able to turn over an election. That was, by the way, there were Republican judges, Democrat judges, many others who said it was one of the safest elections that we've had. And that the results obviously were the results of 2020. And so
where does Taylor
we
Swift
have a concern
work in
about our democracy and where it's going and how protecting our democracy? The president speaks to this all the time. The president has made really critical key remarks about that. And does Americans care about that? You have a majority of Americans who actually believe that we need to protect our democracy, we need to protect our freedom. We saw that in the results of 2022 in that midterm election. That's what came out of that, one of the big issues that came out of that. And so we're always going to be concerned.
So did y'all hire Taylor Swift or not?
Speak to it. And, there's a lot in front of Americans right now as it relates to our democracy, as it relates to our freedoms. Anything else, look, the Taylor Swift conspiracy, that's for others to speak to. I'm not going to
so it's a conspiracy now. Okay.
The president said yesterday
well, there
that
you
he would
go.
be taking questions today or tomorrow.
Well, if you're not answering that, I'm not listening
I don't have
anymore.
anything to share.
Okay, I'm done. If you ain't going to give me the real answers on Taylor Swift, we have no business briefing here. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, man? My goodness. Oh, yes. I have earnings previews. They're ready to go. We made a productive use of that Fed listening or the press briefing. But before we get into anything, I have a PHILO for you. So yesterday, I told you guys about personal leadership and leading yourself personally and why that is so important. And I told you I pay homage every single day to those that I see with personal leadership. Those taking it upon themselves, everything from everyday tasks, your job, your career, your trading, your discipline, every single aspect of it, Chad. Again, for those of you doing it, congratulations. If you're not, I really hope you do. And remember, that is where everything starts. You want to lead the world, you want to see big changes, it starts with leading yourself and taking control of what you already have. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, Chadadonia? So today's PHILO, it's a great one. I'm just going to share with you something that blew my mind. This one I've read. I'm going to read you guys a parable that I have already read to you. I've made many PHILOs on this. I recently touched on this PHILO, and I gave you guys a breakdown about this one. I gave you another update. This is one of my most favorite PHILOs, honestly. But I have something I want to share to you. It's a little different, and it should help you along your journey. Will some of you not like this PHILO? Of course not. Why? Because I'm about to read the Bible to you. But I definitely think in a practical manner, regardless of your belief, your journey that you are on, man, oh my goodness. I really think another lens at this might be able to help you realize some things, man. It's actually kind of crazy how a lot of things work out. So are you ready for this one? Are you guys ready for this one? I'm really excited about it. So I'm going to start with Matthew 13. Matthew 13. Does anybody know what parable I'm going to read you? Let's see. This is like for the Bible Jeopardy people. Matthew 13. What parable am I talking about today? You could probably Google it, but there's a lot of parable. This one's a good one. Anybody know? Anybody know? Oh, man, you're going to love this one. I love it. The Lord watches over you. Seek and you shall find. Weeds in the field. There it is. You already know. Twitch got it. Nah, that's crazy. Matthew, the parable of the sower. Yes. Yes. I love this one. You have I'm telling you, bro, like everything aside, I've told you this PHILO, this little parable has helped my life change in many ways because it's the reality. Honestly, I've even said this PHILO, you could relate this to diversification. You could relate this to investing. Believe me, if this don't sound like, you tell me. Here it is. A farmer went out to sow seeds. As he was scattering the seeds, some fell along the path, and the birds came and ate it up. Some fell on a rocky place where they did not have much soil. It sprang up quickly because the soil was shallow, but when the sun came up, the plants were scorched, and they withered away because they had no root. Other seeds fell among thorns, which grew up and choked the plants. Still, other seeds fell on good soil, where it produced a crop 160 or 30 times what was sown. So they ask him, they say, what does it mean? Right? They're like, what does this mean at all? So they said, think about it. He said, the evil one snatches away the ones that were sown. So the seeds along the path, some seeds never get planted. The seed fallen on rocky ground refers to someone who hears the word once, receives it with joy, but since they have no roots, they last only a short time. When trouble or persecution comes because of the world, they quickly fall away. The seed falling along the thorns refers to someone who hears the word, but the worries of this life and the deceitfulness of wealth choke the word, making it unfruitful. But the seed falling on good soil refers to someone who hears the word and understands it. This is one who produces a crop yielding 160 or 30 times what was sown. Damn. So you could apply. I think it's a very good one to apply. Are you ready for this? I don't know what you're thinking. You could be thinking about options, about life, all the different things in life that this could relate to. Great. But are you ready for what blew my mind? Are you ready for this one? That whole parable of the seeds, is it a parable to understand how things work? Yes. But do you realize that parable explains how they treated Jesus through his whole life? Oh, I don't know if y'all feel me on this. Oh, and that's today's PHILO. Do you realize that is a whole entire analogy for how he was treated? Think about it. The seeds that never got planted at all. Those were the people who instantly rejected him. Whether it was Gentile, Jewish, whatever it was at the time, whether people even from his hometown, instantly they rejected him. The seeds never planted. Then what about the ones that got a little bit and then they got choked out? What ended up happening? He would go and heal people. They would never go and tell anybody about him. Or they would get mad at him. The Pharisees would get mad at him for healing. Or again, the story of the rich man that comes up to him. Or better yet, where did they get excited? And then they quickly said, no, we don't want that. He casted out a bunch of demons, goes into pigs. Everybody was happy. Then they're like, nah, you're a demon. Get out of here. They rejected him as well. Then literally, where does the one seed turn into feeding, having a return that's big? It's literally the parable or the story of him feeding 5,000. So go look at this. Go look back at this parable of the farmer planting seeds and go look back at every single one of Jesus' stories. You'll notice they operate in the same fashion. Some never get planted. Some for a little bit then fade away. Some grow big but then eventually get choked out by other worries, literally Judas. Oh man, I don't know if y'all feel me. And then again, when the word does hit, it does make a plant. It plants big, way bigger than what it was. I'm telling you, this is mind-blowing. I hope y'all feel me on this one. But now, that's part number 1. But dude, what's part number 2? Chad. If this is a parable we have known about, you've listened to this so many times, and you're looking back and you're like, wow, that does apply to these life events of Jesus as well. That's amazing. Great. Do you realize that applies to you as well now too? Oh, man. And Chad, I'm not talking about which seed are you. Because the last time I gave you this PHILO, I said, where are you? If you go through this parable, where would you end up right now? Are you the seed that never got planted? Are you the seed that was excited in the beginning, but then you quickly got sad? Or were you the seed that grew up, you got into something, had a lot of success, and then the worries and the deceitfulness of wealth got in your way? Or are you right now bearing fruit? That's not what I'm talking about right now. Again, I hope you all lead without a title. I hope you all take personal leadership. But you will go through some of this stuff. Do you not realize what this is saying to you now too? The context that I'm framing this around for you right now is that you guys are going to go through the same thing. I hope you are hearing me. Chad, what I'm trying to tell you, you're going to have some ideas. You're going to have businesses. You might be going through it right now. You may be trying to help someone out. Guess what? They are never going to listen to what you say. You are going to have seeds in your life, people and events that are going to act just like the first set of seeds that, guess what? They don't even land on the soil. You are instantly going to get rejected. Guess what? Some of you, you're also going to have to deal with people who are going to get so excited in the beginning. And they're going to be all about it. You're going to have an idea. You're going to love it. You're like, this is the greatest thing. I just figured out you could buy a $5 option. I'm never working again. You can get really excited on it. And then guess what? It's gonna fade away very quickly because the roots were not deep. Some of y'all, you're going to deal with people. Some of you already dealt with this in life. Come on now. You ain't had to deal with somebody in life. And then the worries of life and wealth choked out what was going on. No? You never had a falling out with anybody over money or a decision, someone in your family, someone not in your family? Oh, come on. A business partner. You see what I'm saying? You're going to go through this. And then finally, you are going to, the thing that does stick, that has deep roots, it's built on a good foundation, the thing in your life that you actually plant. Let it have roots. It could withstand the weather and forces and all of the things in the world that could strain it. You, my friend, are going to have your harvest. So, Chad, the funny part about this is I've realized, wow, that's crazy that this parable explains the life of Jesus. But then I'm like, wait a minute. He's supposed to be the human version in the flesh. He's supposed to kind of relate to what we go through. Then I thought about it. I was like, man, this makes a lot of sense now. I hope all of you in your journey are prepared for this. I hope you always are thinking about the seeds, not only where you are at, but maybe start asking yourself how you're getting treated along the way. And stop being surprised when seeds aren't getting planted. Stop getting surprised when wealth once again chokes out certain things. Or that the thing that you didn't build a deep foundation on is getting choked out once again. But then at the same time, that thing that you really did put in the work for, that you planted, that you let grow, built the foundation, don't be surprised when that returns 100 times over. Oh, man. So, Chad, I really like this parable. But I like this take on it because I've never heard it before. So I hope you are ready for your journey along this year, man. All the PHILOs, the revelation, the personal leadership. I hope all of this guides you through it, but keep this one in mind because you still got a long way along the journey, baby. So I hope your head is in the game. I hope you never forget this. I hope you bear your fruit and take that one to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link. Nightly watch this in main channel, baby. Good morning. That's PHILO. That's it. What time is it? 10:24. We still got good time. Are they still? No. Oh, they just ended it. All right. I'll give you some pause. I need to go to the bathroom now. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I'll be right back. God bless you. LMT, President Biden cuts number of F-35 jets the Pentagon buys. Yeah, they got cheap on that.
It's a call, baby. Yeah. It's a letter to the people. I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil. It matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons. It matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather. When weather to bet the farm. I ain't gotta see it to believe it. If it's signing and it's needed, and my eyes don't need a reason. I won't even try to explain it unless it say I got a feeling. I'm gonna sing my praise like David, but the king is still a killer. Listen up and go and get the tropes. Hope you know you ain't scared of them, they scared of you. And I know you might be scared to take that point of view. You see them arrows in my back? Yup, son, that's gonna happen too. But the harvest on the way, you gon' barter every day. That means you have to make a trade, either life or it's the grave. The result will not remain, every day will bring a change. Kinda funny and it's strange how the hope will pave the way. You hearing what I say? The only difference between you and them comes down to faith. There's a difference in the man who believes in a better day. Cause once you believe it's past, you willing to wilt away. We was never willing to be the same. We want it all in the long run. They want it all today. My father is really awesome. Don't bother with giving snakes. Regardless, I can't control it. So either way, giving thanks. Yep, you could take that one to the bank. A leader without a rank. A speaker without a face. A people without a race. They eating without a taste. They scheming without a safe. The meanings have been replaced. Another time, another place, we could talk about it. Keep some oil in them lamps, don't get caught without it. Want them once, want them twice, they never talk about it. If you never get a second chance, then that ain't meant to happen. What I understand is you ain't trying to understand. Take 100 grand, then 100 undergrads. Pay them all to make a plan, but they couldn't comprehend what it means to never die, but somehow still be born again. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. It's a coat.
It's a coat. My goodness. My goodness, baby. Post PHILO. We here, baby. We here. My goodness. My goodness. Biden's 25 defense budget proposes 18% cut in the number of F-35 jets the Pentagon buys. So he said that right before it came out. Balked files $150 million mixed security shelf, amended S3. Yeah, 18% of the number of F-35s cut. LMT's dropping pretty big off of that. I wonder how much that'll impact their revenue. But then again, they're even getting back to that past earnings sell-off level. It's kind of crazy. I don't know if we're too late or not on it. I feel like some people might go after that. That one might be able to edge down. It'll eventually stop, but that news has a little bit of shock factor behind it. State-backed hackers from Russia, China, and Iran have been using tools from Microsoft's backed OpenAI to hone their skills and trick their targets, according to a report published by Microsoft, Reuters. So here's what we heard about the classified national threat. It's rumored to be related to Russia, potentially destabilizing, something that Congress has known about for a week. You'll see any other politicians made stock trades based off the info. Gensler was live in the morning. He said a couple of things, but nothing too crazy. 10 p.m. to 10 a.m. Eastern. I rarely have the chance to chat before sleep. Hey, you here, baby? What's up, Pingo? How you living, man? Good to see you. Grinding. White House can't say there's no need to worry about undisclosed. What the fuck is this? Another headline. White House says can't say there's no need to worry about undisclosed national security. What is this game? They're like, there's something that you should be worried about, but we can't tell you. You shouldn't worry about it, but I can't say if there's no need to worry. What? That's like, I'm not telling you. That's like somebody walking up to me and be like, oh, I shouldn't say. Oh, something really big is happening. I shouldn't tell you. No, I can't tell you. Then why'd you bring it up? Because I can't know. It came up and naturally I didn't want. Then why did you say it? Well, I'm not supposed to say anything. It's not. You shouldn't even worry about it, but you should be worried. But you shouldn't worry, but you should be worried. But I can't say anything. This is more fear-mongering than not, because usually we have something. So State Department Matthew Miller asked about the national security threat, says it's not appropriate to speak to the matter any further in a public setting. You cannot make this up.
Participating in a terrorist action to murder civilians. That is different than a military campaign conducted in an environment.
I don't know if it's this guy saying it. But again, you're getting more headlines on this. So weird. There's no cause for concern, but we can't say for sure if you shouldn't be concerned. What? I don't know. That's the weirdest headline of the day for sure. FBI Director Wray made unannounced trip to Israel today. Well, usually when something happens, nobody ever tells you. Does that make sense? So, like, anytime there's been anything, like, nothing. That's why it's weird. They don't. When do they get? I guess the last time you had an advanced warning, and believe it or not, this is probably the last time we've had anything like this, and it turned into something, and I thought they were wrong, and I was very shocked. It was when they said Russia was going to attack Ukraine. I don't know if you remember that. You remember back before in the early days, February 2022, in the early days of all of it, and they were like, oh, we have insight that Russia is going to attack Ukraine, and everyone was like, no, you're tripping. And then a week or two later, yeah, then it happened. So sources tell Fox the material Turner is asking Biden to declassify is concerning Russian capability. The potential seriousness of the threat is grave. However, the threat is not immediate in nature. Notice sent to members describe an urgent matter with regard to destabilizing foreign military capability, and they should be known by all congressional policymakers. I think they're trying to hype shit up for Congress, but again, if it's not imminent, I don't think it really matters. As wild as that may sound. But if it's not something imminent, like, oh my gosh, something's going down right now, then I don't know if you'll even get a market reaction. It's just weird how we've heard that a lot, though, today. LMT still lower. SPY just been hugging below VWAP all day. Still up, though, and the Dow's up, and now Russell's higher. So I could have got a little more if I held on to that. No, GE just the last couple of days. They've been running since earnings. It sucks. We had a play, but then they expired, or they just didn't go in the money. Yeah, those expired, I think, last week. Baba broke 73. And then SPY's back above VWAP again, so that's kind of looking good. Baba, Baidu, LMT still hitting another low. Pinduoduo trying to come back up here too. Even Tesla's going up. Something might be coming soon. Well, I'd wait. I'd give it, if anything, I think they'll do it like the Russia stuff. If there's something imminent about to happen, they'll start probably releasing that a little bit more. But other than that, I wouldn't get too caught up into it. And then Oracle's starting to move. I don't know if our options went up. And then we'll do earnings previews here in like 10 minutes. We usually go around 11. I'm stalling just because we're early. Why would LMT? Because they just announced they're cutting amount of planes they're buying from LMT. It's like we forgot about the sticky data. Well, you didn't get 2 days of bad news. I think the market is really reacting to whatever's right in front of it. So again, if like we had bad like UK inflation coming down, chilled it out, but I do think it was just, this is kind of a relief rally. We could even go up even until Thursday or Friday possibly, but I do think Friday's PPI, that'll determine everything. IWM on the high, so I sold out way too early on that one. I left some cash on the table there. The LMT news hitting on the terminal now. Oh, look, Celsius still up. Ondrill going to be public. Is that the one with Dunkin' Donuts? But there's something. Dunkin', I don't know. I think that was Innovation Brands or something. They announced they're going to IPO. You think gig workers are going to be trending again? People are going to want extra side money? I feel like it kind of has been already. So again, like Uber and Lyft, I mean, even based off their reports, the companies are making money, but it does seem like, you've kind of had some stability. I heard somebody say by like 2030 or 2040, more people will be gig workers than like salaried employees. That blew my mind, but I don't know if I actually believe it. So SPY rocketing up now. Again, Russell is leading the way. NASDAQ back to points. NASDAQ was higher, but SPY's doing a little bit better. And then again, bonds had already ripped throughout the day. Microsoftian. A couple of the big tech off the bottom. Apple even curling, almost $1 from there. Coin ripping again. Yeah, coin's still at 13, near the high. You're up 50% on the Airbnbs? No way. So if you got them after me, I'm break even, but if you just waited and double dipped on me, you should be up on those. But mine are still like right at break even, slightly down. All right, this is the highest we've been in the last couple of hours. So even Tesla's in the green. See if the chips take off again. Remember, chips were the leader here in the morning. There's Oracle. CME came down, unfortunately. Still got gains, but it's not like the morning. The 160s are 68. That's fire. I wanted a double dip on them, but I just said I'll wait, and then I have the shares. But yeah, you could have grabbed $5 closer to the money. Disney pooped, but came right back. Again, I like how it's holding, though. like I said, above 110. We needed to go above 112 now. I have one play at Cisco. Yeah, Cisco, I have one call. I sold out of the puts, but I have a play on Cisco. It's pretty much free because I got the other, we had profits on the downside earlier. I might even sell out of this Cisco. I'm up 38% on it. The double dip on AMAT was cracking. Yeah, that one would have been, again, I'm surprised. Even my calls, they ended up holding up. AMATs, they're down 50, but like those should have been dead. So that run up that they had intraday, that was fire. And then Oracle's still going up. A small play on Oracle. I have Cisco and they're both moving in tandem. GE still going up. No news. We just had a lot of weird headlines about this little government threat thing. Just super weird. Other than that, I don't think it's affecting the market. Mike Johnson said no need for public alarm on security threat. It's the weird, I can't even explain it. They were saying there's a threat to the government, a very grave one. And they said it's like disturbing and all these things, but then they're like, nah, we just don't think it's immediate and like we haven't disclosed yet and it's classified. But again, you got a little rally there. I think kind of just unrelated, but we have been going up here for a little bit. It's a very weird one, man. Very, very weird one.
Issue a report stating that some U.S. venture capital firms
So let's get ready for previews. I need to go to the bathroom, though. I don't know if I have time. I think we've burned enough clock. Nope, not getting anything. 4981, though. Not bad. Not bad. All right. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I will be right back. And then when I come back, we will be doing earnings previews, baby.
3M-22 Zircon missile was used in an attack on February 7th that targeted cities across Ukraine. This is a big deal, Kaylee, because these missiles could evade our own Patriot defense missile systems that we're providing Ukraine.
Yeah, that's exactly the concern here, is that hypersonic missiles would be essentially impossible or just extremely difficult to actually shoot down. And as we're having a live conversation about what additional lethal aid the U.S. could be providing Ukraine going forward, is there actually anything we could provide that would help them counter this specific threat?
That's right, because we don't have this technology. And I know that we are working on it, but it's something that we wanted to talk to Kelly Grieco about from the Stimson Center, a senior fellow with the Reimagining U.S. Grand Strategy Program. It's great to see you, Kelly. You're an expert in asymmetrical warfare. You understand the stakes on the ground here in Ukraine. This sounds like a game changer, is it?
Yes, well, first, thank you for having me. I will say that I was skeptical of this reporting that the Russians had actually used what is a true hypersonic cruise missile. Mm-hmm. But I'm a little taken aback that the United Kingdom's intelligence put out a statement today essentially confirming that they believe this was, in fact, a true hypersonic missile that the Russians used.
And if that's the case, how do you counter that if this is going to be a live potential force being used against Ukraine in this ongoing conflict?
Well, I think the good news is that these are going to be very expensive weapons. So if this is really indeed the case that it was used, I don't think Russia will have large stockpiles of these weapons. And they're choosing a very expensive way, frankly, to go about destroying Ukrainian infrastructure by using these kinds of weapons. It will be extremely difficult for the Ukrainians to defend against this because this kind of weapon moves so quickly. And because it moves so quickly, it means that Ukrainian air defenders have very little time to identify this and intercept it.
Kelly, we've spent a bit of time talking about F-16s and whether they could help Ukraine close the skies, as President Zelensky likes to say. You've had contrarian views on this. I wonder if there are any other means to help Ukraine close the skies, considering a new threat like this.
No, I mean, I think in terms of this specific weapon, this hypersonic weapon, I think it will be very difficult given existing systems to be able to defend that. And it's not as though we're keeping something back stateside from the Ukrainians in that regard. It's just that this doesn't really exist. I do think, though, there's a broader question here instead of focusing just on this particular missile, which is that I'm quite concerned about Ukraine's air defenses at this point. We're seeing regularly that they're intercepting missiles and drones, and I am concerned about what the stockpiles on their air defense systems look like at this point, particularly given we're no longer sending more missiles and other countries have limited supplies.
So as we have Congress now grappling with the question, specifically the House, as to whether or not they are going to provide any more aid to Ukraine, it is now in the hands of Speaker Johnson and the Republican majority in large part. How soon do you think Ukraine is at risk of full depletion of the ammunition of the lethal aid the U.S. was providing?
Man, they're talking about so much today. Well, Chattadonia, enough unidentified threats or grave threats you should be not worried about. Enough politics, enough rates, enough all of it, man. Enough PHILO. Are you ready for the moment now? Are you ready for the moment now? Even LT's live right now. That's unfortunate. We're about to get into earnings. So sorry, LT. But LT is live on the flip. I like to see those, though. Those are always fun. I'm like, how many houses is this dude doing, bro? Yeah, it's time for earnings. Lending Tips got the houses. We got the earnings, okay? So it's time, baby. It's time. We're going to do our earnings previews. And once again, I will give you the disclaimer. And I don't say this disclaimer for my own personal sake. I say it so that you really understand what is going on here. And so that, I'm about to do a lot of work here. The Chad also does some work. Shout out to Juraj, or was it Juraj? Who was it? I got one in the morning here today. Where was it? Wait, where'd it go? No, Gurjeet. God bless you. He sent me a good one with all the options. I've Chad's pricing in all these now ahead of time. So I'm going to use some of Gurjeet's notes that he sent me. We'll see if your pricing's on point. We'll take a look back and forth. But here's the deal. Don't use this for gambling. Am I going to be gambling? Kind of. The idea that I go about is that I go see what's priced in, and then we're going to do the ghetto standard deviation, and then I look for what's priced in above what is priced in. I go for two times the move. So why do I say I'm gambling? Kinda, because the way that I look at it is that I go to see what the market maker is pricing in, and I simply agree or I disagree. This is how we've always explained this strategy, right? I'm looking at the option chain and I'm saying, okay, it's pricing in a 5%, 10% move. Okay, if that could happen, I agree. I'm not going to play it. If I disagree, then I go for a heavily cheap play that will have upside and then limit my downside so that we end up not spending a lot. So, like I'm telling you, what you're going to see here, we're going to calculate the unexpected moves. Those are the ones that I'm playing. So if you don't want to go for the unexpected moves, those are the plays that are more likely going to lose. So avoid these plays and do not let this turn into a blown-up account because you want to play everything that isn't expected to happen. So is everybody on the same page? Let me give you one good example because someone asked me today, they're like, Josh, why didn't KHC end up hitting? And we talked about this because literally Kraft was pricing in like 4.5%. It's now down 6 intraday. We would have needed an 8.5% move to make a profit off of it. So if it moves down 5-6%, whatever's priced in, you're not going to make money on that. Same thing happened with Sony. The stocks moved down, but they moved almost exactly what was priced in. So you shouldn't really be making anything on any of those. Did the Kraft puts go up? Oh, the puts did end up going up. No shit. Just now, I think. So, again, earlier in the day, though, they were red. But, again, that one's a small play. We bought them for $8. They're going for $11 to $12. So you got a small gain on that now, believe it or not. But you're not going to hit big or most of the day. If it's what was priced in, those plays aren't going to gain any value. So when I'm going through these numbers, the first number I give you, when I'm like, oh, it's pricing in this amount, that's the number it's expected to hit. So if it moves as expected, any of the 2 standard deviation plays, those are not going to pay out. Does everybody understand that? So the only way we win on the plays that we're taking is if an unexpected move occurs. Other than that, if everything happens naturally in line, then you're not going to get a move. But is everybody on the same page? Explain it like I'm a 5-year-old. It's like, do you remember when the ice cream truck? Remember when you hear the music? I don't know ice cream truck music, but you remember it. It was a summer day. You would go running outside to go after the ice cream truck. Does that make sense? You remember that feeling? And you're like, oh my gosh, the ice cream truck. Do you recall? So imagine you are with your friend and you are betting that the ice cream truck is going to come at 1 p.m. Because every day of that summer, the ice cream truck arrives at 1 p.m. You hear the music, 1 p.m., boom. So you bet your friend, you're like, hey, I bet you the ice cream truck is going to be very late today. And you're betting him that the ice cream truck is going to come at 2. You even tell him, you're like, nah, he's not going to be 30 minutes late. He's going to be an hour late. I bet you. So you make a bet with your friend. If that ice cream truck comes at 1 o'clock, 1:05, 1:10, your friend wins the bet. The only way you get paid is if the ice cream truck comes at 2 and he gives you his ice cream money because you were so right about it. That's the simplest way I could explain this. Well, Morgan Stanley cuts, laying off several hundred wealth management workers. Morgan Stanley layoffs, it could pop off that. Morgan Stanley layoff amounts to less than 1% of wealth management to lay off several hundred in wealth management division. So that's what's happening. We're betting on what time the ice cream truck is going to come about. And that's why I'm telling you, I'm reading you the number and I'm saying, hey, 5% is priced in. The ice cream truck is expected to come at 5%. So the only way we get paid is if it comes in at 10%. So every play, you're pretty much betting on when it's going to arrive. So if everything arrives as it should, you're not going to make any money. If something comes in surprising, comes in early or late, then you're going to be able to hit off of it. So there you go. That makes sense? I hope so. So that being said now, the first play is ALB, Albemarle. This used to be a Nancy favorite. Albemarle Materials. So ALB, they're expecting $2.1 billion in net sales, adjusted EBITDA $220.2 million, EPS of 98 cents since last quarter, November 1st. ALB is down 5.8%, S&P is up 18.6, and XLB is up 9.3. Near-term options imply a 10% move. This one's weird. Last 4 earnings, gain of 1, loss of 2, gain of 2, gain of 5. 9 of the last 20 quarters have beaten on revenue, 1 in line, and EPS has beaten 16 of the last 20, and short interest is at 12%. So right off the bat, I could tell you this one's weird. Why is this one weird? Albemarle might be big today, man. This one's crazy. This one might be like actually really crazy. Does anybody know what sticks out? There's 2 things, but the number one thing, just right off of the preview, you could see it. This stock don't really move too much, and it's pricing in 10%. That's absolutely insane. Yeah, $11, $113, $111. That's crazy. So in the last 3 earnings, the stock has moved less than 1%. And it's pricing in 10% for today's earnings. So they might be going, you could see it on the chart, probably like recovery. They've been popping and dropping, at these crazy prices. Well, it's either the options are trying to rip everybody off or this is going to be a very pivotal earnings. It's saying one or the other. It's not the time because these are weeklies and you could get, you could even get the next ones. They're just pricing in a ton. I think this is they're going to move big. So 113, let's say 10, 1130. That's about right. So 2260. 2260 will be 2 standard deviations. So again, $11 is where the ice cream truck is expected to show up. It shows in around $11, $12, $13, $14. You're not going to get paid. If you go for 20, we're going for what? 2260. So 2260, add that to 113. So 136 to the upside. They're still $1. Those are kind of expensive. It's not a $200 stock, but you're still getting some. But those are kind of up there. And then 90.8 to the downside. Once again, the puts are cheap. Yeah, so that one's saying, honestly, I think it's too expensive. I like the puts on the play because those are cheap, but then I just feel like Albemarle might be able to move a lot. We said 22. It's like, what, 136? Yeah, that's up there, man. What we say it was like 90? Is MS getting volume? You just needed Bloomberg to pump it. Yeah, they're going down on that, but SPY's getting a cheek lay too. Yeah, the 90 puts the puts aren't bad at all, but then the call, I just think it's pricing in a shit ton. So in my mind, here's the deal. I think we could play Albemarle tomorrow morning way better, but then also the fact that it's pricing in so much, it's underpacing the SPY, and it's moved like this in the short term, I feel like this earnings might be packing a pretty big punch. So maybe they go up above 10, but then again, that's still huge. I guess what's their size? 13 billion. Yeah, these puts are jacked, dude, or calls are jacked up. They're just holding their price from a couple of days ago. But then you've had a lot of decay. Yeah, we'll come back to this one. I think it's decent. But I think IV, just literally the price of it all is saying stay away. But I feel like they're gonna have something today. Albemarle. I'll come back to it, but we'll skip that for now. So no ALB play. The next one is Twilio. Oh, yeah, let me see. What did Gurjeet send me? So Gurjeet just sent me all the options priced. Oh, he didn't have... Oh, he had ALB 13, yeah, 26. So my pricing was at 11. So he was a little higher. But the stock has moved. Yeah, Twilio is going to be super expensive. Again, Twilio is just a big mover. And it has the pin, though. So it's been a while since Twilio has even moved here, but... Twilio expecting $1.05 billion in revenue versus guidance of 103 to 104. Non-GAAP gross margin 52.6. Non-GAAP operating 12.2 versus guidance of 11.1 to 12.1. EPS 57 cents versus guidance of 53 to 57. Ending active customers 310,000. Q1 revenue 105 billion. Non-GAAP gross margin. Non-GAAP gross margin. Where is it? 52.7, non-GAAP operating 12.2, EPS 55 cents, ending active customers 317,000. Since last quarter, Twilio is up 30, S&P is up 14.7, and XLK up 17.9. Near-term options imply 13.5% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 0, gain of 2, loss of 13, gain of 14. Revenue is beaten 20 of the last 20 quarters. EPS is beaten 18 of the last 20 with 2 in line. Forward quarter has beaten 13 of the last 20, and forward quarter EPS has beaten 6 of the last 20 with 1 in line. Twilio. So pricing in about $8, a little bit more than 10%. 71. 820. We'll go with 820, so 1640. 820 is the expected move on Twilio. 1640 would be double. So 87.63. Yeah, 85 is 109. You'd have to go with the 90 further out. Those are 60. It's kind of expensive for how cheap, or how, like, literally, it's below $100. Oh, shit. 1620. And then 5503. Oh, Habibi, the put. So cheap, man. So cheap. My goodness. Yeah, Habibi, I have to only go with the put, Habibi. I'm sorry. Call, I leave you there. This very good deal for a man like me, you know? Oh, y'all bid that up on me. What the fuck? You scammers. I didn't even get it yet. It had 15 on the ask. I was trying, man. Hold up, Chad. Come on. I didn't even get filled yet. What the hell? Let's see. Is it going to go up to 6? Usually it feels a little lower. Damn, y'all all got in front of me. I didn't even say it's not a recommendation yet. That's cool. Well, I have not gotten filled yet. On at 16. Oh, did I get filled at 15? Nah, they ain't filled me at 15 yet. Are you kidding me? Twitch snipers. Y'all all snipe me on there. They ain't filled me yet at 15. Well, I guess I'm paying 16. Okay, well, I got it at one put at 16. I like it. No calls. Well, now I might have to put a stream delay on some of y'all, huh? That was like 100 and something contracts before I was able to even get one. That was cold, Chad. I spent 16, not 18. Alrighty. You teach too well. Yeah, but that contract wasn't moving until I was like, all right, I'm down. So yeah, I know y'all know how to find it. Y'all just waiting though on some of these. That was cold, bro. That was like 100 before I didn't even get my one. I could have got mine at like 13. And they scammed me, bro. All right, the next one. So we did Twilio, only one to the downside. Oh, the next one is Oxy. Yeah, Oxy. I hate the oil plays. And then SPY coming down here a little bit. So Oxy just pinned here. But Oxy expecting, 1.21 million barrels a day. Average realized price of oil, $78.21. Cash from operations, $2.7 billion. CapEx, $1.4. Next quarter, expecting cash from operations, $2.9. Expenses at $2.73. EPS of 79 cents since last quarter. November 7th, Oxy is down 4.5. S&P is up 14.8. And XLE is down by 0.6. Near-term options imply 3.5% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 2. Gain of 1, loss of 4, and then loss of 1. So not bad, but I don't really like the oil plays. So I don't really like these for earnings either. So I'll tell you what's priced in, but I'm probably not going to play this one. I still have those shares from a while ago that they go green and then go red. So 198, 57.20. I'm like 180. So 180 is priced in one way. And then 2 standard deviations would be 360. So 60.80. So $60 contracts. And then 360 would be like 54, 53.80-ish. And the puts aren't bad, honestly. I don't really like the oil plays, man. That's my only problem. Let's see. That would be a 6% move. Pentagon says security threat also tied to space. We're going to bring Elon into this. I sent an alert on the last play. I should have. There was a lot going on. But I just sent an alert out on the play I just made. You see that? I made a play, Chad. I made a play. Yeah, the Twilio one should have came out. But yeah, I just made a play on Oxy. Yeah, you see that, Chad? I could do it too. I could do it too. Y'all getting crackheady. I made one play on Oxy. You haven't got any? You should have. The other Oxy one just hit right now. Get them back. It's fine. Well, not a recommendation. You will lose money. I grabbed an Oxy $53 put. I grabbed one of them for 10 cents. I'm down, though. I don't really like this play as much. The only thing I'm looking at with it, it has to do with the fact that Oxy's like pretty much at the multi-year low. So if they do break from below there, that one could get a little uglier. So that's the way I'm looking at it. But yeah, Oxy, just $10. I don't really like that though. I have old shares of it anyways, but I really don't like it as much. So next one is Cisco. Remember, we had puts on this early. I only have a call left on this one. So we'll see how this one plays out. I think we got a good price. But Cisco, they're expecting $12.71 billion in revenue. Guidance was $12.6 to $12.8. Non-GAAP gross margin 65.7 versus 65 to 66. Non-GAAP operating 31.9 versus 31.5 to 32.5. Ending deferred revenue 25.32 billion. EPS of 84 cents versus guidance of 82 to 84. Cash from operations, $4.53 billion. Repurchases, $1.27 billion. Next quarter expected to be $13.09 billion in revenue. Non-GAAP gross margin, 65.9. Non-GAAP operating, 33.5. Ending deferred revenue, 25.65. EPS, 92 cents. Cash from operations, 3.97. And repurchases, $1.27 billion. Since last quarter, November 15th, Cisco is down 5.9, S&P is up by 11.6, and XLK is up 14. Near-term options imply 5% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 10, gain of 3, gain of 1, gain of 5. Revenue has beaten 18 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 20 of the last 20 quarters. Forward quarter revenue has beaten 12 of the last 20 with 1 in line. Forward quarter EPS has beaten 6 of the last 20 with 4 in line. Sources saying has to do with Russia and space, says Fox. Aye. So Cisco, they're trailing behind big. They don't really move too much, but they're pricing in a decent amount. They're pricing in higher than what they should, but still low enough where it's not 10%. So 50, you're pricing in what, 260, 270? We'll say 270. So 540. 540 will be 2 standard deviations. So literally 54.50. So 54 and then 540 to the downside was like what? 55.70 or 55.60 or 45.60. So then like 46. So 46 and 54 is 2 standard deviations. I already made a play on this. Remember, we went Cisco early. We made the call free, and then I rolled over to another one. Where is it? So I have the 52. So wow, I'm actually closer? No way. So my call is closer than 2 standard deviations. I bought these at 35 cents. So you could get the 54s. Honestly, the ones outside of 2 standard deviations, you have more people on that. What do we say the puts were? 45? A lot of people bought the 44s. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm going to hold it just calls, but the puts aren't that bad. Very tough to say. The 44s were for 11, yeah. I don't have the puts, though. I only have the calls. I'm looking at the call now. And the call we have is closer to the money. And then 44 would just be if they drop the ball again. It's cheap, but they don't move a lot. That's the thing. So the options are pricing in a lot just because their last earnings was 10%. But lately they haven't moved. But I think the call we could hit on it. But I think if they just fail, it'll just flush. So if they do bad, you could get the break below 46, 47. That's the one. And then again, our play's already free. So that's what I'm also keeping in mind. We have the call for free. Call is closer to the money. We're at 52. 2 standard deviations was what? 53.40. So we got it. But I did add to it. I went with one of the puts. So I grabbed one of the $44 puts at 11 cents. So just because the play is already free, I have no risk. I'll have $10 exposure to the downside, and then we have the call already in play. So Cisco puts on that one, and then calls if you were already holding. I'm riding them. Next one, we already have a free play on this one as well. Fastly. Airbnb trying to go green. Nice. I'll take it. Honestly, it's looking great. We need a little bit more. So Fastly, they're expecting $139 million in revenue versus guidance of 137 to 141. Non-GAAP operating gross margin of 56.3. Operating margin loss of 5.7 versus guidance of loss of 7.3 to 4.3. EPS loss of 3 versus guidance of loss of 1 to loss of 5. Cash flow from operations 3.3 million. CapEx 7.8 million. And then total customers 3.1. Revenue next quarter expected to be 135.5 million. Non-GAAP gross margin 56.1. Non-GAAP operating loss of 7.3. EPS loss of 4. Cash flow from operations 2.8 million. CapEx 5.6 million. Free cash flow loss of 6.1. Since last quarter, Fastly is up 70%, S&P is up 18.6%, and XLK is up 24%. Near-term options imply 16% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 16, gain of 23, loss of 12, gain of 16. Revenue has beaten 16 of the last 18 quarters. EPS has beaten 13 of the last 18. Forward quarter revenue has beaten 9 of the last 18 quarters, and forward quarter EPS has beaten 4 of the last 18 quarters. So let's see what we got. Fastly, again, we're already in one play for free. We'll go over that one in a second. But as far as what's priced in, $3.80, just under 4. We'll go with $4. $4 priced in, almost 20%. Yikes. So $8 both ways. That'd be what, $31.33. They're not bad, but in terms of nominal price, but compared to the price of the stock, these are expensive. So you could play Albemarle almost for this price. And then $8 to the downside, what the hell is that? like 16 bucks or something. No, it's like 15. It's like 15, so $16. Jeez. So let's see. Which ones do I have? So Fastly, we already made these free. I bought these at 38 cents for the 35 calls. So we're already in the... These are the furthest ones. Remember, we had the earlier ones. We flipped out of them, got 100%, and then I used that profit to buy a cheap one. So again, the puts aren't bad, but then again, it is also, what's it called? It's also a lower price stock. Share with me my mail ID. Why are you, like, you mean my email? I'm kind of concerned that you're calling it a mail ID. That kind of sketches me out. All right. So Fastly, I think will make life easy, and I'm not going to buy a put. So I'm just going to hold the free call, no play on Fastly. So again, just I bought this one a lot more, but it's already free, so no risk. I think the puts are too cheap. Again, it's a $1,600 put. Even if the stock goes down 20, 30%, they may go up a little bit, but it's, again, that max put could only make $1,600. So it is kind of limited there. Yeah, we did Twilio. I think Twilio, I only grabbed the put. So yeah, Fastly out of the way. Next one is Hubs. HubSpot. Their expense. I feel like we already priced Hubs, no? This one seems familiar. So HubSpot, they're expecting $558.5 million versus guidance of 556 to 558. So analysts think they'll do better. Gross margin 84.2, non-GAAP operating 15.4 versus guidance of 15.3 to 15.4, EPS of $1.54 versus guidance of 153 to 155. Cash from operations 119.7 million, ending deferred revenue 657.6, billing 633. Next quarter revenue expected to be 587, gross margin 84.1, non-GAAP operating 14.8, EPS $1.49, cash from operations 127.6, and then ending deferred revenue 682 on billings of 612 million. Since last quarter, November 8th, Hubs is up 46.2, S&P is up 14.7, and XLK is up 18.2. Near-term options imply 8% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 6, gain of 11, gain of 7, gain of 12. Revenue has beaten 20 of the last 20. EPS has beaten 20 of the last 20. Forward quarter revenue has beaten 15 of the last 20 with 1 in line. And forward quarter EPS has beaten 12 of the last 20 quarters with 2 in line. Twilio's on the high. Which one is that? Hubs? This one's going to be, it's a $600 stock. This one, we're just looking to see if we could get anything cheap. Cheap and lucky. 620. Yeah, you're pricing in $50. 52, we'll say 50, yeah, 52, $50 because it's somewhat in the money. So $100 either way. So $723, $800 or $523. $500. Yeah, there's no way you're playing that one. That one's a little too pricey unless you could get filled on something crazy. You still have to go like another $100 below. Yeah, HubSpot's going to be a little too much more expensive. Okay, the next one. Upwork. Why upstart when you could upwork, huh? For the American people. So Upwork, they're expecting 178.2 million versus guidance of 175 to 180. Non-GAAP gross margin 75.7. Adjusted EBITDA 27.4 million versus guidance of 24 to 28. Adjusted EBITDA of 15.4 versus guidance of 13.3 to 16. EPS 17 cents versus guidance of 16 to 8. Active clients, 838,000. Take rate, 17.2. Next quarter expected to be 181.7 million in revenue. Non-GAAP gross margin, 75.6. Non-GAAP gross margin, 75.6. Adjusted EBITDA, 20.5 million. Adjusted EBITDA margin, 11.3. EPS of 14 cents. And customers, 840,000. Since last quarter, Upwork is up 22%, S&P is up 14.8%, and XLK is up 18.5%. Near-term options imply 15.8% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 11, gain of 44, loss of 2, and then loss of 15. Revenue has beaten 20 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 19 of the last 20 quarters, and forward quarter revenue has beaten 11 of the last 19 quarters. So it's kind of pricing in a lot, but it's literally moved by this much almost every single one for the last year. So this one's just kind of a cheaper play with higher prem or higher expectations. Whew. Pricing in 2. So pricing in a little bit more than 10. So that'd be like what? $2.50. So $3 both ways would be 2 standard deviations. So $18. Or what, 12.50s? 15? Yeah, 12. Honestly, they're kind of priced weird. These are expensive for what you're paying. You're paying $30, though, for a $20 stock. That's the only thing that has problems with this. Wouldn't it be 5? Oh, am I tripping? Oh, yeah, it would be 5. I should be $20. Yeah, $20, though. So $5, $20. 21. And then $5 would be 10. So the puts are 15. Yeah, that one's tough. V8s are killing you. Like V8 entered, like the juice box. I think I got one. Yeah. I did. I don't know. I think Upwork is expensive. I just like the space that it's in, and then it kind of has the pin and can move a lot. So I made one play on Upwork. It should make a little bit of sense just because, once again, you're dealing with one of these cheaper price stocks. So I grabbed Upwork. I grabbed the March 22.5 call. I grabbed one of them for 15 cents. See, nobody snaked me on that one. Nobody snaked me on. There you go. Now they brought the ass down. Good work. Good work. But yeah, I grabbed one. No puts just because I think, again, the puts are limited in downside. There's just more unlimited upside than not. So I grabbed one of them for $15. So $15 exposure. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. You can't, 100 shares, I mean, your risk with 100 shares is what? You could lose like $200, $300 if it moves one standard deviation. So the next one, oh, wait. No, are we done? Oh, shit, we're done with today. Yeah, Twilio, I think the only one I didn't do energy transfers and then AppLovin. So let me go to AppLovin real quick. I think that one's moved pretty big. I don't have previews on those. Yeah, AppLovin, they've been moving around a lot here lately. McLovin. So pricing in $7.19. Let's say $7. So $14 either way. So $60, 80 cents, or 32. Puts are kind of expensive there. So this one's going to move a lot. It's pricing in a lot for a cheap stock. But again, if it's already pricing in $7, it's pricing in almost 20%. So it's not like this one's pricing in a small amount. All right, so now we're going to the ones in the morning, though. Do you guys care about energy transfer partners? This one might be the one. I'll just price this one real quick. I don't know if I'm going to play it. ET pricing in, what, 35 cents? Yeah, 28. Say 30, 60 cent move. So 60 cents is 2 standard deviations. That's crazy. Literally like 14. Yeah, that's why these are so cheap. I don't think they're going to move a lot. Oh, it's a little cheaper. All right, I'm going to go for Crocs next. We already made that play earlier this morning. We'll go over it. These are for tomorrow morning. So Crocs, they're expecting $955 million, implies 1% year over year versus guidance of 1%. Gross margin 54.2, SG&A 32.1%, operating margin 22.1 versus guidance of 21. EPS $2.36 versus guidance of 205 to 235. Price history since last quarter, Crocs is up 25.9, S&P is up 18.5, and discretionaries are up 16.7. Last 4 quarters, get loss of 5, gain of 15, gain of 16, gain of 4, or loss of 16, then gain of 4. Revenue has beaten 18 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 19 of the last 20 quarters. Forward quarter revenue has beaten 7 of the last 15 with 1 in line. So Crocs, it doesn't say what they're priced in. We'll have to figure that out ourselves. $108. They're pricing in $10. So literally it's pricing in 10%. You need 20%. Oof. So literally what? $20, 128. So 128 will be the high side. And then $98. Whoa. Will be the low? No. We need to go 20. $88. Excuse me. That'd be 50 cents. So 128 and 50. It's not bad for the price, honestly. Yeah, they just move big, and they're up near like all-time highs. So I'm down to hold this for tomorrow, but I don't know. My plays were kind of expensive. I guess not really. I bought these ones in the morning. I grabbed the 135s. I went a little further out of the money. I grabbed a 135 for $30, and then I grabbed a $87 put for $45, but now these dropped to 30 to 40. So I got $75 or $70 both ways. 75. Yeah, I don't know. That one's a little expensive. I think they might be able to move though. But honestly, I'm not too confident in that one. If anything, I'm just more betting on Crocs. But you might be able to find it. Again, they've just moved up a ton from the bottom. They're in retail. They're either going to kill it or die. But then I went a little further outside of the money. So like 128 and 88. I went at 135 and then 88. But 2 standard deviations would be 128 to the high and then $88 to the low. And 1 standard deviation would be 98 or 118. So that's Crocs. The next one, Deer. Deer. Hi, Deer. Hello, Deer. Haven't they been going through a recovery? Or no, they just holding up pinned? So Deere moves, but most of the time it doesn't, but it could surprise. So they are expecting net equipment sales $10.3 billion, operating income $1.88 billion, EPS of $5.27. Full year guidance, net income $775 to $8.25 billion. Since last quarter, Deere is up 1.8, S&P is up 10.7, and XLI is up 10.6. Near-term options imply 4.6% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 3, loss of 5, loss of 2, gain of 8. Revenue has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 16 of the last 20 quarters. So they're not pricing in too much. They have moved bigger once, but comparatively though, if it's 50-50, but if anything a little bit surprising, they'll move outside of what's priced in. But they just need a surprise. It's kind of like Coca-Cola, but they've gone through a little bit more. So Deere, they are pricing in about $17. $17.60. And $17.10. I'll go with $17.50. So $17.50, that's like what, $35? So $35 both ways would be 2 standard deviations. So $4.20 to the upside. Oh, those are still $1. It is only it's a $400 stock, but it's kind of cheap for the price of this stock, but I figured that we could have got it a little cheaper. If that was a little cheaper, I would have taken it. 385 minus, what do we say, $35? So $350. Puts are $1, man. If you go a little further out, it can move, but it shouldn't. That's the weird, like, again, unless there's like an absolute surprise, it's not going to dump fast. This one kind of reminds me of CME, but CME had a way lower bar. CME was only pricing in like 3%, so it was easy to double that up. This one, you would still need an 8% or a 9% move to hit 2 standard deviations. So that would have to be like a big shocker there for Deere. So that one's a little tough, but it's a high-priced stock. If you could get if you want to go out, if anything, I'd go for the ones. I'd go further out the money calls, but I don't think I'm going to play it. All right, the next one is Yeti. Airbnb calls, ride them out, baby. We're up barely on them now. But I think Airbnb is going to hit 160 at some point in the next couple of days, as it kind of, whether it's end of this week or you flush out this week and go to next week. I just think it's going to move within the earnings range for a little as everybody figures out if they want to buy it or sell it. Meta being sued by New York City Mayor Adams. No reaction. All right. Yeti. They're expecting $536 million in revenue. Gross margin 58.8, adjusted operating 21, EPS 96 cents. Since last quarter, November 8th, Yeti is up 19.3, S&P is up 13, and XLP is up 6.8. Yeti is considered a consumer staple. Really? Near-term options imply 12.5% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 1, gain of 17, break even, and then 1% loss. That's crazy. This one's a fucking toss-up. Pricing in 12, and then it's only moved more than 5%, more than 1% in 3 of the last, in 1 of the last 4 quarters. That's insane. Revenue has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line, and then EPS has beaten 18 of the last 20 with 15% short interest. And SPY coming up. Well, it needs a surprise, but the problem is it's pricing in for a surprise, and it hasn't had a surprise in a long time. That's the irony about Yeti. So you're pricing it. People are paying 10% priced in, but literally it's only moved 10% one time in the last year. So it's waiting for something, but you're paying to wait on that play. So 48.5, you're like right in the middle. $7. I'm getting $7. Yeah, that's crazy. So $14 both ways. That'd be like what? $62.50, 70 cents. And 14 to the downside would be 34. So 35 or 62.50s. You could get them both for 100 combined, but I think puts are a better deal. I think both of them are expensive. Maybe the Yeti puts could hit, but still, I don't know. It has the pin. That's the only thing I like about it. It's waiting for one of these moves, but it is just not there. What do we say? $62? Yeah, that one's tough. Yeah, I'm going to skip Yeti. And then SPY, we came back again. We went up to this level, sold off below VWAP, and now you're getting high near the highest point of the day. Russell, I sold out way too early on that one. I could have squeezed out a little bit more, got half of the losses back from yesterday. All right. The next play, Yeti. This one is Penn. And this one, I mean, there's something you could be doing with Penn. Does anybody know what you should be doing with Penn? Something easy with Penn. What should you be doing with Penn? I'm going to do it right now. I am going to do it right now. What should you be doing with Penn? I just did it. We're on Penn right now. I haven't gone over it, but I'm asking a question. So Penn reports tomorrow before the bell. What should you be doing with that type of play? You guys got it. You guys got it. So this one, it's going to be its own little play. But what I would be doing with this is I would be playing DraftKings. Because DraftKings reports tomorrow after the bell. So whatever they report in the morning, it's going to jack or crack any of the options on DraftKings. So I just made a play on DraftKings. I just priced it in my head. We'll go over it. But DraftKings, I did a 56 call for next week at 30 cents. And then I did a 35 put for next week at 18 cents on DraftKings. So that's the general idea with Penn. I still might play Penn, but we'll see. So Penn, they're expecting $1.54 billion in revenue, adjusted EBITDA 274.3, EPS loss of 54 cents. Next quarter expecting $1.66 billion, adjusted EBITDA of 370. Since last quarter, November 1st, they're up 19.3. S&P's up 18.5. And XLY is up 16.7. Near-term options imply 13% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 14, gain of 9, loss of 14, loss of 5. Revenue has beaten 12 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 9 of the last 20. Short interest is 12%. So Penn. $260. So 520 is 2 standard deviations. 260 is 1. 520 would be what? 27, like $28. 28 for 19 cents, not bad. And then 5, what would that be? You said 540, 520? 1, 20, 19, 18, 17, 17.50, 7 cents. I don't like Penn in general. I've liked DraftKings a little bit more. Damn, a couple days ago, some of these contracts were cheaper though. I didn't get more. I only got 1. Everything I grabbed 1. No plays today. I don't think I grabbed 2. Trupanian on the high. And then bonds have been coming down since we've had this little drop in rally. Bonds are going down a little bit more, but SPY stayed up. All right. So not a recommendation. You will lose money. I decided to go with Penn to the upside, and that's it. So I think I took the one right at 2 standard deviation. I took the 28 call for 18 cents. A DK play. You missed it already, so you're going to have to wait till the watch list, sir. Especially if you're going to spam it over and over again. So, yeah, we're not going to recap the plays. You got to ask me like you actually participate in, you know what I'm saying? Show me some involvement in there, but yeah. No, you're going to have to wait till the watch list now, sir. Thankfully, there's time on that. So yeah, I grabbed one of the pens, not a recommendation. Yeah, February 23rd, 1 extra week. Airbnb miss EPS. They did, but it was because of a one-time charge. So if you look at the adjusted, they beat, but they took a $1 billion tax loss or like some tax payment that lowered their EBITDA or EPS. All right. The next one is Oatly. Who want a little bit of oatmeal milk? Or is it oat milk? Oatly. It's $1 stock. I mean, they have a lot of upside, but also they've just been clobbered. But Oatly, revenue expected to be $191.2 million, gross margin 23. or 25.5%. Adjusted EBITDA margin loss of 16.9. Adjusted EBITDA loss of 32 million. EPS loss of 11 cents since November close. They're up 111%. S&P is up 14.6 and XLP is up 7.1. Near-term options imply a 23% move. 23% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 8, loss of 24, gain of 2, and then gain of 3. Revenue has beaten 4 of the last 10 quarters. EPS has beaten 3 of the last 10 quarters with 1 in line. So literally, 2 standard deviations, you need a 45% move. Kind of ridiculous. On Oatly, they have a crazy negative mark. So literally, you need what, like 50 cents? That'd be what? 180? Still be at the 2s. I mean, this one, you could just buy shares. You literally, if it goes down 50 cents, you'll lose $50. So, yeah. I would buy shares if you wanted to play it. Unless they do really bad, but then you'll lose like what, $100? Yeah, this one is definitely a shares play. It's just cheap. Oatly, bro. I don't like how cheap it is, but then that's why it's like all they need is a good earnings, and this thing could wake up. But then it looks like it's on the illiquidity death spiral. I guess that's in the last 100, 200 days. It was trading, a little better, 270. It's just been bad. Like, even at its highs, like, it's up 100% from here, but it's not like it's been a while since it was at the former glory of the 7s. Shares are 220. I'm just saying the risk to reward, though. So if you buy 100 shares, that's like owning an option. Like, if it moves 2 standard deviations, you're going to be down 50 cents a share. So you'll still only lose $50. Does that make sense? So it's like any losses, so you could put down $10 on the option and then lose either $10, or even if you wanted unlimited time, no matter what they do, it's still only going to cost you 50 cents. The Uber, I sold out of those for 300% today, but yeah, I don't know where Uber's at still, but they could still be ripping. Oh yeah. I have tried their products. I like Oatly. I'm actually not really against them. I'm trying to think. Oatly is not skincare. That'd be crazy. If you just be like washing your face with oat milk. I'd be like, you're a savage. You're like, I haven't got a breakout in days. Thanks to new Oatly clarifying cleanser. I put on oat milk on my face every night before I go to bed. Really helps with moisturization. What? It's literally $136 for 100 shares. I think I'm going to do it. I'm going to grab shares. Let's see how a share play turns out. I grabbed 100 shares of Oatly at $1.36. That way we could even compare the options versus the shares too. I think that'll be interesting. Let's pump this thing. Calm down, sir. Calm down. Okay. It's a $136 investment on shit. You know what I'm saying? But we'll see, man. We'll see. I'm going to get too excited. I'm not really, I don't know how confident you think I am in this. If you didn't notice the, like, silence, I'm, like, thinking there. I'm like, should I do this? And I'm like, $50 worth for 2 standard deviations, you know? If anything, I just want to see how the shares perform, but I'm not as excited as you may be about this play. Why not 1,000? Because I don't want to lose 1,000. You remember, the whole idea is keep it small. So it's like, I looked at it when it said 1,000. I was like, oh, 1,000. And then we could risk like $200, $300. But I don't know. I feel like $100, 136 is a good place to start. Car Cliff, you still on that, man? What did the puts do? Oh, those puts doubled up, I think, since you talked about them. The 110s. Well, yeah, I think those are juiced, man. But we'll see. I'm up. Well, what's your full position? Post it, because you have been pumping it all day. So like we said, we got to find the sweet balance between posting the plays and flexing. Well, you know what I'm saying? Like, literally, I could go read your chat facts. I think out of all of your messages today, you've referenced car puts once, twice, 3, 4, saying it could 5x, 5. Then I called you out for it, and then you GD. So I know all of your positions, 7, 8, 9. So literally over 10% of your chat messages today were pumping car and your position. So post the play that you have and like the total amount so we know how much it's worth. But you know what I'm saying? Like, you were telling people they're going to 5x. And then if you own a, like, you're kind of pumping it, you know what I'm saying? If like you don't let people know the position, let it do your thing. But I feel you. I said we'll keep it in mind. I called it out for you, so you get your credit for calling it out, you know. But like I'm saying, though, like literally, that has been at least 10% of all of your chat messages today. A little more. We have the chat facts. I could just go through and see everything, you know. That's why. Very good. Which one? We just got Oatly. All right, we got 3 more left. 3 more left. Car would have been the hit though if we hit that on the pre-earnings. That one went through 2, 3 standard deviations, but afterwards a couple of the continuations. But then, and even now, I don't think that 110 is the worst play, but it's definitely, I mean, it's been getting pumped. So the next one now is PBF. And another energy play. I did a play on Oxy. But we'll see. So PBF, they're expecting gross margin per barrel, $10.92, EBITDA, $180, operating income, $45 million, EPS, 17 cents, and CapEx, 201.9. Price history since last quarter, gain of 7.8. S&P is up 18.5. XLE is down 1.9. Near-term options imply 6.4% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 2, loss of 4, gain of 2, gain of 8. Revenue is beaten 16 of the last 20 quarters. EPS is beaten 13 of the last 20. Short interest is 11%. Not bad. PBF. They're pricing in quite a bit. Again, they haven't moved too much, but they're still pricing in about 5%. Baba's on the high. These are weird options. We'll go 260. So $5 either way, $5.20. That'd be $57.60. So you can't even go out that far. And then like what? 47, 47.20. Damn, those are kind of expensive. Interesting. Russia-related threat involves nuclear weapon in space. Oh, no. So, yeah, PBF I'm not going to play. Well, not too bad. And then what's this one? I can't even read my handwriting. Is that Wendy's? Yeah, next one is Wendy's. So, again, these are for tomorrow morning. Wendy's kind of holding the pin. So Wendy's, they're expecting comps to 2.5, revenue 546.8 million, restaurant margin 14.5, G&A 12.1, adjusted EBITDA 128.6 million, adjusted EBITDA margin 23.5, EPS 23 cents. Since last quarter, they're up 2.8, S&P's up 18.5. XLY is up 16.7. Near-term options imply 5.3% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 2, gain of 1, gain of 1. So they're pricing in double their biggest move, which is kind of crazy. And then they beaten revenue 7 of the last 20 quarters, 2 in line, and then EPS has beaten 15 of the last 20 quarters. So what would 10% be? $1.90? So $21. It's not too bad. Yeah, 96 cents. That's about right. $1, so $2. 19, 20, so 21.19 pretty much. 15 cents. And then $2 would be 17. Is that for February or March? That's for February too, huh? And then, is that the last one? We have one more after this. Am I playing Q-Scaler? No. Are they in the morning? Or are they after hours? I don't know. I think there's a couple names I didn't have on my list. Coin, I don't have a play yet, but we'll go over that. The only one I went with was DraftKings. So, here's the deal. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I grabbed a play on Wendy's. So, again, this one, you will get scammed on it now because I already see it scamming. I'm glad y'all didn't run on it too crazy. Maybe wait till the plays actually come down in price. But I grabbed a Wendy's March. I just grabbed one of the 22s for 5 cents. They shot up the ask to 15. It's not worth that, but I grabbed one at 5 cents. That just made, okay, and somebody wanted to buy it for 15 cents. Okay, congratulations. Well, there you go. But now it's back to 10. I grabbed one at $5. So, again, maybe it'll normalize after that. But not a recommendation. You will lose money. Again, I like the 21. That's what was priced in, but I figured if I could lower the price, get it at $5, you might as well. So that's Wendy's. And then the final play, we're going to go back to a couple of them. Okay, ALKS. Is this Alkermes? How do you say it? Alkermes? It's like Hermes, but like with alkaline water. What? This thing just looked choppy. I think this thing can move again. So, Alkermes, they're expecting 362.9 million, R&D 93.6, SG&A 167.9 million, EPS of 45 cents. Since last quarter, October 24th, they're up 12.6. S&P is up 18.2, and XLV is up 13. Near-term options imply 9% move. They have moved down 7, down 3, down 7, and down 4. Last 4 earnings, revenue has beaten 18 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 18 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. Yeah, this thing doesn't move at all. It seems like its earnings move a lot, though, and then it just kind of phone homes and finds a place to stay at. Pricing in 230. Yeah, 230. So it's literally pricing in just under 10. So 460 would be the one you're looking for. That'd be like what? 31, 30, like 32.50. There's nobody trading these. Yeah, I think this one's a dud. This thing just looks insane. All right, I think we'll end it there. I think one more. I need to go. Let me see how much I spent today. So we did Airbnb in the morning. Those don't count as pre-earnings. So Crocs, we did Crocs at $70 total. And then Oracle, that was set. What's the earning? When do we do earnings? Twilio. All right. So if we hold the... I like the Crocs play, but I think that's kind of expensive. So Crocs, we spent $75. Oracle... Or no, Twilio, we spent $16. Oxy, we spent $10. Cisco, we spent $11. Upwork, we spent $15. And then DraftKings, we spent $48. So that's for Penn. And then Penn, we spent $19. And then Wendy's, we spent... Oh, what the fuck? How did I... Okay, we got to start over. Sorry. I accidentally put it... Okay, so we spent $75 on Crocs. Then we did $16 on Twilio. And then we did $10 on Oxy, $11 on Cisco, okay, all right, plus $15 on Upwork, and then $48 on DraftKings, and then $19 on Penn. And then $5 on Wendy's. And then Oatly, we did $135 if you count the shares. So that one's different because they don't expire. But so and then I don't know if I get rid of Crocs, that one I could lower this by $70, and then we only spent $120. New York Mayor administration files suit against TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat, and YouTube. Okta, OpenAI event announcement transforming enterprise workflow. Okta, are they popping off of that? But those are all honestly, we didn't spend that much. I think, again, Crocs is probably the most expensive one. Okta is popping a little bit. And then DraftKings, I don't know if DraftKings counts as today. I counted it, though, because we made it. But if you remove DraftKings and Penn, or DraftKings and Crocs, that's like 70% of what we spent today. Everything else, we kept it pretty cheap. I still have the Fastly, but that one was free. And then I just added a put. So our only exposure is $10. And even then, I think Fastly is, we made more on that on the call. I like the big movers. I mean, where's the other one? We spent 190. Let me double check. Who was the other one I wanted to see? I think Albemarle. Were they pricing in 25? $21. There's a 22. $23. $136. And then what was the other one? Like 80. The 90s just start dropping 5. I don't know. Albemarle, that's the one where I think everyone's just kind of waiting for their earnings, and then a lot could happen here. But Albemarle is expensive because if you want any calls, remember, it's already pricing in 10%. So we're assuming a 20% move. Yeah, I'm going to skip that. And then, I don't know. I kind of want to get rid of the Crocs. Unfortunately, my puts don't have a bid. So these puts got smashed here in the morning. I put in $30. Will I be your father? Sure. I'm banning you now. Because that's your first interaction with me. So as your father, I hope you interact better with people. So that's your first lesson in life as my child now. So, okay, go on. Ask people if they want to sell a house. Don't ask them if they would father you. You should say, hey, do you have a house to sell? I'm telling you, this is my first tip to my son. It's going to be, you're going to be a very successful person if you could get in the habit of this. But I gotta stomp out that weird shit. You know what I'm saying? So Crocs, I would like to sell this put, but if they're not going to give me, I might have to hold it. We'll see by end of the day. NVO, we got scammed so hard on that. We should have had a dub. And then Airbnb at 149. Yallah, Habibi. Yallah. Our calls are up 20%. Woo! We did it, Joe. The Airbnb plays are up. I'm still down on my share flip from yesterday. I'm still down a couple $100, but definitely not as bad as this morning. Lots to talk about Fed not dropping rates. Well, yeah, even today you got a little bit of relief, but the Fed futures, so like my December ones, I closed out of those yesterday, but I've been monitoring from where I bought them at. But then they've moved around a little bit. You're nervous to talk? Why? The only people who are nervous to talk are just, you have not added anything to the conversation. There's been people who have been here with me for 5 years and have never been banned or timeout. They're not scared. They talk. They drop in plays. They doing everything. They're engaged in all of it. That's all. If you got some weird shit to say, then I feel. I didn't go long on ZQ. No. I closed out of my play. Yes, I'm waiting though. Once the odds flip a certain way, I'm down to grab longs on the ZQ. Yeah, they're saying Russia space nukes. That's just weird. Super. Weren't we worried about space missiles at one point? Why does that sound familiar? Just this whole concept of a space missile. You've been trying to watch your say. No worries, man. You've done better. You've done better, my friend. God bless you. Love to hear it. SGMT. Oh, didn't that STLD? That one expired. I have not had the Lord's chicken, no. I had it a couple weeks ago. If you've ever been timed out, you blame Jean Pierre. It's crazy. You made her your leader so she could determine what you say, how you act. She could determine your mood. That's crazy. That's crazy. I don't know. Don't let me get into this. I'm just saying, if that's who you chose to be your leader, I mean, I'm not. All I'm saying, you may disagree, but I'm just looking at the results. No. I don't know about space missiles, but I'm terrified of sharks with laser beams attached to their heads. Man, I see your sharks with laser beams, and I raise you just a normal shark. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't fuck with sharks. If I ever saw one, I'd run away or swim away. You know, they don't need to have a laser on their head, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I would totally just like, I'd be like, yo, that's a shark. We should probably vacate wherever we're at where there's a shark. Mm-hmm. You're supposed to swim at them? Yeah, I've heard stuff like that, but I don't like counterintuitive advice. Just run away. I'm running away from anything. I'll be like, you can't even run. You're a shark. So what now? Nope, I'm running away from anything. Even before I even see the threat, I'll run away. If I just feel like it's a threat, I'll run away. Oh, that's from Austin Powers? Oh, I'm stupid. I've watched Austin Powers, even though my mom said it was a sin. I still found a way to watch it, but I don't really remember that many quotes. All I remember is $1 billion. And then gold member. Josh, Stock Market Live. I feel like this comment is about to go sideways. Usually when anybody just says my name and ats me, I feel like you're getting into something. Or, okay, so you said Russian threat involves nuclear weapons. Okay, you were retracting I thought you were just saying my name. I was like, okay, this one's about to go sideways. I don't know. Honestly, though, I don't think the way I'm looking at this little news, there's no way in hell we went from there's a threat that's classified, we can't talk about it, to like two hours later. They're like, we have everything in space. And we think it's all ready for, I don't know what it is. I think it's something very weird. This is weirder than the space balloons because then you can't even see it. So we have no idea what we're freaking out about. And they didn't need to tell us, and then they did. But I'm assuming the next like real official update that it'll probably be what they say it is. Oh, God bless you, Frank V. Frankie. Do you think we'll experience World War III in this lifetime? I don't know. Although I feel like the easy answer would be yes. I think a lot of people don't realize what a world war really is. Like, do you realize how many more people were dying in world wars than today? Like, do you realize how bad poverty, quality of life, as well as, like, the high degree of, like, population death? So, like, it's sad. That's why, like, we become so jaded. You know, hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians are dying, Russians, Israelis, Palestinians, Yemenian, how's that? A million, okay, but, you know, like, all of those wars and deaths happening right now by the hundreds of thousands, if not millions, they pale in comparison to a world war. So, you know, Yemenis, that's the one, yeah. But, so, it's just like, it would take a lot for World War III. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you really, really, like, that would be a real big fighting. You know, I would honestly argue we're closer to a civil war with America between ourselves than that. But then even at the end of the day, this is like a Shane Gillis joke, you know, and they're like, oh, America has never been more divided. It's like, dude, have you heard of the Civil War? They were literally killing each other because they were divided. At least now, like, why are we divided now? Because we, like, tweet mean things at each other on Twitter? You know, if anything, we're at least talking about it. That's the Shane Gillis joke. It's pretty funny. So it's like, we're not really that, like, divided if you really, like, look at it. But I think a lot of us just don't understand what a real world war or a civil war is. So I don't know if we'll see a World War III in our lifetime. Although I will say you may feel like you're close to it, but I don't think you are. I think you know, you would have to really get a lot of people on board with millions of more deaths, fighting, and destruction. And then again, like, on top of it, just recognize the moment we get into a world war, you don't give a shit about the environment anymore. That's it. That's something you got to really realize for right here, right now in this culture. If we really care about the environment, and I'm not saying it's important or it's not important, all I'm saying is that if you really care about the next generation, you think the boomers and these companies have polluted our earth and robbed our resources and that it's going to get worse and it's going to lead to a lot of problems, the last thing you would do is start a world war, because you can't have that. You cannot have, I care about the environment, while rocketing off missiles and supporting everybody to shoot off missiles and smoke and all sorts of equipment. It wouldn't make any sense. EVF-16s. Well, that's the scary part, because once we start developing, like, weapons that don't hurt the environment, oh shit, man, these warmongers are going to go insane. But until then, you can't, like, it wouldn't make any sense. But then, like I'm saying, too, it's just, like, you may think there's a lot of tension now, but, like, go look into what a world war, like, what happened in World War I and World War II. You know, and, like, the amount of people that passed away, like, how deep the conflict really was. Even then, like, you go look at the Middle East, like, you know, we've had way more conflict there since even the 70s. Even before that it's been very bad. So although you see all this stuff going on, I mean, we are still not on a world war scale of that point. Yeah, I agree, man. I think the more everybody just gets worried about, like, war and all of this, like, you're like just giving people permission to decide for you because you're scared. Like, I don't know any other way to put it. More, you're like, wow, this is really a threat. The BRICS, this, that. Oh, what if this happens? You're like, okay, I'm fine if you do this then. Oh, maybe we should do all of this then. You know what? I think you guys have a better plan. So I just think it is a lot of fear-mongering. But hey, you know, if anything did happen, I'll be here for it. You know what I'm saying? You know, just like COVID, just like any other times in the world, you know, when things happen, we'll be able to, you know, we'll see how it all plays out. Shots fired at Kansas City Super Bowl parade. Oh, no. That's not good. It's kind of weird because COVID, we're down to believe anything could happen. Well, that's always been the reality of life. You know, go look at how the 70s, 80s, 90s, there's always crazy stuff. The difference, though, is that we're willing to give, like, government and a lot of people a lot of control when we're scared. That's what happened in 01. It happened in 2020, and then we just do it more. And, like, now it's easy to get people. People don't even give a shit. Like, I don't know how to describe it, but it's just very, like, the next possible problem. There's a lot of people who are like, hey, you guys who didn't handle it good last time, let me have you handle this again. You know, I think Jon Stewart said it the other day on his, like, premiere back, but he said it, you know, he was talking in reference to, like, Biden and Trump, but he was like, you guys realize it's not your job to defend a politician. You shouldn't have to defend what politicians say. Politicians should have to defend what they say through what they've accomplished in their actions. But now we kind of live in this world where if something good or bad happens, you have everybody who's voted for somebody, they're just defending the mishap of whatever they supported rather than saying, oh, maybe the person who did it has to kind of justify for us. I was like, yeah, it's a great quote. It's a great quote. I was like, damn, that one's fire. Well, it goes for both sides. I think Republicans and Democrats, you see that a lot. You know, Trump says something, Biden says something or does something. People don't want to, you know, look for the accountability because you're just put in the defensive mode about, well, no, I'm defending my candidate and I'm defending what I believe in, the principle, whatever it is. But it's just like there used to be a time where the politicians had to defend what they did because people would vote them out or people would really change their tone based on the accountability of what happened. Stairs stepping up. Being led by the damn Russell. I left a couple grand on the table. I sold that Russell too early. And then gold came down. These days are flying. Damn, there's only 30 minutes left. Wow, and then we're back up to highs now. So you spent the day doing nothing, dance a little to the low, held your relief rally, sold off a couple of times, and then that's it. Stair-stepping back up to the highs. You have not yet filled yesterday's gap, though. That's the only problem. So you're still not even above 5,000. Futures are, though. You might hit 5,000, though, by end of the day. And then 50-20 is where we'll fill the gap. No news. Gunshots reported at Kansas City Super Bowl parade. Today's PPI was just a revision to the beginning one. The one on Friday is going to have the, like, actual new data pretty much. NASDAQ filled the gap. That's it. You're already back up here. Again, Russell's killing it. I'm kind of mad. I sold that one very, very early. I still wanted to get out of it, but I would have liked to get more money from yesterday. So we'll see how this one plays out around here. But until we fill the gap from yesterday, and then we get into Friday. And then tomorrow's going to be an interesting one. You buy Snap at 6 in 2018. No, we were buying at like 9. I think we got 6 during 2020. 6, 9, or 7, one of those prices. The Super 6? Wait, what happened to Mag 7? The Super 6. Wow. The Super 6. We're already kicking people out? That's crazy. Those lifts are still up. Celsius. AMAT held up, but we're down. And then the CMEs came down. That one sucked. New high of the day now. What's the other one? Disney. So Disney's holding up. We may get another shot at 112 tomorrow. Oh, they hating on Tesla. That's crazy. So it's Super 6 now? So let me get this straight. The market's magically priced out 3 cuts in the span of 8 hours. And back to business makes you think that nothing matters anymore. No, you're just impatient. That's all. I think it does matter a lot. You know what I'm saying? So it just don't be too impatient about it. There's a lot more than just that. You know, we didn't price out the 3 cuts in a matter of hours. It was a matter of weeks, right? It little by little, they chipped away. Then they'd come back up, go down, and then come back up, go down, and then come back up, you know? And then finally, it's like little by little, one asset at a time is giving up some of those December levels. But I just think the market is getting really focused on whatever's right in front of it. You know what I'm saying? It's really focusing, it's really focusing on what is like happening right there in the moment. That's why today nothing bad happened after bad happened yesterday. And now we're like, okay, it's all clear. But then the question is, do you see a trend of bad news lining up? And that's what I kind of could start to see that. That's why I'm like, all right, let's see where it takes us here. But then again, like I said, if the market shits on end of February seasonality, we might be able to rip like 2022. But hopefully you get what I'm saying, where it's just like, I don't think you're incorrect, but I don't think you're correct in the sense that, you know, something is happening. You are watching this stuff move. Some of it isn't totally priced in now with the rates, but you do have to be patient in terms of how it's going to play out. So again, I mean, I'm often early too on stuff, but I think maybe here in the next couple of weeks, we're going to get a little just more. I don't think the market, I think it could go up. I just don't think it's going to have the same bulletproof strength that it's had every other week for the last, 3 months now? All right. I'm rocking with the Fastly calls. I also grabbed a put because we made our Fastly free yesterday. Paying to see the turn, yeah. 100%, bro. And it's just like, just right now, the market is a trippy place. You have all this cash on the sidelines. You have the same story from last year. This time you just got way more of a premature reaction. If the good thing happens, the markets are going to rip nonstop. If you really accomplish a soft landing, you already have gains and you're going to make way more money. On the reverse, if the market's already ran up so much, there's so much meat on the bone that if you're wrong and this is premature and we come down, people are loving that as well to the downside. So it's just like this. I think the stakes are just getting raised, and then we're playing another continuation of everything we dealt with last year. Oh, Michael, baby. Stronger together when we shelter in the light of our Father. Bless our existence on your spaceship Earth, baby. Amen. I like the Earth spaceship. I'm down with the Earth spaceship, baby. Horna. Let's go. Amen. Amen. All right, I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I'll be right back.
And it's a rent-regulated apartment issue, but they did have higher charge-offs in the office space as well, which contributed to a tough quarter for them in the fourth quarter. We should see higher losses going forward across the group, and banks are already protecting it for that. They've talked about higher reserves and expecting losses to normalize across their portfolio, but overall it seems to be at least a manageable problem, at least in the near term. But on the other side of things, this is going to be an elongated process where these loans mature over the next several years.
Well, I mean, but even in the short term, I mean, the big number that everybody tosses out is like, what is it, like $1 trillion or something coming due by the end of next year or something like that? I mean, that sounds like a big number. Right. I mean, $1 trillion is a big number, but is it? I mean, is it a big number in that it's going to be consequential should that start to roll over and there isn't enough appetite to take it?
Right. So the issue is that these are chunkier loans and they are spread out across, regional banks, larger banks, insurance companies, CMBS. So a lot of different market participants will brace for potential losses. So that's the issue. And really, it's going to be where is the losses going to happen.
So, Patrick, when I hear about like some of the write-downs that like Blackstone and some of these other places have been making on certain properties, I mean, is that something to be concerned about, or is this kind of more just a routine type of write-down that you would see in any sort of down market rather than something that's a little bit more catastrophic?
I mean, a 50% write-down, I mean, when you hear about loans being marketed for 50% of face value, that's concerning to me. I mean, I'm just a simple reporter, but it sounds like a lot of money. I mean, I think that, we do throw around the $1 trillion number, and that's cumulative over 2 years. Not all those loans, they don't mature on the same day, and they're not all problematic. Many of them are fine and are backed by assets that are holding on to value, either because, effectively because people still want to use them as apartments, as offices, as retail shopping centers. It's the portion of them that, for one reason or another, just can't generate revenue like they used to.
So what happens to these loans? Like, who buys them? I know there's a bunch of distressed investors waiting to do stuff, but are they wanting to do stuff with commercial real estate?
Yeah, I mean, I would think not the office building in, the middle of the country that was built in the 1970s in a whole different kind of boom time. It's hard to think that there's going to be a ton of demand for that, but at the right price, there's people who buy malls for 15 cents on the dollar and then can wring cash out of them because they got them at such a low basis. And I don't know, maybe that's what happens.
Gyms or like daycare centers when you're shopping. Herman, is it the idea that the smaller the bank is, the more commercial real estate exposure that they have and the more risky they are? Is that a fair statement?
That is a fair statement. So the top 25 banks in the U.S. have about 13% of their total loan exposure to commercial real estate. The banks below that tier, it's more like 45%. So it does go down precipitously, and the smaller the bank, the more commercial real estate typically.
All right. Great conversation. Herman Chan helps lead our regional banking coverage at Bloomberg Intelligence, and Bloomberg News reporter Patrick Clark, who helps to head up our real estate coverage here. Great story on the Bloomberg terminal. The big take on the day, Alex. You've been waiting for this big take for a while, I'm told. A real assessment here.
Well, we're all waiting, right? Everyone's like, oh, we don't have to do it. We don't have to do it. We can just put it off, put it off.
Yeah, but it's coming. I mean, we've been talking about this for more than a year now, and maybe it comes to a head. Maybe it doesn't. But I think Patrick made a good point. I mean, it's not like all this debt is coming due on the same day or the same week.
Yeah.
So maybe that pain, if it is painful, will be spread out.
If you read the article, what's interesting, too, is that the U.S.
America
and the /U.S. Has the most people working at home. I would have definitely thought that was like a Europe thing, but that's not, which makes sense because it's a tech industry, a lot of tech industry there, and they're all working from home.
No one I know.
We've all been here,
nice. All right. Coming up here, a closer look at some of the big movers on the day. We're getting a nice rebound in the broader market, but some stocks being left behind. A down day for Ketchup King, Kraft, Heinz, shares down 6%, as shares of the consumer staple company, being hurt by a lackluster quarterly report. That's our stock of the hour. An explanation coming up after the break. This is The Close on Bloomberg.
The Ketchup King, you get and then ketchup, and then the stock caught up. No? The Ketchup King, I got it. All right, Chad, I got a weird play for you. I don't know if you feel it. I got a weird play. Do you guys want to know the weird play? Did y'all like the video? After I hit 1,000, y'all notice I stopped asking you for likes. Y'all been showing out in the morning, baby. So let me get like 10 more. Just make sure you awoke right now and that you in there. I made a play. I made a very weird play. I think you're going to like it once I share it with you. because it's quite interesting. It's quite interesting. It's not those. Where is it? We go, no, coin we're going to do tomorrow. You're feeling weird. You may like this play if you like feeling weird. This one's, I like it, though. I think it's quite interesting. Are you ready? I did this when I got back from the bathroom. Did we get the likes? Oh, yeah, we got the likes, baby. Thank you. I got my 10 likes I was looking for. Honestly, if you like this play, like the video after I tell you, okay? Because, honestly, yeah, because, I know I need 50 more for 2,000. So I hope you like this so that you can hit the like button. You know what I'm saying? So maybe just, if I don't want to be too greedy. But here's the deal. Are you ready? No, this isn't 10. It's a play. I went with a SPY weekly call and a SPY weekly put. I spent $100, $50 on both. So I grabbed 2 of the 504 calls for 22 cents, and then I grabbed 2 of the 490 puts for 23 cents. Yes, I did that. What did I do? Does anybody know what I did? It's a very weird play, but why did I do this play? Like, what about the prices? What do you think I did? Yeah, there you go. Are these gaps? I didn't know if they're gaps. I have no idea, actually. I didn't even look to see. I didn't even look at the chart for this play. That's the crazy part. I had no recollection of where even that 504 would be higher. So, no, I don't even know if these would be the gaps. Uber, Dan Ives are raising our estimates and price target to 85. Oh, we should have held those 80s. Fuck. They're getting a little bit of a pump there. Oh, my goodness. So, yeah, what I did with this SPY, it's just the ghetto standard deviation. So I'm looking right now at this level. We spend a little bit. We're a little high, a little lower. I'm like, all right, we have PPI on Friday. Market made a huge outsized move yesterday, and then today just comes back to normal. Okay. So at that point, I figured, why not go for a 2 standard deviation play? Yeah, it's this week. That's the only downside to it. So it's not getting an extra week of time. They'd be too much. But the general idea here is I priced in what was pricing until Friday, and then I doubled that up there, kind of like we did on some of the data dates. So literally 490 to 504, those are literally like 2 standard deviations from where the market is pricing out right now. So I'm assuming if any news, any of these moves, it can make it go. Yeah, I went both ways. So $50 pretty much on each side. Bought 2. Maybe we could make one free if they double up, or at least pay for the downside and then call it a day. Now, if you wanted to do these for next week, you would have to go to the February 23rds. But then again, at that point, they're $1 a contract for the same contracts. So that's why, in general, I'm trying to go for the cheaper ones. If whatever happens, so if tomorrow speeds up, the next 2 days speed up faster than what we've seen here, and we get an outsized reaction, then there you go. So we'll see. The calls are up. The puts are down for now. We'll find out. Ooh, I had the 80 calls. I just thought they were going to expire worthless because they were far out the money when we bought them, but those plays are up even more. And then now Uber's getting the analyst pump. I went $50 both ways, or 40 something both ways. PayPal pump. Hey, we only have 20 minutes left. Bro, these days have been flying by. My goodness. Just before you know it, we've been just getting PHILO, then earnings previews, and then the market's closed. And the video reports next week, I believe. He did not have Josh playing SPY on my bingo card. And now we only need 5 more likes for 2,000, so I hope that was worth it there. I think a little surprising to some of you. But it's cool. Let's see how it plays out. Good time. Uber, bro. I'm kind of mad I sold those 80s now. I sold them at like 32, I think, and they were going for like 36. Now they're going for 67. That was a free contract, too. We bought those at 10 cents. Damn. So now those Ubers are 10 cents to 68. We sold out at 30 in the morning. Email tradingfraternity@gmail.com. There's jobs data tomorrow, like initial jobless claims, but then other than that, the real data is going to be Friday with PPI. CART came back up right now. So I'm back to green on CART. I didn't know they opened up that. No way. Where did they close yesterday? No shit. So I'm back to green. Again, I said this earlier today. I think Airbnb and CART are both going to have a little bit of upside after that, but I'll take it. Yeah, I'm back to net green on CART. Check my spam. I don't see anything. What's your, like, is there a name to search? Those 504s are going to print. Inshallah, Habibi. Inshallah. I just like the idea. That's all. I don't know which direction the market's going to go. Although I sold out of my Russell, and then people are like, you bought a $30 play. I hope you guys get it. It's like, I have no idea where the fuck we're going to go. You know, it's more so the patience and where things go. But I just like how the market's moving. You're getting volatility. The VIX is rocketing up. You have all these things happening. We have headlines. We have news coming out. So it's just like right now the market is not moving too crazy. So if I could get a 2 standard deviation play that was just at $2 and then they come down and then vice versa, both of these plays, the only way we lose is if it just doesn't do anything. So if like you feel the volatility and then no volatility materializes, then we get clapped. But other than that, I feel like 2 standard deviations could be interesting on this one. Yeah, where are they? So yeah, like those same puts from yesterday, they were trading 50% higher than where we got them. And now they're down. And then yesterday they were even able to go up 1,000%. And then vice versa on the calls. These calls the other day were going for 1,000% higher than where they're at now. So the only issue is you only have limited amount of time. But I like the general idea. It erased both of the contracts. It killed the calls and the puts. So now both of those calls and puts there, after you had a 2 standard deviation move, it left its mark. But now 2 standard deviations moving forward, it's not really priced in too expensive. It's decent. I mean, it's not supposed to happen, and you're still paying $20 a contract, but it is only what? Today's Tuesday? Or today's Wednesday? Bro, don't even remind. The Ubers are insane, bro. I sold that one out way too early, and now they're getting the analyst pump. Like in Airbnb. It's not bad. Our calls, if you waited and got a little bit like after I bought them, you're up. But even my Airbnbs are up 17, and then I'm down $200 on the shares now. So Airbnb's not bad at all. That's exactly what I was expecting a lot better today, but I didn't think it would like die after what happened yesterday. Don't even trip. Uber, long-term, loving it. I know, man. So small account, it sucks because we have covered calls. We're going to have to wait to roll those over till there's more options that come out. But even then, every other account is loving it. But then we have over 100% in the long term on Uber. That's the crazy part. Like I think Colt's sister and then the small account, they both got a great position on Uber. Where is Uber? Yeah, 130% on the small account on Uber. You don't have any covered calls or anything. It's growing to be a big position. And then Colt's sister, I think that's her biggest position. So she didn't want me to buy it for her, but she got lucky with it. Yeah, that's crazy. She's up less, but it's literally her biggest position by like almost double now. So like literally Colt's sister, that is like Pfizer's the next biggest position, and it's almost 1,000 lower. That made her account $300 today. 260? That's insane. Yeah, so this is Colt's sister. I'll show you the other one, but her account's doing great. Even if you top tick the SPY in 2022 or whatever, there's only a couple of names that are red. So she's down barely on BABA, Altria, but she's held this longer. You've literally gotten back 8% on the dividend. O is what she's down on, and then Walgreens, which is crazy to think about. But like every other play, even Airbnb's up for her. UWM has made her 10 plus another 10 on the yield. And then Disney's up, JP, Abivai, Uber, and then Netflix. But Uber is literally her biggest position now. So for a small account, she's making great gains on a stock like this. Average 30. No, you're good at 39. We had good dip buys on Uber, but even the original purchase, you should have been hooked up on it. Then the other, this is the YouTube account. Where's the Uber? So Uber, actually our Meta's bigger than Uber now. That's crazy, but that one's up 130 now. So Uber used to be one of our biggest, but other names started to get in the way there. And they grew a little bit. And then the other account has a nice gain on it. I'll take it. I just showed Colt's sister. Literally, I just had it up like right before that. I don't know how you missed it. 90% on the Airbnb. Thanks again. You got to plug the dealer. Hey, man, thank you. Don't worry. And then if you want to save, pay the plug, you can just go get you some stream alerts once it amounts there so I could give you something too. But either way, man, regardless, I just hope you get a long term, and I hope you learn, and, you know, always spread the good word, baby. Uber is now my second behind NVIDIA. Never thought. Dude, it's nuts. It's great, though. I'm glad we have it. It sucks we have those covered calls. Those are going to slow us down a little bit now on the big account, but we have 143 on the big account. That's nuts. So again, our covered calls are around here. We'll be able to, we could roll them over now for higher, but I just think it'll be smarter to wait till they add new contracts. But literally, bro, I think you've made now you've made more money on Uber than Abivai. And we put a smaller investment into Uber. That's crazy. And Abivai, we went big on that too early. But literally, like, Uber has made you more gains now than anything. Uber's absolutely killing it. Oh, sorry, I wasn't meant to do that. Jobs did surprise last time on initial jobless claims, but lately it hasn't been that important. So I don't know if it will be, but I think Friday, that'll be the big one. Uber it already had earnings. That's the crazy part. Then Lyft did good, and then they announced their first buyback yesterday, and then they gave good longer-term guidance. So Uber has been running pre-earnings, post-earnings. Their earnings were good. It's just been nonstop. Fed bar after the bell. Nah, man, Uber's killing it. I'm telling you, that's phenomenal. I'm mad I sold those $80 calls. They're at 77 now. We had those at 10 cents. Lyft, I would wait till it comes down in price, but we have a yearly option on it, so who knows? Who knows where it goes to? But I like Lyft for parts at certain low prices. I think Lyft is quite the investment, but too high of a valuation I'm not really down with. Roku, they're tomorrow after the bell, right? Next buy level for Uber, nothing. Maybe if it comes back down to the 40s. But I'm not touching Uber anymore. That's it. It's becoming one of our biggest positions just by sitting there. So it's like we don't have to. If that leads us in growth, gets us good gains, you know what I'm saying? Awesome. But like we don't have to like go too crazy with it. It's like I don't know what's the price of it. Yeah, Uber is our third biggest. That's crazy. You guys realize I have as much money now in Uber as I do in Airbnb. That's crazy. It's our third biggest, tied with Airbnb for second. And then Abivai is number one. So just with how much, like, because remember, we stacked into it a little bit. We put like 4 deposits or so into it, held it for a while, but now literally to the point that net value is just off of gains has now gone to the value of Airbnb, which Airbnb we're like break even slightly down on. So that's nuts to think about. Total, I don't know. On the big account, 220, and then all the other accounts have anywhere from like 12 to 25 shares. Oreo long. I never added Uber to like my big long term, no. Because again, at that point, I was just doing YouTube shit, so I would just throw it. I would just do it in front of you guys, but I never added that on my. I never made like a side transaction. I really haven't in the last couple of years. The only side transactions I make are real estate, which I'm glad because, again, my stock portfolio grew a ton. So I got to trim, put it into real estate. But only other side portfolio moves I'm making is Mad Bill, Mad Bond plays. But I've been doing that for the last like year and a half now, ever since we've had the rates come up. Would you sell some Uber in change for Airbnb? Come on. You guys know the answer. You guys. Is good. I hope, are you guys this persistent with girls who reject you? Because I hope you are. Not like in a creepy way. You know what I'm saying? But like, I really hope though that you like have this tenacity where you like, you never give up. Because that'll open up doors for you. But like, just don't be too creepy about it. But like, dude, why would I sell it? You know damn well I'm never, literally, like I'm telling you, this stock did nothing for us. We were down on Uber. We bought the dip, and it just sat there. It was way down deep in the portfolio. By sitting and doing nothing, it is now the third largest in my portfolio. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, why would I sell out? And I have a covered call. All I got to do is roll over the covered call, but hopefully that makes sense where it's like, why would I want to get out of this? You know, the whole point is let it sit and work. We'll judge it in 10 years, and then we go from there. But yes, Chattadonia, look at the time. Yeah, we're going to land soon. We got earnings after the bell. I hope you're ready for it, but you guys have been such a great audience already. I don't want you to ruin your day. So I'm here to warn you that when I say earmuffs, it is going to get extremely loud in here. The new guy comes on, he starts yelling, he starts screaming, the decibels turn up substantially higher than what you're probably used to on the day. So when I say earmuffs, that is your warning to mute your speakers to protect yourself. Why? Because people have reported issues from auditory rupturing, bleeding, vomiting, diarrhea, anal rupturing, herpes, dormant BBB, gout, a lot of other issues. You have no idea. So I don't know how it affects everybody. It affects everybody differently. But if you are sensitive to loud noises, when I do say earmuffs, that is your moment to mute your speakers so that you do not get affected. Okay? That sound good? Sounds good. We're good to go, man. That's it. Anal rupturing. It's serious. I mean, I don't want to, I don't want to joke about what anybody goes through with their loud noises, so I understand. So that's why all I could do is give you a warning, man. All I could do is give you a warning, okay? All right, earmuffs. Earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description, that's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 60 degrees and sunny, looking like a great day, especially if you bought the dip and ignored everything that happened because the market went up, even though there's an unknown threat that's not known, but it's known and it's not known, and you shouldn't be worried about it. But good news is we are no longer under COVID guidelines until the election, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in a Call Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. So there it is, Chad. A couple of things running here at the close, man. You got to bring it home. You don't have much time. You only have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures. If you're playing earnings, you got to make up your mind now. Uber's running, bro. You got to decide. Make it up in your mind. You only have 15 seconds left to go. So bring it home, wrap it up, and speak now. $4.99. Oh, my gosh. You're already rocketing up here, Chad. Look at the day. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna, let's go, baby. Oh, Chad Adonio, we did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. I don't care if you just got here or not. You're new or not. I need a good game in the chat right now. Let's go, baby. GG. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that brought something to the table. Plays, news, infos, vibes. Way to go, baby. Way to hold it down, man. For real. Members, non-members, stream alert. I don't care who you are. You need to drop a GG. Without the GG, bro, you will get banned. There are more 9 out of 10 dentists say you will get banned. I'm just saying. That's how it is. Oh, is Twilio already at? I need the GGs. Twilio kind of moving a little bit. Let's go, baby. Good game. Members, non-members, stream alerts, the Twitch. It don't matter. Way to hold it down, baby. Thank you for the dono. Thank you for holding it down. You didn't have to. Thank you for showing love. Liking the video, baby. Good game. Way to contribute all throughout the day. Way to stay in the game. Way to get the long term and stick to the rules, baby. Good game. That's what I'm talking about. GG, baby. Don't worry. You'll get them tomorrow. Don't worry. We get another one. If you have that Uber, you loving it. Good game. Good game. GG, dog. GG. I'll see you in the morning. God willing. GG. GG. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me. Let's talk. Treat this like my part. Treat this like my life. No, man. I'm playing it. I'm playing until the earnings come out. I'm playing it. Fastly looks like it's out. I don't know. So does Twilio. Oh, shout out Marcus Hanlon, baby. Finger to the sky. Tell him. Tell him, baby. Oh, Fastly popping a little bit. That's it, man. That's the day. I love you. Thank you for being here, Chad. We do have earnings. I'm waiting. Bro, that Uber. That one would have been 1,000%. Why did we sell that one out?
Skinny, is she pretty? I don't even need to ask. Penny was a freebie. I don't even need a fast one. I was never greedy, I just never fucking had shit. Nah, about that, I ain't never fucking going bad shit. Please stop acting, y'all need manskin. Little more balance and a lot of bit of counting.
Oh, Twilio's already up 6.
Pulling up the line, so got it looking like a mountain. Remember when I put him on the motherfucker's daddy? But it's some more fighter, y'all don't give a fuck about it. I'm still in the game like a Discriminate athlete. Got a little fame, but it ain't changed nothing about me. Nah. Same old J, you smoke more J, still make them plays, but I play less games. Always ready for the war, I ain't playing
campaign. Are any of these out, or are they just
moving? Before I pop champagne, proper for the fall, so I gotta stay safe. Lot of money on the table, boy, that look like bait. I'ma think it before I get it, boy, that look like fate. Either way the story goes, though I love that fate. Had these motherfuckers hated me before they love me. Now they selling half and they ain't playing with their money. I told them take a tenth and pay yourself, get this your money. Put me on the bench.
I don't see any of these out. They're all just kind of moving. A lot different than yesterday. Yesterday was red.
Then we took a shit, but we still try to love them. Got so many wins that I can't trip about a folly on my wrist.
Oh, Upwork came out now. EPS 13, revenue 17. I got Upwork coming out. I don't know how they move. I think Cisco and Fastly will be the big ones. Upwork barely moving.
And when we done with that, we going back to the reality. Yeah.
Hey, y'all. So you got core real estate today. After the bell, baby. Back to the reality. Stop playing with me. Yeah, Upwork, I have theirs. Fourth quarter revenue 183.9, net was 17.4. So revenue, they beat Upwork, killed it on earnings. I don't know where their net revenue was. Where was EPS? EPS was 13 cents. Oh, the versus guidance of 17. So they missed a little bit on that one. And then I don't know where their full year guide is and where they're at on that one. What's the next one? We'll have Hubs, Fastly, Cisco. I think they're going down because of the EPS. NVIDIA rises to overtake Alphabet and market. They see first quarter revenue 183 to 185 million. Oh, it's kind of higher. I'm surprised they're dropping. Tesla? Yo, why is Tesla running here? Did Tesla just announce something? Yo, Tesla, Elon Musk files 13G on Tesla with 20.5% stake. Wait, so he bought Moore's Tesla? Yo, so Tesla just bought Tesla. Elon just bought more Tesla at 20% stake. So far, these 13Gs haven't hit. Is going down, or did he sell? Hold on. Tesla rocket, it's moving all over the place. I think people are trying to, honestly, I'm kind of down to flip this. You guys want some after hours action? All right, I bought 50 shares after hours. 190. I haven't done this in a while. I'm down with 50 for a little bit. We'll flip those out depending on how it plays out. Okay, I'll get a little after hours action. You know, I'm already up $1 a share. I'll take it, Elon. Cisco clap. No, did we grab a Cisco put? I think I got those cheap though, right? Because we had the free call on Cisco. Thank God. Yeah, we got the Cisco puts. Twilio clapped. I think we only got that. Yeah, Cisco. Again, I think we're focusing on Tesla a little here. Cisco adjusted EPS 87. Estimate was 84 to cut 5% of global workforce. Cisco sees full year 51.5 to 52. Estimate was 54. Yeah, so they did bad again. And then Tesla taking off right now. The news on Tesla is Elon filed a 13G owning 20% of the company now. So Elon literally just bought in. Needs to get above like 199. I think that's going to be the level. Fastly dumped too. So Twilio's down. Twilio's still within what was priced in. Remember, all of these were pricing in a ton. Fastly, I don't think we grabbed a put on Fastly. No, Fastly, we only had a call. That was cheap. Again, the downside on Fastly is kind of limited. He spent $715 million on Tesla. AppLovin's on the high. They're coming out now. So, again, Fastly, I think they missed. Twilio sees full quarter adjusted EPS is 56 to 60. Estimate was 55. AppLovin, they were pricing in 20, but they're already pumping up here. And then Twilio on the low. Elon, well, yeah, maybe this just means if Elon has his 20%, maybe he's going to start, maybe all that other stuff, Neuralink and everything now, could benefit Tesla a little bit more. This is going to be crazy with PPI, of course. Upwork, too, they're coming out with guidance now. They see 760 to 780. I think they were pricing in 800. Or Upwork's coming back up on that. 760 to 780 in first quarter revenue. 183 to 188. And then Cisco was really bad on the. Cisco's been doing that, though. But then they said they're cutting workforce. I think if we go down 3 more, you need another 3%. Otherwise, this is what's priced in. So you're not going to hit unless that one hits there. Fastly drop. We don't have the Fastly puts. We have Twilio puts. Well, I think, right? Yeah, Twilio, we have one of the puts. Maybe we get lucky. You still need another $5, though. $10. So all of these are moving within line. Every single one of these is a cuck for now. You're not really getting anything. I like Upwork with the upside. I was going to sell the Crocs. That was one. Fastly, revenue 137.8, estimate 140, adjusted EPS 1 cent, estimate was loss of 2.3. Uber is. I feel like Uber, dude. I have that Uber contract up. That one's crazy. If you went Cisco 47, you'll be close. Cisco's the closest we have to hitting. Because that one, you're only a couple more percent. And then they did bad, and they're firing people. And then, like I told you, that level here, if Cisco just gets back to breaking this level, that's where all of their pain started from in the last year or so. Apple's on the low. I played Oatly with shares. So I just grabbed 100 shares of Oatly. Called it a day. Yeah, I grabbed some shares after hour on Tesla. Elon bought in. But that, or I'm up $30, but we'll see how that plays out. ALB, remember, that was pricing in a ton. It's already moved 6. Ooh, ALB, that was the one I wanted, but they were too expensive. Let's see. Remember, they were priced. You need 20% to like really get a move on this. Albemarle, $2.36 billion, loss of 617, loss per share of 526. So revenue, they did 2.1. They did 2.3. Net loss, 617 million. EPS was 98 cents. Loss per share of 526. That seems really bad. I know there has to be an adjustment to that. Yeah, Tesla, Elon Musk bought back into his stock. He bought a little, bringing his stake to above 20% now of Tesla. Today was now Elon bought in. So in a weird way, now, remember I was saying, like, Elon needs to pay back shareholders. I mean, at least we know now, 20%, at least he is tied to the performance of the stock now. So he literally just bought the dip on every single day of everything going down. The Twilio put hit. Are you sure? I don't think it did. I think it's down 5. I think we need a little bit more on that. Twilio, we need $10 more. So no, you need another 5% down. A little more than 5% down. Twilio's not going to hit. And for Albemarle, that one's up, but remember, it was pricing in just as much as this move here. Apple smoked? Yeah, what the hell just happened with Apple? This one's crazy, man. Berkshire decreases stake in Apple by 10 million shares. Wait, they have 905 million shares of Apple? That makes no sense. That's about $10 million. That would make more sense. And then Cisco, yeah, so Berkshire reduces Apple's stake. Valentine's Day. How's that? What's that doing to the SPY? SPY's still holding up, but Apple's clapped 1.4 on it. Occidental 74. I only did puts on that. They panic. So, dude, this is crazy. I mean, the 13Fs, you've gotten a lot on these today. Apple isn't Apple's largest. Might be, but remember, he got into it, I think, a little later, but that's still pretty wild. So, remember, these 13Fs are going to come out. But, yeah, Berkshire sold out of Apple. Sold out $10 million worth, or I don't know if it's $10 million or shares. Oxy, I don't think they're going to move too much. Albemarle breaking out now. Oh, wait, never mind. That was just old high ticker. That's crazy. So everybody's rushing to Mega Tech and Big Man Buffett. No more higher rates, but, well, I guess technically. Yeah, do you guys see the wire Appaloosa? New stake in General Motors. Independence Realty files 8K. So a couple of these are coming out. So you'll have to see them. Again, 13. I think by the time we wake up in the morning, you're going to get a lot of these. I'm surprised SPY After Hours is still holding up. He didn't sell out completely of Apple. They just sold out some of it. Frog is up 10. I saw that one moving. Oh, wait, what's that? Yet another one. Ventas. HubSpot is out. Palomar Holdings, ROIC, TRMK, Pet, and then Colgate too, and then AppLovin. I'm seeing if there's any more 13Fs. Cisco announced restructuring plans. Cisco's still getting worked. Qscaler on the low. QuantumScape, Fastly, they're dumb. We didn't even get a put on that one. I didn't know if they were even going to hit. But Fastly's down 15 now. I think that's what they were pricing in. And then where's the other one? Hubs. So remember, Hubs was expensive. ET, Energy Transfer. I think that Apple News, Albemarle, and then now Cisco. Those are probably the most important ones. Who's the one who went up? Did any of these earnings go up? What did I do? Oh, Tesla. I forgot Tesla, Elon After Hours. I'm like break even on my shares. Yeah, Oatly and the rest are in the morning. Yeah, that was crazy. All righty. On that note, Chatadonia, I think that's it. I think that's all our earnings. Honestly, the market's not even moving. I think by the time we wake up, 13 Fs, and then leading into the end of the week, I think we're going to have a little bit more moves there. Yeah, I think we're going to be able to. I think most of tomorrow will be dictated by how we wake up tomorrow, both what happens in Europe, how the rest of the earnings play out, because there's a lot. You're going to get a lot of 13 Fs, it looks like, and just already seeing some of these reactions. Tyler Technologies, that one came out too. But Chatadonia, I love you. God bless you all, but that is your day. That is all I have for you. It's time to go. It's time to go. Before I go, make sure you guys are on the watch list. If you don't know, the second link will take you to the
All
nightly
right,
review.
ladies.
If you missed any plays, you want to know what we're looking at ahead of time. Maybe you want tutorials. You know what I'm saying? Or maybe you want to look at the Michael Burry no one knows. That's literally, you could talk to Hugh a little bit, where you can see dividends. You can see a lot of the different play. I'm just saying, they're all here for you. They're all here for you, okay? You could go find the tutorials. Again, how we turned, 600 into 7,000. That's the ghetto standard deviation. Make sure you're on there. First link for the Stream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. You want free alerts. You want paid alerts. You don't pay attention. You're like, what was the play? I don't pay attention. I'm going to ask you, just get the Stream Alerts, bro. Make both of our lives easier. Otherwise, pay attention or pay the premium. At the very least, get you some free long-term alerts for that long-term. Shout out to Uber, baby. But on that note, Chad, that's all. Go check out the other links. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Check out Cole Real Estate today. That's the first one here, baby. You're going to be able to see them. It says don't buy real estate, but it's Cole Real Estate, but it's not Cole Real, but it is Cole Real Estate. It's hard to explain, but I know Tyler already posted that there for you, baby. So you're good to go. That's going to be at 2 p.m. So here shortly, you'll be able to get there. And then, I don't know, tonight I might do a live watch list. It's Wednesday, Thursday. We've been working in the live watch list there. You know, or is that Thursday, Friday? I don't know. I'm going to have to see. But I'll let you know. But check that out. Again, free $99 for Colt Real Estate. Again, I don't know. If y'all want to get into real estate, you can't afford it, I am willing to sponsor you on that. No, nothing required except you fucking do it. So go talk to the Colt Real Estate boys today at 2 p.m. Otherwise, don't ask me about it because you ain't really that serious if you ain't going to hit them. But on that note, check out everything else. Follow me on Instagram. More option tutorials. And then finally, the prayer request wall, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? Me and my mom, me and the rest of the chat, too. We like to pray for y'all. It's something we believe in. It's something that we do. Intel, Mr. Palooza got in more with Intel. That's why it's running. But me and my mom, we pray for y'all every day, every weekend, man. We just rooting for all of you, putting your jersey on our backs, and it's just very simple. Whether you fill it out or not, I'm going to pray for you. If you want me to pray for you, I got you, man. And at the same respect, if you ever want to do anything for me, man, shoot me a prayer. Pray for me, pray for the Chad, the people I spend time around with. You know what I'm saying, baby? So, that's all I could ever ask. That's all I could ever ask, man. That's all I could ever ask, okay? But that's it, man. So, Chattadonia, on that note, go do what you need to do. Read the books, Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't ever forget why we're here, why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't never going out of style, and why we understand our life might be analogous to the seeds being scattered and how that all plays out, baby, and why you gotta reap the harvest of 10, 20, 30, 100, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. So, Chattadonia, that's the day, bro. Sound is going crazy. A lot of weird movers, but the earnings one kind of stopped moving by now. That's it, man. That's the day, man. Go enjoy your day. Go finish it in 110%. Wake up and drive, baby. You got the rest of the day to do something positive, to smile. You are in control. You are the leader of yourself, dog. You know what I'm saying? You can make today that much. Oh, my gosh. I hope they feel me. But that's it, Chad. I'm out. I'll see you guys in a little. I'm going to give you one more. I'll give you one. I'm going to make you listen to it again. I'm going to play this all month. All month. I don't care. I believe in it. Intel. Appalooza, bro. Appalooza and Intel. I need to scroll this high ticker up. This thing's been messing with me.
I don't want to rap that. Yeah. Pleasant out, Pluto. Rollie on my wrist. Nah. I don't want to rap that. Pull up in a big body. I don't put a tap back. Hit me with the divvy. I don't even need the NASDAQ. Skinny and she pretty. I don't even need the ass fat. Guinea was a freebie. I don't even need a fast one. I was never greedy. I just never fucking had shit. Now I bet that I ain't never fucking going bad shit. Please stop backing. Y'all need masking. Little more balance and a lot of bit of counting. Pull it to the villa. Got these motherfuckers counting. Pulling up the line, so got it looking like a mountain. Remember when I put them on the motherfuckers daddy? Put it some more fighty. I don't give a fuck about it. still in the game like a screaming athlete. Got a little fame, but it ain't changed nothing about me, nah. Same OJ, you smoke more J, still make dumb plays, but I play less games. Always ready for the war, I ain't playing campaign, but I really need a reason for I pop champagne. Proper for the fall, so I gotta stay safe. Lot of money on the table, boy, that look like bait. I'ma think it before I get it, boy, that look like fate. Either way the story goes, don't I love that fate. Had these motherfuckers hated me before they love me. Now they selling half and they ain't playing with their money. I told them take a tenth and pay yourself, cause that's your money. Put me on the bench, cause I ain't playing with you dummies. They ain't give us nothing, even if they did, no, I wouldn't take it from them. They was took a shit, but we still try to love them. Got so many wins that I can't trip about a fully on my wrist. Nah, rather get a B&B and rent it for the scenery. Maybe live the season, then keep on buying stats every month. Spread it evenly and shout it out to people that believe in me. I hope you living peacefully and same thing for the people that don't speak to me. I do this shit for everybody equally. I guess it's just G and me. And when we done with that, we going back to the reality. Yeah.
Oh man. All right, that's it. That's it, man. Back to the reality. Literally, like 2 p.m., man. So we'll see you guys there. I'll see you tonight. I don't know, live watch list or not. We'll see how it plays out. Just be on the. Y'all like the live. I like the live watch list too. It's different. It's so funny. Like it's like talking live is. It's like I don't know. I know I can't see you guys, but like I could feel you. Is that too corny? But like for real though, like it's just different. I don't know how to explain it. Like I love both of them. I still love a watch list. You know what I'm saying? I love the calmness of the watch list. But no, man, it's beautiful. So we'll see how it plays out. Be subscribed to the youtube.com/thetradingfraternity. But Chad, I love you all. Thank you for the likes again. Thank you for another day, man. Enjoy it. Do what you need to do. But now I will see you tonight and see you in the morning, God willing. But that is everything. So peace out. Goodbye. Yeah, what about me? Hey, say, come on. You ain't playing my song at all today, huh? Listen. Yeah, there's a threat you got to be worried about, but you shouldn't be worried about it, huh? Come on, why are you worried? You're not even supposed to know what it is. How are you worried about something you shouldn't even know about? You definitely should know about it, but you shouldn't be worried about it because you should be worried about it. It's fine. It's a grave threat. It doesn't mean I'm not mentally cognizant enough to fucking understand what's going on. Come on. Maybe an alien kidnaps me. See, I'm joking about it. I fucking know what's going on. Stop fucking playing me. Fuck you, reporters. It's simple. I'm in full-fledged, fucking Simon Says. Fucking PHILO. The dog is Commander, Sergeant fucking Clifford. Huh? You mean I don't have control? If I wasn't, can I say how much wood can a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? Exactly. How would I be able to do that if I didn't? Come on. I love dogs. I love all sorts of dogs. I love poodles. I love Boston Terriers. Oh, what do you mean? Come on. I know more than one dog breed. You might say I'm fucking losing it? What about Donald? Oh, go look at Donald. He's still orange. You might blame me for losing my mind? For fuck, at least I'm pale. I didn't try to spray tan that shit away. Come on. Fucking Donald lives in fucking Mar-a-Lago. So fucking for old people. I live in a White House. It's for presidents. I think. And my son. Fuck you. Anyways. I gotta go. I'll see you later. Have a good day. Bye. Now, hold on, Joshua. Before you get going, I just have one question. Should I be worried or not about a grave threat? Okay, nice try, buddy. So you mean okay, then what does the word grave mean? Where you bury somebody? Okay, it's analogous with death, would you say? Is it fair to say that grave means death? Exactly. Okay, so you're trying to tell me there is a deathly threat that I do not know nor should I be afraid of, but I should be gravely concerned. How does that make sense? Exactly. Can you work it for me? Can you explain it like I'm 5 years old still suckling on a baby bottle pop? Can you explain it to me like I'm a 5-year-old who didn't grow up with an iPad? Could you explain it as such? Exactly. It makes no sense. Should I tell my constituents to be worried or should I not tell them anything? Is that what the government does? We don't tell them anything and expect them to vote for us and defend us? Exactly. I reclaim my time. I yield back. Have a wonderful evening. Goodbye.